you could start brand new, still running in place on this hamster wheel. But when I close my eyes, here's the view. La 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 la
gladly give her, blushing like a fool, 'cause she caught you staring, watching every move. Is she taunting you? Is this a sign you need to stay cool? You say the fact that you can't deny it. No, you're not in control. Once you connected, you feel the fire, and she's pulling you close, you close. You wanna tell her, but you don't wanna blow it. She can't hear the words that you're saying. The music's so loud, so let your body say it. The fact that you can't deny it. Yeah, it's taking control. Oh, it's so intense that she feels the fire, and she's stealing your soul, your soul.
since returning, nothing stops my heart from yearning for the pretty little bird I found on holiday. Every moment now I'm dreaming, every thought of mine is leaning back to see her, my pretty little bird. Take me back to Pájaro Bonito, bring me to her, to my papagayo. Setting sun and shining waters couldn't match the lovely colors that you bring to bloom, pretty little bird. Pretty little bird, la 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 la. Home among familiar faces, but my thoughts are other places, far across the sea with my little bird. Take me back to mi pájaro bonito, bring me to her, to my papagayo. Empty days and endless hours, bending down like wilting flowers, till I kiss you again, my pretty little bird. Fly to me, love, to my arms, love. Fly to me, love. Who knew that I'd come home safe, but leave my heart in another place on holiday with my little bird.
is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. Listen. One afternoon on a walk, he met this woman, their eyes locked. His world was rocked, he gave her his number. That evening she called him and they talked. They had so much to chat about. There was no doubt that they were perfectly matched and that he had to ask her out. She said alright, he could tell she liked him, but knew she could hurt him even more. He bought some flowers. In an hour he arrived at her door. She let him in, she seemed uneasy. They got ready to leave. He began to wonder if he and she were meant to be. He thought, when is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might decide that love is blind, but it may not be what it seems. She laid eyes on this guy and was overwhelmed with attraction. She saw he had the exact same reaction. It felt right from the start, but if he played her and broke her heart, she knew she'd never recover. She promised to wait for a man who truly loved her. She said yes to a date. At 8 he came to her place. The club they danced and embraced. It was so fast-paced, her pulse raced. Then he pulled back like he needed some space. Her heart sank, she quickly thanked him and went home. Turned off her phone and spent the night in her comfort zone. She might have known he wasn't the one. She did the right thing by deciding to run. Or was she a jerk and it could have worked? A cruel fate, she found her soulmate. She wanted to believe she'd been naive, not deceived. She thought, when is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might find you've lost your mind. Love may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry, sparks flying, energy endlessly. We tend to seek the person of our dreams. You might decide that love is blind, but it may not be what it seems. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. When is it supposed to click? The right chemistry. Good old days. Do you remember? There's no bringing them back.
Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May it live forever.
Late 80s, early 90s, it came into its prime. Microphone prodigies with complex rhymes, sublime denser beats, deep sampling feats. Pure genius rose steep from the New York streets. Meet at Mars, the building for Milky Way. Payday, the tunnel, the red zone, new music cafe. Beat Street, fat beats, downstairs rockin' soul. In the music factory, stacked 12-inch gold. The innovation was cunning and stunning, nothing was contrived from 86 to 95. New York kept it live, BDP, King PE, Ultra EPMD, Rakim, Stet, Slick Rick, MC Light is Marquis. The Jungle Brothers, De La, A Tribe Called Quest, Brand Nubian, Gangstar, G-Rap, Bello, and SP, Rockin' CL, Black Moon, Beatnuts, TITC, The Woo, Nas, AZ, Redman, Big L, and Biggie.
Good old days. Do you remember? There's no bringing them back.
Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May it live forever. You see, the elements converged into spoken word and hit a divine note that human ears had never heard. It emerged to what the mainstream considered absurd. They laughed at it, now it's generational, they're all addicts. 40 years later, now we reminisce, cause through all the shape shifts, it hurts us deeply that it hasn't been the same since. Large pro walking through that front door to cherish or neglect the black sheep, the choice is yours. Case Solo spelled it out for you. The Fugees kept the score, nice and smooth, made it funky for the junkies abroad. The Outcast elevated it. While Dre let me ride, he kicked me out. I had to start running with the far side. Lost my breath. All I need from Mary and Meth is ice water. Please give my full regards to the chef. Watch son get wrecked, cause all they rickety really want is effects. Gucci link shine, stretching Bobito, 89 Tech 9, y'all. Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. That ever lasts forever.
I just want to tell you it's alright while I'm smiling through the tears in my eyes. Cause when I'm broken, I still want you to be fine. I think we're both just attached to the friction. If you need me, I'll be pacing through my mind, and I can be the one to get you through the night. I lose the battle every time you pick a fight. Too afraid to combat this addiction. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I. Friction. 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 Where we are, I can't quite figure out. I wanna take all of the blame from you now. No matter what, I've gotta fix it somehow. You only know how to play it like the victim. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One more night, you and I. Friction. 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 Friction.
We're free, I don't look back. With me, we'll stay on track. Are you ready to go? So I'm waiting for you. Ready, let's go. There's so much for you to do. Are you ready to said good things we heard, I said nothing. Heard from a friend that I hadn't spoken to in a couple of years or so. It would be alright as long as the sun keeps poking its way on through my curtain light, where something tells me that if we keep singing our songs, before you know it, they'll be singing along. If we keep humming a tune, it won't be long before they sing it too. It won't be long before they sing it too. Look out my window and all I see are flowers blooming on empty streets. Sometime soon they'll be alive. Hope when they do, they sing with me. It'll be alright as long as the sun keeps poking its way on through my curtain light, where something tells me that if we keep singing a song, reaching high. I keep my love emotional. Keep on reaching high. I keep my love, I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. You're giving me, but it's not enough. I want you to open up your heart some more. You're giving me, but it's not enough. I want you to open up your heart some more. I'm a big-hearted woman with a big appetite. A double dose of love is what will get me right. I'm a big-hearted woman with a big appetite. A double dose of love is what will get me through the night. Look at me in my eyes. I wanna see my own reflection, knowing I'm all you see. When I'm speaking to you, I want your body and your soul and mind to pay attention. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. Keep on reaching high. I keep my love so emotional that I keep on reaching for the sky. I weigh my love on high. 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 I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. Keep on reaching high. I keep my love so emotional that I keep on reaching for the sky. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. I keep on reaching high. I keep my love emotional. Keep on reaching high. I keep my love so emotional that I keep on reaching for the skies.
A dream you never want to end. A memory that you won't forget. We'll stay up all night, awake till morning light. We'll stay up all night again. Life is all a dream. Can't take this from me. I can feel it all my life. I can feel it all tonight. Life is but a dream, a place where you belong again.
got time on our hands, gonna have fun, we got no plans. We could party on the beach like we just don't care. We can follow the sun till the night has begun. We'll share it all, that's what friends are for. Na 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 na, na 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 na, na 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 na, na na na. Na 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 na, na 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 na, na 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 na, na na na. There's a rock and roll band playing acoustic in the sand. We are flying, we are free, what a precious moment. We will always be young, we'll be dancing in the sunshine. We'll share it all, that's what friends are for. We'll look back one day and see smiling pictures and faces of you and me. That's what friends are for. 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 Yeah. That's what friends are for.
When you're feeling down, wanna come my way, gonna lift you up. Let me hear you say, yeah, we're living on love. 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 Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. When you hit the ground, don't you lose your way. Gotta get back up. Let me hear you say, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living on love. Oh, oh, yeah, we're living on love. Yeah, we're living on love. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, yeah. We're gonna take you higher. We're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Oh, oh, we're gonna lift you up. Oh, oh, we're gonna take you higher. Take you higher. We're gonna lift you up. We're gonna take you higher. Take you higher. We're gonna lift you when I feel the darkness descending upon me, then I close my eyes to seek escape. Something in the darkness calling to me, but then I realize it's okay. La 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 la. you could start brand new. Still running in place on this hamster wheel. But when I close my eyes, here's the view. La 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 Don't you worry now, the river is coming. I can see the toes in your face. There's no turning back, make your move count. Maybe you'll get lucky today. La 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 la
Anything she wants, you would gladly give her, blushing like a fool. 'Cause she caught you staring, watching every move. Is she taunting you? Is this a sign? You need to stay cool. You made a fact that you can't deny. No, you're not in control. Once you connected, you feel the fire. And she's pulling you close. You close. The dance of love. Ay, ay, ay. The dance of love. Ay, ay, ay. The dance of love. Ay, 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 ay. The dance of love. Body language. Fumbling for words. You feel so naked. You wanna tell her, but you don't wanna blow it. She can't hear the words that you're saying. The music's so loud, so let your body say it. The fact that you can't deny it. Yeah, it's taking control. Oh, it's so intense and she feels the fire. And she's stealing your soul, your soul. The dance of love. Ay, ay, ay. The dance of love. Ay, ay, ay. The dance of love. Ay, 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 ay. The dance of love. Body language.
你们好啊，观众朋友们！尬，太尬了，尬死我了。亲爱的召唤师们，想死你们了！尬的要死，没活了可以咬打火机啊。2周不见，如隔三秋，你们好。整尬是吧？能不能学学欧美和 LCK？ 我寻思有些朋友是不是出门遇到熟人都不打招呼呀？再搁这整尬的，那我必须冲你眼里整点灰。大家好，我是阿南，又来到了耿小将们心心念念的观赛指南。闲话少扯，正餐开怼。那个周六的语文课，大家都复习过之前学的内容了吧？请大家拿起课本回忆一下 FPX 老师之前带我们学过的锲而不舍、振羽向前、反攻自省、同舟共济等一系列主题较为沉重的课程，也要重温一下机后承戏、百折不回等为数不多但积极向上的课题。慢嘴顺口溜，那样靠啊！但无论在周六 FBX 对阵 OMG 的课堂上，我们学到了怎样的成语，背后的原因都令全球变暖。毕竟炽烈的火不熄灭。周六另一场值得我们关注的课程，自然是大家心心念念的音乐课。由桃粉带来的全新单曲，穿透这片黑夜才熬夜，激情碰撞；由淀粉带来的后现代抽象派音乐，拿什么拯救你我的 EDG？ 国电可得支棱起来呀！开拔！至于 BLG 对阵 RA 的比赛，我想 BLG 的粉丝们内心已经挣扎过千百回了，各种轮换过后，只能说算了，那么就到此为止吧。再爱就不礼貌，还是要谢谢。狗头保命，霸主在对面呢，那没事了。周日的比赛，我是着实没有精力了。毕竟我还记得那天的 LNG 鏖战了1个小时的对局。到了大南老师我这个年纪，看这么长时间的比赛，真的会手抖。还有就是很担心 UP 光的能量还够不够支撑如此超长的对局。周日的最后一节课，有2位资深教师一起授课。首先，威武教授手里有一篇待发表的论文，小 P 带你了解火莲的制作过程。语言学院派 WBG 的教授们展开激烈的学术讨论。后者注有这个打野还在青春期，以及从个人角度浅谈 The Shy 的使用方式。总之，如此多的知识点，尽在本周末的精彩赛事。去吧，去看比赛吧。去在观赛中学到更多的成语、音乐以及人文知识。去吧，去做不被定义的观赛者。我们周末见。
Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. I am Oshin. I am joined by the fantastic Mr. Ox. That video, I've never seen that video. The video was very curious. I like the idea behind it, kind of getting a bit of memes in there for all the different players. But yeah, it's good to be back. We're coming up to the back end of week 6. We're almost at the final quarter of the season.
Man, we say this every single time. I'm not going to say it again. It's going too fast. It is. It's crazy that we're getting so deep in the split and approaching playoffs. It still feels like spring playoffs was just a moment ago. And yeah. Wild times ahead of us.
Wild times ahead of us. Before we can look forward, though, in terms of what's ahead of us, we got to look back at what has happened, because yesterday we got ourselves 2 results. Honestly, the expected results we expected to get. I think for the first series, JDG kind of just showing that there's the better team compared to WE getting a 0-2. And then RNG, yes, it went to 2-1, but I think RNG looked kind of in total control the whole time.
Yeah, I mean, the JDG one, I'm actually kind of surprised they didn't drop a game, because that has been the JDG special, but clean-ish too. There was definitely some moments in the game that are a bit questionable. But yeah, RNG, game 2, bit of a disrespectful draft, I feel. Brought out the Ashe support, didn't really work that well, but closed out the series. Like game 3, you know, I remember it was like Gwen, Viego, Lissandra, Athelios. I'm like, this is textbook RNG.
Yeah.
And they did what textbook RNG does and managed to claim that win. So, you know, still a little bit behind the front runners right now for RNG. They're still a series behind in terms of play. 2 series, in fact, behind compared to JDG, but catching up as the split goes on.
Yeah, we're going to have a look at the standings now as well. Like you said, kind of a couple of series need to be caught up by a couple of different teams. But in terms of the standings, it's still V5 on Cloud9, 9-0. Their game difference as well. This team is looking unstoppable right now. And towards the lower half of it as well, we're starting to get a bit of a clump up there between the likes of TT all the way up to, you know, Weibo Gaming. Kind of 1 or 2 series between a lot of those different teams could make the difference as we get to the final weeks.
I do want to draw your attention to something though. If you look at position 8th and 9th, you can see LNG on a 3-loss streak and FPX on a 4-win streak. They're just passing by each other. They're just waving like, hey, and they are just going in complete different directions right now.
Just like goodbye. In a much nicer car as FPX as they thought that they won the relationship, but sadly it was not to be. But yeah. And if you're wondering why we're starting so late, normally it's a Super Saturday. Normally we have 3 games. Sadly, though, we did have, due to COVID protocols, OMG versus FBX's game was postponed. That will be played tomorrow instead. But so today, we are just going to be playing the 2 series of BLG, RA, and EDG Top Esports. Though, I will say, given, all things considered, big moments here for all 4 of these teams. I think a lot of the seasons kind of ride on the next 1 or 2 series that we're going to be talking about in the next week or 2.
Yeah, I mean, EDG, Top Esports, both of these 2 vying for those top spots. Top Esports has only dropped 1 series as the very start of the split to JDG and have looked pretty on form since. Whereas EDG, a bit shakier, but still trying to prove what they can do. Remember, we are leading up to Worlds. EDG, the current world champions, absolutely want to be there once again.
Yeah, absolutely agree. And we're going to see how they are able to kind of... What we expect from that is, of course, our match of the week. We will get to that a little bit later on, of course. We've got to talk about our first series of the day. BLG versus RA and Ox. For BLG, it is now or never. You have to start picking up wins because it is not going to get any easier.
Yeah, they're currently 3-6. A lot of work needs to be done to make it to playoffs, but this is... So right now we're in week 6, as we just said. Week 7, they play RNG and JDG. Number 2 in the league and number 4 in the league. FPX, who I just pointed out, on a 4-win streak on week 8. And then week 9 is V5, who are undefeated. They've only dropped 2 games. And then OMG, who, that's the easiest team, I think, in terms of current level that they have to face. And that's not exactly an easy opponent. So, like, it goes without saying, BLG's schedule is incredibly hard. They need wins. They need wins, absolutely. And they cannot afford to be dropping them, because I'm just going to say it. I don't think BLG beat V5, RNG, JDG, or FPX. They have to find an upset, and they have to beat OMG, and they have to win today if they want to keep their hopes of playoffs alive.
Yeah, absolutely. I think for BLG as well, like, you can kind of see some of the things that they're able to do in their games. And yes, there are moments where you're like, with the new players like Khan and Rise coming in, they have had very good moments, but it's about finding that consistency that's going to be the big thing here for this basically new lineup.
Yeah, and I really actually liked how Khan played in the games he's been a part of. Really putting his health bar on the line. And I love junglers that do that. Like, you can see here, ends up very low. And this is a consistent thing. He'll play super aggressive, follow up on these engages that are being set up by the team. And then it did end up with, some points where he's close to going down, but often just, like, using his health bar as a resource to go aggressive. So it's some solid play for him, but still remains to be seen. And still some time for the team to sort of work out how they're going to make him fit in ideally. This was a clip of them up against Weibo, where Weibo did a bit of happy gaming, as they are known to do. But yeah, I think Khan definitely a solid addition. As you said, the other addition has been Rise in the AD carry role. I still think that needs to be seen, needs to see a little bit more of him. I think generally, I think of him as a player who is very focused on, like, having good positioning in team fights, being in a position where he can be that backline threat is what I've seen so far. But still fishing for some opportunities. And here's an example where he looks to go aggressive.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, you can kind of see him kiting very well, making sure he's not getting caught out. And then once he finds that Asim was overstepped, he gets himself right there with the Moonlight Vigil and the Gale Force as well. So really nicely done. Some good promise from him. And that's the kind of thing right now. BLG are a completely different roster. Crisp really being the only thing from Spring. Actually, the only thing really from Spring. Fofo is sharing the spot right now with Icon in the mid lane. So we are starting to see a little bit more coming out here from BLG. Again, resetting the expectations. We'll get a little bit to that later, but kind of looking on the other side of this one as well for RA, it's kind of the same. It's also now or never for these guys, because they have 3 exceptionally hard games coming in after today. They go up against Top Esports, RNG, and EDG. Again, these are not easy teams. This is going to have to be a moment here for RA to kind of say, look, but if you want to get to week 9 and have a chance, you got to at least upset one of these teams.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the thing is, RA have a bit of an easier schedule week 9 and 10, but the expectation is, unless they can find an upset, they're just going to go 0-3 week 7 and 8, which means this adds emphasis to this series. Like, that is a rough schedule. As we just said, it's also the similar position as BLG, and that means there's so much emphasis on this game, so much pressure, because this could be the one. Because not only if RA win, they get a point, they get a bit closer to getting towards playoffs, but they also pull BLG back. It has that double effect. So I cannot put in, like, we could get to the end of the split, and I cannot emphasize this enough, where we look at the standings, and it was this series that dictated whether RA or BLG got in the playoffs. It could come down to that because they have so little wiggle room available to them.
Yeah, there is not really a lot. And again, RA have been showing good moments and also bad. It kind of comes down to their jungler, Leyen. And you can see here, gets a fantastic gank off onto 369, who goes a little bit too far forward. And it is these moments where we kind of say to ourselves, yes, this is a team that can perform very well when they need to, but can also go a bit badly.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's not always an ideal situation. And Leyen has really been trying. I think there's credit to him in that regard. But it just feels like there hasn't been that same consistency that we saw from them in spring. And, you know, they have been shown that they can punish, particularly against like a team like JDG, who are high in the standings. They've shown that if given the opportunity, they will take advantage. But I just feel like the early game is what has needed work.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, this is a great team fight. They get the Baron. They're able to get a fight after it as well. So you can kind of see Cube on this Jax has been a bit of a menace, honestly, drawing bans from JDG in this series as well. So very curious to see how that ends up kind of developing in this particular one as well. And honestly, for RA, it does have to come down to today. I feel like this is going to be a moment here where we kind of, again, see where their standings are going to be. Is it going to be top 10 or bottom 7? And honestly, right now, it does feel like, given the form of both these teams, they could go either side.
Yeah, I think it can go in either direction. I feel like, you know, I said it before how this series is going to be really impactful. I feel like there's a good chance whoever loses the series doesn't end up making playoffs. But I guess it remains to be seen. I feel like obviously BLG are coming in a better position because they are 3-6 compared to RA, who are 2-6, but they've also played that extra series. So still space for them to adjust and navigate from here.
Yeah, and I think I love what you said there as well, kind of resetting expectations. You're kind of saying whoever makes this win will still have a chance. The other one will not. So this is where we got to start talking about these two teams, two previous playoff teams in spring. And there is a sizable chance that neither will make it into playoffs this year. So right now, you got to look at these two teams and start to reevaluate where we put them in the grand scheme of the LPL.
Yeah, BLG are no longer this super team that isn't working. They've switched out a bunch of their players, right? You have to look at the fact that Khan so far has looked solid. Rise hasn't had much opportunity to show himself, but it's still, you know, they're trying to fit in these new pieces to the roster. Whether they make playoffs or not, this is them trying to integrate new players quite late in the season that potentially sets them up for a strong 2023. So I think we have to kind of, you know, drop the perspective that, okay, this is this stacked lineup that's underperforming. They've lost a big part of that identity, and we can go in like fresh eyes on them. For Rare Adam, you know, nothing has really changed in terms of who's playing on the roster. But I think, like, bear in mind, spring, they did make playoffs, but it was by a thin margin. They didn't make it past the first round. I think we can kind of look at them here and just judge them based on how they end up performing today, right? Strive is still very, very new to the league. And I think we kind of got, well, I definitely myself got very hyped on him when he had that performance against Xiaohu, but you got to give them a bit more time before he gets to the point where really he's challenging.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's the thing as well. Like, new team basically completely separated from spring and even in summer, to be perfectly honest, from where we started here for BLG. And for RA, they've had some good moments, like we said. I think Leyen's been exceptional. I think Strive is still very green around the ears, as they like to say. I think he's learning a lot of these different things, but not quite at the level of, you know, again, you look at some of our mid-lane talent in this league, Rookie, Toonby, Scout, Xiaohu, like, you know, even Doonby right now is not even having the best of times, so I would even maybe put him down a couple of pegs there, you know, maybe put even Cream on top of there. There's so much you have to kind of contend with in this league that it's hard to shine all the time, and he's learning as best he can, but sometimes it doesn't quite stick at this particular split. And right now I think that it's going to be important here for RA to kind of figure out where they want to try and take this team, how they want this team to develop, and really just, you know, again, reset their expectations. You're, you know, very on the losing side of not getting into playoffs, so you got to try and figure out where you're going to have to try and fix your errors as such.
And I'm honestly really interested in speaking just like specifically about today's matchup. In the jungle matchup, I feel like Khan into Leyan should be pretty cool, because I think Leyan has been such a big piece for Rare Adam, has been like a front runner in their early game plans on them establishing leads. When they were successful in spring, a big part of it was off him. And Khan so far has shown to have, you know, that aggressive play style, trying to make things happen on the map. So I feel like that could be a really interesting clash, and the game could well be influenced about who finds success and who's able to make things happen.
Yeah, I really do agree. I think that the big thing, as you said, is going to be that jungle matchup because Leyen has been exceptionally proactive in the early game. I think the big thing we look at when we look at Leyen is that he has been their best performing player. I think Cube has been good on certain picks, but definitely comes off of the back of very early proactivity. And we saw in some of the clips there as well. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, but he really does try to get whatever advantage he can for his team because I feel like he just knows that if it's not from him at the moment, it's not going to come from anyone.
Yeah, I feel like that is very true. I feel like, this is kind of the state of the game at the moment, especially when we look at the top teams. We look at V5 of Casa, JDG with Kanavi, and Top Esports with TN. All three have been like super aggressive so far this play. I think honestly, JDG, sometimes in their games, they're probably the most aggressive team at setting up these ADs plays. And I think this is kind of indicative of how the LPL has viewed the meta at the moment. In other regions, the game has slowed down a bit. We've had a lot more scaling picks come through. I feel like the antithesis to that for the LPL has been, okay, you want to play scaling? We'll just smash you super hard in the early game. And so even if there are elements, like things like your Zias, your Corkis in the mid lane, the counterpoint to that is that, teams will still invest in these early skirmishing junglers who will try and get the ball rolling. Because would you rather have a scaling pick who's like down 3k gold or the scaling pick who's up 3k gold? I think it's a bit of a no-brainer.
Absolutely. Actually, I wanted to kind of hit on the meta just for you a little bit because obviously we're seeing a lot of priority on three particular big picks right now outside of the Azir and Corki. We are seeing the Sylas, the Talia, and the Lissandra become kind of the big three as such within the top teams. And I wanted to get your kind of thoughts of why we're seeing such a huge priority specifically on those three mid lane picks.
Yeah, I think, it's honestly just a situation where we had in spring, like the very active roaming meta that was like established. I think that's not as much as a thing as it was before, just because, we had 12-10 where it was a little bit harder to tower dive. Tower dives still feel like a bit less frequent than they were before, despite the fact it happens. It still feels like spring there were far more. I think there's less of a necessity for you to bring like these hard move into side lane, make the dive happen. Things like the TF haven't really showed their face as much. And so you can pick something like Azir, and Azir is the epitome of a champion who is like win lane, but not do much else in the early game. Like he's not the best at moving around the map. He's not the best at facilitating skirmishes, but he's just so good at having priority and being safe. And Corki is a bit more leaning into the scaling in that terms. He doesn't really win lane, but definitely has the freedom just to go for those big Dragon and Herald fights.
Well, we are going to jump into picks and bans. And for BLG, if you've seen that Jax ban and wondering, we did mention Cube has got some pretty decent pocket picks that need to be respected, and BLG will do just that. They take that one off the board. The Gangplank, the Zeri, kind of becoming our standard red side bans right now as RA figure out what way they want to bring this. And for BLG, they're going to ban away the Wukong, so opting maybe to go with something like the Lee Sin or the Viego matchup that we've seen Khan basically lean towards this entire, LPL split.
Yeah, and then we get Callista coming out as a ban, so definitely thinning the priority in terms of AD carries a little bit on the side of Rare Adam. Just interesting seeing that many top lanes actually hit on before with the Jax ban, but does leave Gnar first pick coming out, and Gnar actually the third highest prio pick on the patch. One thing I could say is I wouldn't be surprised if RA decided to take something like the Sylas this early rotation. Sylas is also something that's high priority. If you feel confident and strive on the pick, I would kind of love it here just because of the fact that it does so well into being able to steal away the Gnar role. But I think a more reserve take would be picking like 80 carry support, 80 carry jungle. Aphelios Renata is a really strong combo they could opt into.
Yeah, they could go into the Renata if they so choose. They have got the Aphelios locked in, so still got a very scaling pick coming in there, but the Sylas, like you mentioned, is being hovered here by Rare Adam. And again, I feel like when you pick the Gnar so early, the Sylas just feels like such a no-brainer because the short cooldown of your ultimate, just being able to steal the Gnar ultimate without the conditions is so powerful.
It's so good. I mean, that is the main weakness of Gnar ultimate. You have to be a Mega Gnar, and Sylas ignores that. The fact it's a short cooldown means you can steal it more often. And if you slam the enemy team into a wall, it's 150% AP ratio. It's bonkers the amount of damage that can do in Sylas's hands. Now, quickly, BLG answer with Senna Tom, quickly picking that one up. A really strong bot lane of the patch. But I feel like for Rare Adam, just take Renata here. I think that makes complete sense. You know what the enemy bot lane is. Renata Aphelios is a strong 2v2. You can harass them down, and it scales exceptionally well into the late stages of the game.
It really, really does. But see what they want to kind of go for. The Renata got to be there, I imagine, here for you, Yanja. Maybe go with something a little bit more engaged. We are seeing a couple of... okay, gets the Rakan going. So in team fights, if you do get the perfect engage, can be exceptional. But into the Tam and the Senna, very difficult to actually find that moment.
Yeah, I will use an extreme example, but we saw V5 take Senna Tom into his Ezreal Rakan, not Aphelios Rakan, so a little bit different. but I remember it was the one where like Photic had 60 souls at like 12 minutes and had like fully stacked his support item and also taken like 4 plates or something. It was not pretty. So you're picking a very inactive lane partner for the Aphelios. I expect BLG to look to punish that in the 2v2.
We'll see what they're going to go for. We are going to start to see the Azir band away. And yes, it is part of the meta, but it is also pretty much exclusively what Fofo's been going for in the last few series. As does tend to be his literally favorite champion at the moment, but we'll see what the kind of next few bans end up being. They're kind of banning away the things that Cube can have a decent time on. Cube has been proven to be a little bit of a solo carry on the top side. If you give up resources that Leyen has been able to do, he can take over a game, especially with that side lane pressure. But now the Graves banned away, so trying to take away some of these jungle picks as well. Trying to maybe just forcibly put BLG into a situation of like, look, it is going to be Viego versus Lee Sin. You don't have a choice in this, and we're happy to take it.
Yeah, that is the thing, is that obviously Rare Adam have first choice of what they want to take in the jungle. If there's something they want to commit to, they can take it now. Or, you know, they already know the enemy top laner. They can just take top here and then leave that jungle pick to try and get the best matchup possible. But with the ideas in the mid, this could be Sylas into Gnar. I have seen it before. You know, being the lane opponent of the Gnar, you are going to have a little bit of a rougher time in the early levels, but you're just going to be able to scale up and be super relevant. And it looks like RA might end up committing to that and having... yeah, Sylas top lane with mid lane Corki.
I mean, it fits into what the style of gameplay Cube tends to go for. Cube is very much a side lane brawler. He loves to have that kill pressure. And honestly, from level 6, there is kill pressure. Like we mentioned, the Gnar ultimate, you have a direct access to it. You're going to be so powerful if you can combo it up. And it does also fit in terms of the pick bans, because Rare Adam, they love to get Leyen whatever he wants. They want to try and see how comfortable he can be, because like I said, he's been their best performing player so far this split.
Yeah, I am a bit concerned though, because Victor has now been picked up by Fofo, and that is a hard lane for Corki to deal with. We've seen time and time before. We had that Victor Corki meta and start of spring where Victor would be able to provide praise. Yep, there was that one. There was also Strive specifically played Victor 2 games against RNG late in the season. And it was Xiao who's Corki, and he just dominated the matchup. That's why they ended up 2-0ing them. So we have a rough lane matchup mid for Rare Adam, a rough bot lane matchup, and a top lane matchup that, you know, is rough in the early levels. It takes time to get going unless you can sort of outplay Bin and get on top of him with the Sylas. So for me, I feel like BLG have the advantage in lanes quite significantly coming out of this draft phase.
Yeah, and it's something that we've kind of been seeing a little bit more from BLG in the most recent series as well, is that their early game has been solid. They've been able to set themselves up for success. It's been their mid-game shot calling that we've always kind of come into question for this team, but it's kind of that, good, compliment sandwich. Good at the start, not so great in the middle, good at the end. That's kind of how we see BLG, but it is going to be the Viego locked in here for Leyen, so we talked about that Lee Sin and Viego matchup. It is going to be pretty much comfort for both these junglers here, and honestly right now we're looking at how these two teams can really set themselves up, because I'm looking at the side of BLG, and like you said, they have winning lanes pretty much across the board. There's no real kill threat going to be in that bot side. The Corki's going to struggle into the Victor, and of course the Gnar will be ranged and have that kill pressure, or even just lane pressure into the Sylas right up until level 6. So what do you think Rare Adam can do to maybe even mitigate that, or do they just kind of have to, lay down and die a little bit for the first few minutes?
It's tricky. One thing is that when you have those lanes, the tendency is they're going to be pushing up, playing aggressive. So perhaps we can see Leyen find opportunities to gank. You have to be really wary though, because if you're counter ganked, you will suffer massively. Yeah. And I think things like securing an early dragon, sneaking that one away, can give you more time to lead into the late stage of the game. You have Corki, right? Corki's going to be a monster later on. Sylas is going to be super powerful in team fights with the ult choices. You have this Aphelios, who's obviously going to be a bit of a problem. I don't think it's like clear cut in terms of scaling, because obviously like there's aspects like the Senna who scales pretty well into the later stages. But I do feel like RA will feel a lot more comfortable in the later stages. So just mitigate the pressure from BLG and potentially try and find some punishes on those laners. But you are in for a rough ride in this early game.
Yeah, you're in for a rough ride, and it's not as if the scaling isn't there for the side of BLG. BLG have an awful lot going for them in that side as well. The Senna, of course, infinitely scales. The Victor is exceptional. The Gnar will still be a menace in those side lanes and even in team fights, but we'll have to wait and see. No more hypothesizing, no more theories as we jump onto the Rift for Game 1 of this best of 3. BLG versus RA. Both these teams sitting on 6 losses and only a couple of wins. Both these teams desperate to try and make that either their third or fourth win for RA or BLG respectfully. But RA already starting to see if they can maybe get a little bit of a cheeky level 1 going for themselves. And sadly for them, BLG have already kind of snuffed out that they don't want to be giving themselves too much risky business.
Yeah, and I mean, this is the correct approach when you know that lanes are going to be a little bit rough. RA going for invades like this can shake things up, potentially find an advantage, potentially put things off kilter, but unfortunately won't be able to find anything for themselves, and things will just kind of progress as would be expected in the early level. So I think tracking the junglers is going to be an important factor. One thing to note is we haven't actually seen RA get any vision down. I feel like that's a really important thing. As I said, if Leon can find ganks onto the pushing lanes, that's going to be really favorable. But you have to be tracking Khan. You have to see what this Lee Sin is, because if you try and gank top, for example, and Lee Sin turns up, it's going to go badly. I don't think I need to highlight why.
That's your job, Ox. That is your job in this particular situation, to highlight absolutely everything and hear what and why. But
okay, Lee Sin strong.
Yeah. Stronks. That's all you need to know. But yeah, I think that's why we see Khan going with this matchup. He knows that in those early skirmishes, the Lee Sin just has an advantage over something like the Viego, so is going to be able to make a bit more of an impact between those, you know, kind of 1 to 6 levels. And this is going to be a curious one to see as well. Like we said, the laning phase should belong to BLG, and RA are going to have to find opportunities around it. But how do you find those opportunities is the big question, because I'm going to be looking at, as you said, towards Leyen, going for those gank towards topside. It looks like he is going to be able to get towards that top side fairly quickly, and actually it's going to be matched here by Khan. You mentioned how, you know, if he finds himself in a 2v2, it will go in BLG's favor, and he knows that if he can't clear the camps as quick, he just has to clear less camps.
Yeah, I will say one thing is that, like, if you find a window where Cube can connect his stun onto the Gnar, and then Leon could follow up, that's the opportunity, right? Is that you can burst down that mini Gnar quite quickly. But I think that becomes harder if Mega's available, or just if anything doesn't connect. But you can see right now, top lane, Bin really controlling the wave here. Bot, once again, the center Tom having heavy push, causing issues. Mid lane, we did see, obviously, Corki get that early push just on the first level, but Victor will start to regain control in the matchup. And this is how we expect it to go, right? And as well, Fofo gone for, like, the heavy harass runes. He's got Airy, he's got Scorch, he's looking to trade frequently. And as you can see already, he's starting to put pressure down on this Corki. Yeah, and Leon gonna see that there's a ward there after using the Scryer's Bloom, so gets himself that particular one and kind of moves himself away. But having full knowledge of exactly where this Viego is important here for the side of BLG. Khan, though, gonna check the brush, and now the junglers kind of have a little bit of a moment where they decide who wants to scuttle and who wants to fight. But with the priority top, you're not going to be able to take that fight here as RA. And this is the problem. Because RA didn't do their homework and get the early vision onto BLG, they end up matching in terms of pathing, which all that means is that Khan is going to be able to get that top side scuttle and get the bot side scuttle, because Leon is on the same side, and Leon knows there is nothing he can do in the river. The river is not his territory. You saw he hesitated looking for that top scuttle, but as soon as he saw the movement, knew he couldn't go. Well, Rise taking a fair chunk of damage onto his health bar, but again, still Senate, so we'll be able to heal it back up. But yeah, like you said, I think just smart reads coming out from BLG to say, cool, well, we have pressure in mid regardless. We have push in bot, so I'm going to be able to go for that scuttle as well. And because I don't care about anything on the top side, you can get a free reset in for Bin, so gets himself back with a pair of boots and a longsword. So in this laning phase, it's kind of going as expected here for the side of BLG. It's really much just going to be on top of RA to make decisions to figure out how they can influence the map outside of what BLG are doing. Yeah, and I think an early Dragon sneak would go a long way for RA. But that is something to be said, is that one thing with having the Corki in their lineup, if, for example, BLG starts stacking up Dragons, or if you fall behind, at least you know you can sort of bring the package and have like a point to contest those as it goes later into the game. But you know, for the time being, it is just trying to avoid the pressure coming out. Now, Cube actually finds a pretty nice trade on the Bin. And this is the thing with this matchup. As much as, like, you have the range advantage on the Gnar, champions that can punish the Gnar ones, you can get on top of you in melee range. And if Cube is able to find the stuns, particularly there where he interrupted the jump, that's where you can find favor in the trade. But obviously, if you do dash in and miss the stun, enjoy losing most of your health bar. Yeah, that's basically it. It's a high risk, high reward, you gotta say. It does offer up Cube an opportunity to be able to get himself back onto the map and not have to use his TP, as he was able to get the crash down there. We will see Yuyanja trying to just go for a little bit of engage here, as iBoy does have the Graviton gun to try and CC combo it up. But again, it's so difficult to make something stick. But speaking of make something stick, Strive is about half HP. Fofo
is just going to walk away from this one with the gravity well. It's just not really something you can look to try and make happen here as Leanne, and he's struggling right now to try and figure out what to do. Again, we talked about how proactive he normally is in the early stages. He can't really be proactive right now because it's just not an opportunity. Here we go. Heal has to be used here by Rise as an Ignite does pop down. And I will say, despite everything, RA are being as opportunistic as they can in this bot side and trying to punish the new boy in the bot lane of BLG.
And I like that they're actually going for this, because one of the things with the Senna is, like, pre-6, the Tom can't actually do that much to help you out. Like, the only thing you can do is, like, walk into range of your opponent and challenge them. And obviously, with the Rakan, he could just dip out of range again after going in for the W. So finding these trade opportunities, causing some pressure is positive to see. But in the meantime, this is what I wanted from RA, is them going for that early dragon. So whereas they might not be able to match so easily, and you see Khan is going to pick up the third scuttle as well, so 100% scuttle rate for him. Leon's done a decent job of keeping up in farm. He's picked up that early dragon, so it alleviates the pressure a decent amount. And you can see, like, look at the itemization coming out from Strive. It's kind of expected, but like Cold Tier, this is not a Corki who's going to be opting into the game anytime soon.
No, and again, like, getting that dragon, like you said, is actually pretty big for RA. It does keep them in a... If they don't feel comfortable going for the next dragon in 4.5 minutes because they're not quite at item spikes, which, as you said, by the items, they're probably not going to be, then they're totally happy to let that one go. They're not really under pressure to forcibly make something happen, and that's exactly what you want to be seeing here as RA kind of slowly build themselves into the game. And I'm going to be honest with you, Ox, it's going to be a slow one. It's going to be something that we kind of expected here to see as, both teams built towards those scaling mid laners, the Corki and the Victor, and especially with the lack of prio you have in RA, there's not really much of an opportunity to make things happen.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing, is that, we might see some action at this Herald, but ultimately that's probably going to be the first point where we get some, like, actual clashes between this team. We could still see them up to not clash, but actually look at this point. Finn is about to go mini, and the Mega now is available for Cube.
Yeah, they're just going to try and get him away. The Abscond Abduct did close the gap, but this is a pretty big move here from Leanne, and he's able to kind of keep the top lane away. So this is going to be Bin losing out a lot of CS, a lot of experience not there available to him, and there's no real response right now from the side of BLG because Khan was just not on the map. He was on a reset.
Yeah, so no real window to do anything of a turn. Now, it just looks like Khan's going to be heading up towards the top side of the map to contest the Herald, but easy plates to come in. And as you said, like, the fact that you're getting this advantage in a lane when you've had these disadvantages in sort of the draft means you're in a comfortable position. If you can get this Silas ahead, he can be an absolute monster here. I already emphasized how strong the Silas's ability to steal the Gnarl and have that huge AP ratio is. But I think it won't be up much longer. It might time out soon, and that might influence whether they're going to be able to look for this Herald on the top side. Bear in mind, they don't have package either. Leanne's pathing towards bot. I think they're happy with the plates. They're going to sacrifice the Herald in return, and then maybe lean into the package to sort of play for the next dragon or objectives going forward.
Yeah, the hijack should run out now. As you can see there, I just used it to clear the wave in the top right of your screen if you were keeping an eye on that particular summoner spell, or excuse me, ultimate spell. But we'll see in the bot side here, Moonlight Vigil was used and a flash as well. So Rise, again, not having the full, safety of his own kit, not having the Dawning Shadow available to him alongside a Devour. But now Crisp, this is a difficult dive to make work, or maybe they're just going to go for Rise because Rise is the one that doesn't get himself in position. He's already caught, and he's been first blooded. RA with a beautiful catch there onto the returning Senna.
And I feel like Crisp just didn't even respond. He was kind of just chilling there like, okay, I'm doing my own thing, and now they might look for him as well.
Yeah, he's going to have to flash away, which means he's away from the bot side. As you can see, Strive coming in as well. So this is good proactivity coming out from RA. I will say there is going to be a reaction coming out here from BLG, as they're going to be able to drop the Rift Herald into mid.
Yeah, the thing is, though, this TP is going to come in. They will get 2 plates mid. They won't even get a third because Fofo has to back away. The fact that RA has found these fantastic windows to get a bunch of gold top and bot, really good. But there might be a punish coming in.
Might be a punish. Chris just used to Devour it offensively to try and get on top of Leanne. Doesn't land on top of him. There's no flash available to him. No Heartbreaker either. And that's going to be the jungler, you would imagine, falling down now. And that's Rise getting a little bit of a return kill. Bit of revenge there for the BLG bot laner. And we talked about all these different positives, but for RA, they spend a little bit too much time trying to make sure they stick the landing, and sadly, they fumble.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, I think RA can still be happy. They have a gold lead. Despite the fact BLG got that Herald, they managed to find those windows, those opportunities to punish. They have that first dragon, and package is going to be available for that second one if they want to take it. So solid so far from a team who I felt like didn't give themselves enough space in the draft.
Now we're going to see exactly where this kind of one goes for. And again, we talked about the dragon stacking, but let's have a look at the replay here, because again, it's just very good opportunistic movement here as they recognize, okay, this guy hasn't gone back yet, and Chris kind of goes, right, guys, come on down. We can take this because I've got the Devourer.
Yeah, and I mean, they just buy so much time. And the fact he doesn't have ult or flash, like, Yuan just stays around for such a long time trying to, like, save him. But if you even look at how Crisp and Rise played this, they knew Liam was dead. They were trying to see if they could find Yanja as well. But it's Rakan with flash available. Wasn't going to happen. But they still managed to at least punish and get that one kill.
And coming back into this now one as well, we kind of said that, you know, dragging up in a few seconds, this is going to be RA just stacking themselves up. They do have access to the Gale Force now, so decent item spike in the bot side of the map. Cube has hijacked the Gnar ultimate as well. Will not have TP for this, but with a package available, RA want to fight this, and they want to continue to stack these dragons as a win condition.
I think they should. I think they're in a comfortable position. iBoy is going to be strong with that Gale Force, as you hinted on. Strive isn't really strong in terms of items, but doesn't need to be. Top laners aren't moving. This is second dragon picked up for RA. Easy as that. So fantastic start for this game. Infernal Soul going to be the one on the map, which would obviously be insane for RA. If you have Infernal Soul with Corki, it's pretty disturbing. But it looks like, you know, they're still fishing for a fight here.
Yeah, they're looking for him. There's a flashback, excuse me, not a flashback, quickness after the ward jump from Khan comes out, and that's just good play from the side of Khan. We talked about this guy being a good playmaker from BLG, maybe not the greatest of all right now, but still showing very good promise, and things like that, building up, you know, kind of a small little window there where they don't have the quickness, means they can't fully engage onto Rise. They will get the Devourer out, though, straight away, because the Moonlight Vigil was coming in hot.
Yeah, manages to dip away from that one. But I love that the bot lane of RA have looked a challenge in this matchup. You know, wasn't exactly the most fun in the early laning phase with them getting pushed to the tower and harassed, but able to find some opportunities. Particularly Yanja, I feel like, has constantly threatened and made Rise have a difficult time. Obviously, post 6, you have the gobble from the Tom, so it's not as much of a problem. But yeah, and also something to note is because Rise missed out, because he did die earlier. Well, heavy engaged coming in. I don't think you get anything there, but regardless, because Rise died earlier, he is only level 6, has fallen behind in XP, but now BLG looking to try and punish.
Yeah, you do still have the ultimate here for Khan, so we can maybe kick someone there. Yanja trying to stay away from his own AD carry to make sure they don't get the double kick up, but they will get a knock up there, and that's going to be Fofo locked in under tower. They get the ignite in. The kick back, though, is fantastic, and that's exactly what you wanted to see. RA got a little bit too comfortable with that one there, and BLG punish acceptably.
Ends up being a massive flub. I'm going to be real, because not only do they end up losing out on the play, but Cube TPing down bot to try and defend there. And now he's going to lose quite a bit up against Bin in the top lane. With Demolish, should be 2 plates taken here.
3.
Yeah, so RA, they had a good early game so far, but kind of flubbing there.
And that's the big thing that we're talking about. Yes, we do see very good positives from RA, but it is the little things that just stack against them as we look at the replay here, because they do great just to make sure they don't get caught out, but then they just get a little bit overzealous trying to catch out Fofo.
Yeah, and BLG, they can definitely feel like this play isn't going to go well, right? They don't have the gobble from the Tom. It's just a bit of an overstay, but the Sonic Wave connects into the root. And honestly, I feel like iBoy, you know, you have the Gale Force. Well, it was on cooldown then, but you have like the flash available. You really shouldn't be getting caught out in that situation. And it kind of makes it such a free play for BLG.
Yeah, I feel like at that point you should be either when you see the Lee Sin or before the root is able to land, you know they're going to try and jump on top of you. You know they haven't used the Dragon's Rage kick yet, so it is just a bit of an unfortunate situation there as RA sadly give up a kill. But I will say they are still doing fairly decently on the gold side. It is pretty much equal across the board. And 2 minutes 10 till the next dragon spawns. That will put them on the soul point. But you got 10 seconds till the next Rift Herald comes in. Now we're going to see Rise forced to flash away as he was getting jumped onto, as was Crisp. Here comes the Dawning Shadow over 4 members. There's another great kick. And it's on to iBoy. If you didn't use your flash last time, there's a pretty high chance you're not going to use it this time.
Yeah, and great kick coming out from Khan. They're finding the opportunity, finding the window that will lead them to getting the second Herald. This is why this player has been such a breath of fresh air for this team. Really good at fishing for windows to punish the enemy carries. And there will be a trade-off. A lot of damage done to this bot lane tower, but Strive, you don't win that, by the way.
No, you do not, especially with Mega coming in. He does have Lien in the sides, but he's already lost nearly half his health bar, if not a little bit more. So Got to be so careful in these situations. Leanne and Yuyanja trying to sneak around Vision. They have done so. This could be a nice little engage coming out here. Cube is available to try and maybe go in on top of this one here, but now they can see there's no flash on Rise, and he should be going down, but no, there is the Devourer coming in. The quickness is there to try and charm up everybody. Heartbreaker comes down. The Tam Kench has been taken over, as has the Senna, and a great opportunistic moment. Yuyanja and Leanne perfectly synced up.
Fantastic play there, and fishing for the window. Rise and Chris just stepping up, hitting the tower like nobody's business, and I feel like a bit of overconfidence from BLG. It ends up costing them heavily, losing both of those 2 kills. And I love the patience from Yuyanja, using the quickness, and he could have just jumped ahead and tried to CC Khan, but instead he just sat on top of Chris, waited for Rise to come out, and basically meant that the Lee Sin couldn't do anything. How are you gonna Sonic Wave in when there's a charm ready on that Rakan to CC you as soon as you move forwards?
And here we go. Look at the replay here. This is going to be the first play. And again, you're kind of just waiting for all these different moves to be done. And once you see iBoy very much isolated, Khan's like, hey, how's it going, buddy? You're dead.
Yeah, and the fact he ward hops into the kick flash doesn't even give him the opportunity to react. Like, if a Sonic Wave connects him, you would think that iBoy would be ready to flash, but he just does not give him the window. Very clean on those mechanics. Now, BLG have that second Herald and looking to throw it down mid. They should just get this one, but there's 4 members of RA there to respond. Strive is grabbing the package and has TP. It looks like they really want to make this dragon happen.
They need to try and get there as quick as possible, but BLG are calling their bluff and saying, look, we're happy to take a fight. You've got some big key items as well coming in, but we'll have to wait and see how it all goes. You still don't have flash on Strive. No flash is available for the BLG bot lane either, and Khan not going to have a flash kick of himself, but Yuyanja got the quickness, goes in. There's going to be a Devourer available. Oh, that's not good synergy right there. The package knocks everybody out of the Moonlight Vigil, and Strife ends up going down. The Mega Gnar has been stolen. Cube has been taken out. This is very sloppy from RA, and BLG are having a field day with just taking them out.
And it just felt like it was such a poor engage. There's so many members of BLG with their flashes unavailable. Khan, Rise, Chris, all 3 without flashes. They end up trying to go on Fofo, and it just does not work. Yuyanja, I think he went in way too quick there on that play, and they end up getting punished here. Now, BLG, those stacking dragons were a concern. With them securing this one, they're in a much more comfortable position.
This is a big problem now for the side of RA. You are kind of stacking up, but just letting these big objectives go over. You're giving over gold, and it just felt a bit panicked. You had a great opportunity there, but just really not on the same page. And for me right now, RA just need to just calm down a little bit. Think about where you're going. Look at all the different resources that the side of BLG have and try and just whittle those away. The success we've seen from them has been when they've gotten Devour out and flashes away from players that they can't actually utilize those big defensive ultimates.
I think maybe the thought process was they were trying to make it engage before the Gnar was there, and they knew Devour was down. But the fact that Fofo's flash mitigates it, and this great turnaround comes in, Chris finding the knock-up, the Dawning Shadow from the Senna doing a lot, but we have more fighting happening right now.
I mean, Leanne doesn't have Heartbreaker or Flash. He gets himself the Battle Dance to keep him alive, but for how much longer? Crisp is coming. He's not quite got himself any kind of Abyssal Dive. His drive, he's very low. Oh, the one more Tongue Lash, and there's going to be the Q to finish it all off. Fofo picks up that one for himself, and yeah, Strive on this Corki, honestly not having a good game. Really looking uncomfortable on this pick.
Yeah, it just feels like he still needs so much time to scale on this one. And I'm going to say as well, even for Cube on the Silas, he went for the Liandry's first. You know, we've been used to seeing the Everfrost. Everfrost did get nerfed, so there's been some Night Harvester I saw once, I think. But mostly, the reason Everfrost is so good is it gives you that mana, that health, and the active. The Liandry's build means you're so squishy. Like, you don't have any health in your items. I think he's going Demonic Embrace maybe second to try and mitigate that. But you saw in that earlier team fight, he got absolutely chunked out. And it just feels like everyone on the side of RA is so squishy. Like, there's no one to really bear the brunt of the damage. And when you're up against the likes of this Victor, of the Gnar, of the Senna, they can just burst you out in such rapid time.
Yeah, it does feel like right now it's just, you know, you need to find someone to burst out and try and kill them off. But with a Senna and a Tam, it's so difficult to really make that a reality. Your only real target's got to be Fofo, but even then, if he's anywhere near the Tam Kench, or even the Gnar or the Lee Sin, they can just disengage. They can get you off of him and make sure you're not able to get that pick off. So you are relying a lot on the burst damage of RA, and BLG are happy to keep kind of pushing forward. The longer the fights go on, the better it is for them, and you can see just how hard it is for RA to stick to a target.
Yeah, well, we can sort of take stock of how the game is, because it's a 2,000 gold lead. And I think at this point, you know, you've taken down all the tier 1s, well, in BLG's case. Dragon's going to be in 2.5, so you can obviously play towards that. But you can start to, like, you know, look for mid-prio, lean into the jungle, contest vision, try and push these waves in and look to threaten there. You see Crisp and Rise are there on the map, so if they can push in here, they can sort of link up with their mid and top and try and contest some of this red side jungle, see if they can find a pick.
And finding picks how to do it, but for BLG, they're happy to continue with this. Like, in my opinion, it's just going to be keep the side lanes pushed up, group up for those big objectives like the Dragon in 2 minutes. But with a Victor and a Senna, you're kind of happy to just let them farm, pick up items, and just become, again, more unkillable as the game goes on.
I mean, I will say, I feel like one thing is that the Corki is a timer, right? Corki is going to become a problem later on. So as much as the one thing to mention is, although they secured that third Dragon, RA have 2. So Soul is still a long, long way away. And the more time you give to RA, the more they're going to come back in the matchup. Now is like a position of power. Now is where I think RA should be trying to find windows, opportunities to pull ahead in the game and not just be willing to lean into scaling. I think that's the thing with RA's composition, is as much as I don't think it's like a clear moment where it's like, oh, we outscale. Like, as you said, Victor Senna very strong later. Corki Poke, especially when he hits level 16. A lot of people talk about champions with 16 spikes. Cassadin, Kale are great examples. The bonus AD ratio on the rockets from Corki actually goes up with levels. So at level 16, it's 75% bonus AD and 150% on the big ones. That is a scary point. You can see already Strive, he's about to finish stacking his mana meter, just has come in now. He's starting to spike and be relevant.
Yeah, he's starting to be a very large Yordle, just sitting there in his little flying Earth, shall I say, but he's going to be the top tower pretty much secured here by RA's just presence alone, as Fofo wasn't really in a position to try and contest that one without having full knowledge of where Yuyanja and Leyen were. So that's going to be almost all outer towers taken. They still haven't taken down the mid one. That's always going to be a difficult one with a Victor in the game. He's got exceptional wave clear as we come up to 22 minutes into the game. It's a 2,000 gold lead, actually just under it for BLG. 2 dragons to 1 to RA, like you mentioned earlier. And it does feel like with the package available, 20 seconds till the Dragon, this is the moment here for RA with a double item spike and a stopwatch here for Strife. This is a moment here with everyone having their summoners available as well.
Yeah, and if you look across the items, you said the double item spike, but it's 2 for Strive, 2 for iBoy, 2 for Cube, 2 for Leon. Everyone has just rounded out their items here. They have the package, they have a stopwatch and Strive, which means you can package more aggressively to try and find a window. They really want to fight this, or they really want to find something.
What is going
they've
on
disconnected.
here? Yeah.
They've disconnected.
I was just about to say, I was just like, what is happening here? Looks like we do have a mass disconnection there from RA, so we do apologize for that. Of course, we are going to have League officials. That one's a difficult one, because you can't just reconnect. You're going to have to try and chrono break to a previous point in the game, because he's after taking a lot of free damage that he probably wouldn't have taken.
Which, I mean, you can't really, like, it's so hard when you're in a game, you see someone, you go for the trade, like Fofo lays it and then put the W down, and I think that's when they realized something was up. And then, you know, the fact, obviously RA wouldn't have been connected, it'll have been BLG who'll have paused and said, oh, okay, I think they've DC'd, or maybe admins or officials have paused, but regardless, like, you know, it's unfortunate because in those moments, it doesn't instantly twig. You're not thinking about, oh, they've disconnected. And so
you're just seeing the person in front of you. It's a competitive
you just throw the laser down and you're like, hey, what's going on? Oh, okay. And that little second, because now that we have the half HP Corki for Strive, it does kind of change the dynamic of how this fight's going to approach. So hopefully everything gets sorted and we get reconnected and we get a decision on what's going to happen. But yeah. It's just frustrating because that was the point where, you know, you could tell they were ready. They were like, we're going to fight. We're going to make this happen. We've got everything we want.
Everyone literally just froze and was just like, nobody's here. We'll see you, of course. We'll get a full update.
I was saying, like, how Fofo didn't con instinct. Even I was thinking, wow, why are they all standing still? Just like,
I was even more curious because I was like, why are they posturing so aggressively around the Baron? Like, it's like we're going for the Dragon here, but maybe it's a different play.
I was like, this is so in sync. The fact they're all just like standing still. It's like, you know, when people are playing against Rek'Sai and like one of the tricks where you like you stay still so he can't see you and then you pick. I was like, there's no Rek'Sai in the game. What are they? So
they have perfect vision. What's going on here? But yeah, it was a little bit unfortunate. Of course, once we get an update on what's happening, I have a feeling this could be a lengthy one right now. The internet is completely DC. They will have to try and remake the game up to a point that would probably require a chrono break as well. So we'll have to wait and see how it ends up all going. But we will keep you all updated as we can get there. But I can't really, it's such an unfortunate time as well because this Dragon is huge. This Dragon fight could be massive if RA are able to pick up a couple of kills and the Dragon itself, even if they come down in kills, if they can just pick up the Dragon and they say they trade 3 for 1 or something like that, it's still massively in their favor.
Yeah, and I mean, the fact that they have those 2 early dragons, if they take this dragon fight, for example, get that 3rd one, Soul is on the cards for the next one, they'll have the package again. It's a real win con for RA that they can lean into.
Yeah.
But we'll have to see what it comes from it. I think we can just talk about how the game's gone so far, because I feel like as much as I think BLG had those advantages on lane that we talked about, I think RA has done a fantastic job of mitigating that. They're down in gold, don't get me wrong, and it definitely feels like BLG have found the momentum. But those early levels, I think the fact they got those 2 dragons, the fact that Leanne got the plates on those towers, should really be praised as a way of like navigating a bit of a difficult situation I feel like they had from draft. And also in the bot lane, Yanja doing a fantastic job of punishing Ryze and putting him on the back foot in a matchup where typically Rakan doesn't get to do much.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like Yanja was exceptional throughout the laning phase as well in terms of the other side. Yes, he had a couple of blunders here and there, but it does feel like he'd done everything in his power to make sure iBoy had a safe laning phase, to make sure they got the advantages they could have garnered from it. And that bot lane pressure equaled 2 dragons. That bot lane pressure made it so that they were able to put themselves in a position and say, look, even if we can't get the dragons, we're not in a hole, they're not getting themselves up the soul point like you mentioned, and we will just start to scale off into the distance with the Corki. So there's still plenty to be said. I think Yuyanji's had a great game so far. On the other side of that, though, I do think that BLG have just been playing slightly better in terms of as a team. It does feel like people like iBoy have been dropping the ball quite significantly, and Khan has been very good at just kind of capitalizing on some of the big mistakes there from the RA bot laner.
Yeah, I think that's the thing, has been caught out in those fights 2 times in a row, and unfortunately, and I think that's kind of the thing, is that like when you're playing a pick like Aphelios, you do kind of have to like be on the edge of danger, right? Because you are short range, you want to be up close, especially when you got weapons like red white. But Khan doing a really good job, and this was kind of something I wanted to hit on, you know, that we did show in the earlier clips, but I didn't mention more in detail, that we were showing before the show. We had some clips of Khan's play before. What I really love about him as a player is that he will like fully commit to trying to find the enemy backline and be very effective at it. Like there was a couple of moments where like I think it was Fofo like packaging in, or it might be Icon, I can't remember who was playing on that day, and then he would always be there to follow up. Like you package on the enemy AD carry and he's there to follow up, make sure they take them out. And I think his read on how to pick apart the enemy backliners is really excellent. I think it's just such a fun way to approach team fights as well.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think it is just a very good kind of, you know, setup of how he reads the game, how he's able to find these opportunities that sometimes they're just very, very small. That's the big thing. I think what separates a good player from a great player is that how big the opportunity is might just be minuscule, might be even 0.3 of a second available to you to say, look, this is how you make this one work. But he's able to make it work. So I think that's why we're so excited about these guys and some of the younger players coming up through, the likes of Dream, of course, Khan in there as well. These guys are making a name for themselves, and it's very exciting to see them kind of move up. And have got a slight update. There was a network issue from the side of RA. We are investigating as we
guessed
speak.
it.
Yeah, we did. Well, when everyone mass DCs, I have a feeling it's not just one guy, but we will be going straight back into game. And honestly, they're going straight back in from that point. So you do not have Strife here with enough HP to really contest. So it looks like they're going to have to give up that dragon and go for the next one afterwards.
It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate, but that's the way it ends up being. Sadly, Strife gets chunked out quite heavily in that situation. And the end result is going to see BLG just pick up that dragon and equalize 2 for 2. So RA gonna have to lean into a little bit later into the game to try and make up that slack. Not too far down in terms of gold, only about just under 2,000, so still in a reasonable position. And like I said, they're hitting the spikes, they're coming online. Aphelios still has position to get stronger. Third item, he'll be a different monster. There's still opportunity for the Corki to really scale up. Salas is starting to be strong as well, so in a solid position.
Yeah, in a pretty solid position there. Like we said, yes, they do lose the second dragon. It is unfortunate, but it is not the end of the world. They are still very much in a, you know, good spot as a scaling kind of comes into play. You now have the demonic embrace, like you mentioned, for Cube. You've got some pretty good items here on iBoy, who needs to be very careful with how he moves forward. You do not want to be getting caught out by the constant slows, because of the tongue lash, it may seem like a kind of throwaway CC, but it is significant, especially when you're something like an Aphelios that only really has your Gale Force as your mobility.
Yeah, I mean, if that connects, it could just make it difficult. A lot of slows on this side of BLG. Something to think about as well is like when Victor has all his items upgraded. Oh, Cube looking.
He's going for it. It's going to be difficult to really make this damage stick, as Bin is still on the Gnar, still has got some pretty decent resistances after we build that Force of Nature. So it is going to be Just a trade-off there, but yeah, it's hard to do much as the Silas in this lane.
Here's the problem is that because he's gone for this build, right, which is like the percentage HP burn build. Demonic Embrace is particularly effective on melees. It just does more. But Bane already has a Force of Nature, which is like such a broken magic resist item. He's also 2 levels up in the matchup. He's level 15 to Cube's level 13. I don't think this wins you the side lane having those items. And I think it makes you weaker in team fights. Like that burn damage, like Silas isn't the best at applying it to multiple people. Silas has incredible AP ratios. Like his E is 100%, his W and his Q, I think his second explosion of his Q is 90%, his first is like 45, his W is 90%. I already said how the Gnar ultimate's 150. Like to me, you just want that raw AP on the Silas. Like going for this burn, it doesn't win you side lane, and I think it just makes you weaker in team fights. So we'll see how it ends up panning out. I haven't seen this build too much before. Maybe there's some value, but I feel like it's more suited to a champion you can apply it to multiple members easily.
Yeah, multiple members, and also consistently as well. For Silas to really do the damage, you feel like he has to, well, not you feel like, he has to be in melee range. He has to be in a position to be able to put that consistently down. I will stop myself very slightly here, though, as Fofo thinking about walking forward. They now know he's there, and Yuyanja's in position to capitalize. Fofo going to eat himself a nice little bit of fruit to make sure that he's up and healthy, but Yuyanja Dale's thinking about this one. This could be a big pick here right before Baron. They're going to go for it. They're going to jump straight on top of him. He has no one to protect him. The TP is coming in, but it's going to be answered. Khan trying to jump in on top of this one here, but he's not really in a position to fight this one. Bin is going to be getting Mega very, very soon, but he's already taken so much damage. Cube goes in with the ultimate, but he's not quite able to make it stick. Good abscond abduct, forces out the Devour, as Bin actually gets spit out way before he's actually able to take it, but this could be Baron here for RA.
Yeah, the big thing there, although they don't get another kill, they chunk them. Look at the health bars of BLG. Khan actually clears the Grump to get some health back. They're going to try and contest this one, but it is going to be difficult for BLG.
Boy, though, he's feeling confident. He goes straight in. They know if they kill the Lee Sin, it could be huge. As we can see there, Strife goes golden using a broken stopwatch. The Lee Sin goes down. The Baron will be reset. You will have Fofo in a few seconds. And with TP, they can't go for it. But 2 good picks coming out here from RA as they try to pick up the pace.
It's just unfortunate. So many members had to pull away. If the Lee Sin had died immediately, they might have kept the Baron aggro and might have gone for it. But as you said, Fofo being up with TP available, you do not want to be stuck in a Baron pit against that Victor. So the reset, they're going to be able to try and play for this dragon in a minute. But I love that RA coming out with this aggression, trying to find windows, not just leaning towards the neutral objectives. And this is a good one. This is why you don't want your Victor typically going up in the side lane. Yan just sets a fantastic trap, and they just leave no room for him to really do anything. And then the TP had already started to be channeled. The Bin just kind of had to disengage from the situation. But now, back to life. 45 seconds until that dragon. Strive is going to push mid out, and then he's going to reset and grab the package. He has a GA available, so even more emphasis on being able to dive in deep. He has a TP as well to be able to get back quickly with the package, but he hasn't hit level 16 yet. Doesn't have that final point in his ultimate.
The big thing as well, yes, RA got the 2 picks, but they did use a hell of a lot of flashes. No flash on Leyen, no on Strive, and none on Yuyanja. Strive going to be TPing back in with the package like you talked about. We're going to have a GA available to Strive, so he's on 3 items and 1 level away from that level 16. Now, Dragon's going to be spawning, but that is a lot of damage, Ox.
That's what you want to hit, right? Big one came out, and he connects on a Rise, and the Rise does have a decent amount of sustain. Remember, this is a level 11 Senna, 3 levels down on iBoy. Really struggling, and I think RA on a position of power. They should be able to take this fight. They just need to find a good package.
Yeah, and there's going to be the Gnar ultimate stolen, hijacked by Cube as the dragon has been started, and it's going to start being shredded. They do have the Sonic Wave landing here on Khan, as he's going to try and maybe make something work here. They wait for it to go out. Ooh, it was close. The smite was a little early, about 133 left on that, but it is still soul point for RA now. They still have the package if they want to try and look for a fight, but BLG recognize this, and BLG want to go for the inside track up towards Baron.
Oh, Fofo could be in trouble in this position.
Oh, he's forced to flash. That's, yeah, what you talked about. Fofo not really in a great position there. Does lose his summoner, and now you don't have that for a potential Baron dance as we start to move up to the top side for that objective.
It was just a freebie. It was just a freebie and a bit of a mistake. Now, you see there's a big wave top that RA want to answer, but BLG trying to force them into contesting this Baron. Yuan should just build a ward over the wall. I don't think there really is that much of a chance of this play continuing. I feel like BLG, despite the package being down, Cube has the Mega Gnar. He will make this difficult for you.
Yuyanja has quickness as well, so the Mega Gnar will be timing out very soon, though. As you can see that the Gnar trying to build up that rage to make sure he's in a position to fight this. They're going to try and jump on him before he can transform, but he will get it off. The Moonlight Vigil does hit down, but doesn't really do a lot of damage. Now we can see a 2-man knockup coming out from Uyanja, who wants to keep this fight going. It's a bit split here from RA as BLG not really sure what they want to go for here. Crisp and Khan trying to be a 2-man army, but they're not really the ones who'd be putting out the damage. They flash over the wall to get the Devourer as Crisp keeps Khan alive. The big one, oh, not quite landing there onto Rise, who flashes away. But the 4-9 route, no one can follow up. Oh my lord, I thought the Cube had really killed his team.
Manages to get away though. No one actually dies, which is crazy. But BLG, you could see that thought process. Okay, RA has 3 dragons. Next one, they will have package again. We're struggling to deal with this problem. Let's start the Baron and make it happen. The problem is they were in a good position to do it. The poke started to come in. Cube found a nice ult onto Bin. It didn't quite take him out, but it was actually quite nifty. He goes for the ult onto the Gnar. If it connected to the wall, they might have been able to take him out, but then he stopwatches to block him return. Cube playing with fire this fight, but managing it well. And there's a lot of back and forth in this fight, but ultimately, BLG don't find the Baron, don't find the advantage they want of that, and we kind of go back to that back and forth once more, with both teams just posturing.
Yeah, both teams posturing, but you're now getting up to the critical mass as such. 3 items now onto Cube. He's got himself a Zonya's Hourglass alongside those big burn items of Demonic Embrace and Leandri's Torment. You've got the Tiamat now building up here for Strife as he's nearly level 16 as well, i.e. just around the corner. As we can see that the Baron has been started. I think BLG know they're on a timer. They know they have to go for something.
They want to make this work there. They're feeling so desperate about it now. Cube will TP in, and that might be enough to stop them. There's a big wave pushing bot, though, so they're kind of banking on RA missing out on that farm.
Here we go. We're going to see the flash in. The Devourer comes out as Bin has got Mega Gnar, but the hijack comes in to try and really dissuade anything. And it's, again, this Baron dance. They're just left step, right step, up and back because they don't really know what they're doing. It's about who can take the lead in this dance, and RA are feeling like they've got the momentum.
And I mean, they feel comfortable. Something to note on is I was talking about the level difference between iBoy and Ride. 3 level difference. If you look at the farm as well, iBoy over 300 CS, whereas Crisp has been the one doing the most farming. I mean, look at the bot lane comparison. It's expected. Tom Kench doesn't pick as much later. But, like, if you look across the team, I mean, Bin is 40 CS up. That's the only person really picking up the slack. And this Felios is so strong now. And BLG, they're so desperate. They've got the Rabadons for Fofo, but they just know this is their only way to win the game.
Yeah, they have to go now because it's level 16 for the Corki. Strife TP's in, so important. He won't have that for the Dragon in a minute 30's time. Dragon down to about 66,000. Uyanja goes way too far forward. A flash in from Bin. Gets himself the Gnar ultimate, but can they kill off anybody else? Khan with the kick onto Strife. Force him into GA. Moonlight Vigil is ridiculous, though, from iBoy, who gets himself a double kill. It was also good from the side of BLG, but they just couldn't land the targets. And now you've got the resets coming in for Viego. BLG, they were desperate, and RA could smell it, and they pick up 4.
And BLG think they have to fight. Khan thinks he has to play, and iBoy says no. What a performance there. Single-handedly carried that team fight, and now it looks like they're gonna be able to try and take this tier 2 tower, at least crash the wave, and then head over towards that Baron. Plenty of time on the respawn timers, and man, what a 1v9 performance for someone who has struggled so far in the team fights this game, for someone who has been caught out twice already by Khan, to then step forwards and decimate BLG. Fantastic play coming out from him.
Yep, they get the mid lane tier 1, they get the crash up on top side. That's probably going to take the tier 2 as well. You can see how big it is. They get the Baron, they reset, they're going to set up for the Dragon, which is sole point. But let's have a look at this because it goes so well. Uyanja goes too far forward and he gets killed off immediately.
Yeah, no ult, no flash, very risky to go there. And then Strive ends up in this really compromised position, not in a spot to navigate. And Khan ends up kicking Strive. Doesn't find iBoy, but look, ult connects onto so many, and then the sweep from the Infernum Q. A fight that was going so good for BLG, turn on its head, but we have to go back to live. This is soul for RA if they can secure it.
Yeah, and Strive didn't even get a chance to pick up the package because he was actually no TP, no way you're going to get in. Bin, though, needs to be so careful. You got an Infinity Edge, 100%. Q flashes in, but immediately Fofo flashes away. The Dragon down to 4,000 HP as we're going to start to see a really tentative fight come out. Uyanja trying to jump onto Khan to maybe burst him out. The Dragon's still going down. They get some decent big ones coming in, but it's secured by the side of BLG. The soul shall not go over to RA, and another kill over the side of BLG as well. Can they keep themselves alive in this fight? The Chaos Storm doing absolute work right now to try and just separate the chasing RA. And yes, you get the Baron, but because you didn't get the resets in time, you don't get the soul.
Yeah, I mean, RA, it's unfortunate they're missing out on that one. They still have the Baron in pocket, though, but this has obviously bought a lot of time for BLG as well. The fact RA are obviously posturing, trying to fight that dragon. So BLG buys some time for themselves, but it's so scary playing out these fights. I saw, you know, the Calibrum Q from iBoy. Now they has the Infinity Edge in pocket. It hit Rise, 800 damage, did like 65-70% of his health bar. I don't think there's anyone on the side of BLG who can walk up to iBoy right now. It's like you either have to instantly CC him.
Oh my god!
This is the problem. This is the problem. Your center is so underleveled. Level 12 when you have a level 17 Corki, level 16 Aphelios. A light wind would probably kill Rise at this point, but there's significantly more than a light wind on the side of RA right now.
Oh, it feels like more like a class 4 hurricane as my feed has just completely killed itself. I'll quickly move over to the secondary feed as we can continue on with this game, but it does end up being just a Baron push in here. You get the tier 2s in mid and bot. You're putting the pressure onto BLG. I will say Triple Infernal into a Victor is exceptionally powerful, but like we just saw, those rockets are absurd.
Oh, I feel so nervous when I see a big one fly out. And Rise, you have to play. He's just playing with fire. Boots of Swiftness obviously picked up, so a bit more movement speed to help out, but I just don't feel like it's enough. Rise needs experience, and this is a problem of what's happening right now. Everyone is grouping up to defend the base, and because Rise has to share XP, he's just still so far down in levels. Like, BLG need a team fight win so that Rise can cash in on the experience you get from kills or a Baron or something to catch up, because right now, you know, Tom Ken's just has fallen off a cliff. He's not really relevant anymore. The Aphelios will kill you so quickly. There's plenty of percentage HP damage on, like, Leanne and Cube, and the center is taking so long to become relevant. Sure, if this game goes on for the, like, 15-20 minutes, Rise will be vibing, but I don't feel like the game is going to go in that direction. Or Cube fishing doesn't find the slam, though.
No, it doesn't, but the hijack, look at the cooldown reduction on it. He's just, he's basically going to have it in about 30 seconds time as OT and start to posture. There is no objective to take for at least 2.5 minutes. BLG maybe just fishing to see if they can catch someone on a little bit of a lazy rotation, but definitely feels like RA have gotten past the hump of that early game we talked about. And again, it came down to BLG with they had a good early game start. They, you know, were able to bring themselves into a good, decent position despite everything that RA threw at them. But the mid game just stalled out. They didn't really do anything with it. They just left it go to the wayside. They stacked a couple of dragons, sure, but it's not really going to be enough, especially when you have things like an Aphelios and a Corki. The late game is never really going to be yours.
And I'm gonna be real. If you're winning if you have 3 winning lanes and you're gonna fall behind early and let Leanne take those opportunities to like challenge in the early minutes, get those plates, you've kind of completely mismanaged what your comp is doing. And now, you know, look at the item disparity between the AD carries. I keep highlighting this disparity between the AD carries, but it's just not in the same, you know, field at all. iBoy has 4 items to 2. Well, I mean 3 if you include the support
4
item,
items and 4 levels.
Yeah, it's rough. It's rough. And I really think one thing is like being able to connect, right? If Khan can find the big insect, if Bin can find a big Mega Gnar, and Fofo can just obliterate on top of that is the window. That is the opportunity. But it's just becoming harder and harder. And now, this is the first time it really feels like RA have had... Oh, Cube looking.
Cube is looking, but Cube needs to be very careful. They're going to try and get the kick off, but they can't quite get it. There's going to be a Moonlight Vigil down onto Bin, who's going to be going Mega very, very soon. A minute till Dragon. And we're seeing a lot of big ultimates used. Cube losing his flash is huge in this next fight if he wants to try and get onto the backside.
Yeah, definitely is. Fortunately for him, the ult being down means basically nothing. Gnar ult, such low cooldown, and Silas ult, such low cooldown. At this point, he'll probably actually have it back again for the fight. But ultimately, the flash is the major thing. Both teams are posturing, and this has meant BLG has a little bit more space to push up. Remember, because of the Corki timers, he's now resetting quite late to pick up the package. Will be there in time for the dragon, but it means BLG can posture a bit. But something to notice, Strive has just picked up a Void Staff. This is a full build level 18 Corki right now.
He
going
sold
up against
his
BLG.
boots. He sold his Sork shoes, so he had enough to buy the Void Staff and get back out with just some brown bags. That's how much he knows this power spike is coming in. Speaking of which, you can see Fofo now kind of caught between a rock and a hard place, but stands firm and doesn't let himself get intimidated. They actually get very little damage out on top of him, but Leanne not so lucky. That was an absolutely massive rocket onto your fairly tanky Lee Sin, and he still took half his health bar.
Yeah, this is scary. He once again has the Gnar ultimate. I feel like this is on BLG. RA should win this fight by default. BLG have to find the creative angle, have to find the backline access.
Fofo took a big rocket there on the backside of this one here as Khan's going to get CC'd up. They need to burst down the dragon, and they will. That is Infernal Soul. A GA will be popped onto Khan, but he will be going down almost immediately afterwards. And RA finally get themselves the soul. It took a while. We got a full planet of 7 Drakes before the Elder one does spawn. And now RA, they should be feeling confident with the jungler down to go for this Baron.
What is iBoy doing, by the way? Bro, go
no
Baron.
idea.
Why are you there?
He's going to fight it, though. He can fight it, though. He's going to devour one person. You face Fofo is left out to dry. The gravity is not going to be enough here to take him out. The GA has been popped. RA, we thought iBoy was inting, but he was big brain Ox. He knew how powerful he was.
I'm still questioning the play, but he makes it weird because he is just so damn strong. Turns around, decimates anyone a BLG approaches, and you can know that this scaling has finally been hit by RA. They managed to decimate BLG, and with that, they should just be able to close out the game. Carter's respawning, but a 3v5 with this damage.
Yeah, there's only so much you can do. Rise trying to run away from this one here. We'll actually see Leanne go into stasis. I will say, Strife and Highboy are just saying, no, we don't care, but they might have to care in a second because they had just end this game by themselves. We can see now Yanda trying to run away. I feel like that was just RA having a little bit too much fun, and sadly it does mean for them they have to wait out. But honestly, without their jungler and Cube, we could see BLG kind of go for the Baron. It would be difficult for them to get out, but they could take it.
BLG should just go for it. Like, this is the window back in the game. They're actually looking for more.
Oh my god.
Flanking.
Oh my god. They might have thrown. Alright, you need to get out here alive, or at least delay long enough to get Cube and Leanne back out onto the map. We can see there, iBoy very healthy. Do not have flashes on any of your carries. BLG need to be very tentative with how they approach this one, though, as everyone starts to separate. Fofo takes a rocket to the face. We can see now Uyanja trying to see if he can keep iBoy alive. They will get the GA out of him. Uyanja does go down. Can iBoy get a trade back and kill? No, he cannot. BLG, they got the throw. They threw it right back to RA, and RA said, no, you catch. And both teams neither feel like they want to win the game.
My mind is blown at this point. I mean, BLG doing a good job. If a ball is thrown to you, then yeah, you catch it, you don't fumble. But RA, I feel like the game was in their hands and they've given a window of opportunity back over. One thing to mention is I'm talking about like level 18 being hit by members of RA. That is the thing where it allows BLG to catch up. Rise now level 15 has gained quite a bit of experience. If they get this Baron, there'll be even more. Now Lien is there. He could blast cone over the wall and then ult out again. Let's see what he does.
What's your money on? What's your money on? Let's see what you got right now as Leanne's thinking about it. They're going to try and maybe get on top of him, but he's going to use the blast cone. He knows he needs to stay alive. It's more important than the Baron because they will be able to fight this one off at the end of it. Objective bounties are there. This game shall continue. RA, they had it, Ox. They just didn't focus the right thing. I don't know what's going through their heads.
They should have just gone for the Baron. You know, they should have just gone for the Baron. It was that simple. But RA saw the end of the game in sight and trying to make it happen and end up flubbing completely. And now Rise is level 16. You know, I was talking heavily about the level differential between the AD carries.
Oh, yeah.
I'm hitting on it again. iBoy can't get any higher level. It's just giving space to Rise. The fact they want to fight, the fact they got the Baron, they're in a much better position now. The center's got a ton of souls as well. Now, it's still Infernal Soul over to RA. They still have a ton of scaling elements. I'm still talking because I thought that play should have ended quite some time ago. Just chill out, please.
I love this. It's pure back crazy, go against the wall, just throw it all in. We are literally hitting full items on the Gnar, nearly full items onto the Victor, who's just waiting for his Zhonya's to be fully upgraded. Full items just completed there for Rise as he gets himself a GA. You've got 3 items onto the Tam Kench. This is... You are at critical mass. There is no more to go from here. It's going to come down to execution. And Ox, I'm going to be honest with you, I don't really have confidence in either of these teams in the execution department.
Well, RA at least have the Infernal Soul. They have, you know, the Felios is still super relevant. They have the package to play around. Those factors are all nice, but, you know, this point might make things more difficult. You can see Corky Rockets maybe not doing as much as they were when he was super far ahead of everyone. He's been full build for a while. And Rise, I finally feel like the center is relevant again. You know, after such a long time of being behind, you're in a position where you have that range to play around. 157 souls, we can see right there. 430 AD is quite a significant amount to have. And now both teams posturing around the mid lane. Poke coming down from Strive, still doing a fair amount.
Don't forget, yeah, that's a lot of damage. Even at level 16, I don't think it really matters how long you went into it. But remember, Ox, crazy is our game. As we come into this particular one, I'm starting to lose my marbles. We actually have a heal immediately from Rise. Actually, for the movement speed, not so much the healing off of it, because he recognized they were in a bit of a predicament. A minute till the Elder spawns. 45 seconds to left on that Baron. They're actually not even using it, but look at the damage coming out here. Lien, Cube, already down. Yeah, like this has just been saying, I don't care about anyone else. I'm a win.
I wish you could track how much damage Bin just did there, because I swear he was just chunking everyone and playing around in the mini-Gnar, dodging away, using the hyper procs to just navigate with the movement speed. The fact that this mini-Gnar can just zone away all of RA is kind of crazy. And now objective bounty is still available. BLG can also secure his tower. It's 30 seconds. 30 seconds until... Yeah, I mean, yeah, it doesn't... But 30 seconds until the Dragon, the Elder is up. And we have the package once again for Strive. This is it, Sheen. This is all it comes down to. A 45-minute game likely decided here.
5 GAs available across the board. 2 Zhonya's or equivalents as well. This is going to be one hell of a long fight. 5v5. RA versus BLG, and this is just game 1. Here we go. The Elder has spawned as the rest of BLG try to push themselves towards it. RA are a little bit split, but they don't mind having Strife off to the side. He's got a package available to him. Flash is available across the board, and Bin's already in Mega.
Yeah, Bin autoed a ward. I don't think he meant to. His Mega was like the right amount, and then he autoed it, so he gained Mega form, and now it's timed out. And now RA, they know this is a go time.
Look at Yuyanja. He goes in with the quickness. He's going to try and find one, but he gets kicked back straight into the waiting arms of the rest of the carries. Lien tries to get away, but it's a double kill coming in for Strife. It took a while. It took an absolute age. But at the end of it all, RA just had too much late game scaling, 200 years, and an Infernal Soul to boot. You've got to feel like Bin, you're trying your absolute best, and he will just about keep himself alive, but that's got to be the game right here now, Ox.
Yep, that should be it. Don't even need the Elder. They'll chase down Bin to stop him from defending, I would think. Maybe, maybe not. We'll see what Bin can do, but regardless, the rest of the team are already beelining to end the game and try and finish this one out. It shouldn't have been that hard. They should have had it when they got the soul, but with a bit of a comeback from BLG, it cost some more time, but RA is still going to be the winners of this one.
Well, Bin caught between a rock and a hard place, and that is the ace finally coming in. After 46.5 minutes, RA will take game 1 of this best of 3. And importantly, though, something we didn't really get to mention, it was on the red side.
Yeah, managed to find a win on the red side, and I think that was a long game. There's a lot of things to break down, but I have to praise the fact that the draft didn't really have that early agency that I felt like they needed. But Lien found windows of opportunity regardless. He mitigated the pressure coming out from BLG. He grabbed those 2 early dragons to give them space. And then it got to the point where Corki did Corki things, Aphelios did Aphelios things. And despite a little bit of a fun time when they try to end the game, they still managed to close it out. You can see at the end, they just completely overpowered BLG.
Yeah, they really did. And I will say that... we like to have fun with those ones there. It did feel like BLG had opportunities, but just, again, mid-game, they weren't able to really make anything going from them. And credit to RA, the early pressure they had in bot side led to the early dragons, which we talked about, which feels like an absolute eternity ago. And that just meant that they were able to keep themselves relevant coming up to those big dragons. Like we said, you know, if they don't get those first 2 drakes, it is just a soul straight up to the side of BLG. So that win condition ends up falling away. And when you have a Senna with a Victor with an Infernal Soul, that's a very different dynamic, a very different game. But if buts and maybes are the crux of everything we do in this game. And right now, it's just going to be that the only certainty we have is that RA won game 1, and they're going to be feeling okay about going into game 2.
I love how you say they're going to be feeling okay.
I'm trying to be positive, man. Like, they should have ended like 10 minutes before that. It was absurd.
They got the win. They got the win. They should be. You know, they disconnected. They got the win still.
That's
you
true,
know,
actually, yeah.
That was a lot of trials, a lot of tribulations. But at the end of the day, they got the dub. You know, the details. Let's forget the details and just
results-based analysis. That's the only thing I want. Did they win? Yes, they're the best team.
Just the way you said, you know, I could just imagine like, okay, we won. You know,
yeah,
I guess
it's a real bittersweet of just like, yeah, we won. We have a lot to talk about here, guys.
It was a fun one though. I feel like this is why people tune in the LPL, right? This is, you know, we have our top teams, so obviously going to do fantastic. But I just feel like when we have 2 teams who, sure, they definitely have some of their issues, but they are just willing to fist fight throughout this entire game. And I don't know what that goal graph is. You know, oftentimes, like, you know, it looks like a mountain range. It looks like the Mariana Trench. I don't really know what physical feature would actually represent this.
At Disneyland. Whoa!
Yeah,
Just
roller
doing
coaster's
loops.
pretty accurate. But a lot of damage done by a lot of people. And, you know, I want to kind of give some credit to Fofo, despite the fact that BLG lost. I think that Victor was just like a big reason why they were kept in the game and did, you know, 40% of his team's damage.
Yeah, and again, you know, Gunn talked about the positives for BLG. Khan, again, very active, you know, 92% kill participation, so he was very much at the core of everything they wanted to do. But yeah, when you're going up against a Felios and a Corki, there is only so much you can do unless you get the most god tier kick of all time. There's not really a lot else you can go for, and I think that we saw like a lot of the issues there for the side of for BLG. It was that they didn't really have an engage option. They were waiting for the kind of sustain to come in before they could really like engage on top of RA, and RA just had more damage in the tank.
Yeah, and the package at the end, you know, there was a couple of packages where like Fofo would flash away. The final one, he was like trapped up against a wall. Wasn't a fun time. Wasn't a fun time.
Well,
That's kind of like
not a fun time.
Took a while to get to that point where they found the perfect one, but eventually it connected.
Yeah, it did definitely connect at the end. But that's the end of game one. We're going to send it to a quick break, regroup ourselves, and get you guys ready for game two.
Mayhem and chaos. These are the many ways the LPL has been described throughout the years.
Flandre's the next target. The help comes down, the smite as well. It's over in Victor's Gaming as Wink cashes in again. Jer being stolen as that's actually Shun or a fake one. Wink now the next target is EDG and made this a successful turn. The skirmish into a big fight and EDG silencing the early game once again.
Time and time again, the world has attempted to combat the madness.
With the package on top, Scouts to finish off the scene.
And time again, the LPL has unleashed chaos upon Summoner's Rift.
The LPL are king again.
Oh. You have no flash here, Hon Fong. You're dead, and there's not really a lot else you can do about it. The seismic shove does enough, and that's going to be Knight just finally making his presence known around the map.
For Top Esports and Edward Gaming, chaos is their game. They were born in it, molded by it, and now they've nearly perfected it. Scout, Flandre, Jackie Love, Knight. When these behemoths go head to head, the world can do nothing but watch in awe.
Oh, he gets caught with a completely missed Wayward's ultimate. SOFM needs to completely disengage. The kick is going on to Angel. Hostile takeover. It's fantastic. Catches out everybody. It's a double kill coming in for Knight. They get 3 more. The Weaver's wall says, you are not leaving here. You are trapped, and you shall have to commit every bit of resources that you thought you had to get away.
Because the LPL is where chaos reigns.
He flashes in with a great Moonlight Vigil, gets himself 2. Knight, though, with a cleanse. Maybe enough heroes. On flashes forward, gets the dredge line, the golden status of Knight. Willie Gale to fight this one back. It's so close.
he does!
It's
Knight!
He's doing it! Knight, you're a god! Unbelievable there from Knight. That was absurd, and it keeps the game close.
That was a 4v5! I don't need fast cars, limousines, hanging in the VIP. It's never really been my style. I don't need palm trees in the breeze, honey. I can guarantee it's something money just can't buy. All it takes is just one touch, just one taste of you. There's nothing I can do, 'cause we got that chemistry. There's just no stopping, it's a chain reaction. Chemistry, there's just no breaking the law of attraction. The combination is gonna come and change your life. You gotta be patient, cause sooner or later the sparks are really gonna fly. All it takes is just one touch, baby, just one taste of you. There's nothing I can do. When you got that chemistry, there's just no stopping, it's a chain reaction. Chemistry, there's just no breaking the law of attraction. The mystery of it all, like a riddle that you're never meant to solve. The chemistry of love. All it takes is just one touch, baby, just one taste of you. There's nothing I can do. Chemistry. When you got that chemistry, there's just no stopping, it's a chain reaction. Chemistry, there's just no breaking the law of attraction. The mystery of it all, like a riddle that we're never meant to solve. The chemistry of love. Yeah. All right. Come on, come on, come on, come on. There's nothing I can do, baby. My hands are tied. Oh, yeah. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Don't try to fight it. Why would you try?
Hey, come fly away with me. Think how we could be free. Stay
马上就要对战 BLG 了，和他们下路对线，我觉得他们来回换人，他们应该是状态不是特别好。我很期待我们两个状态不是特别好的队会打出什么样的火花。BLG 应该是最近状态和我们差不多，可能我们会赢得很简单，也有可能我们会输得很快，但我希望我们会赢得很简单。
As you can see there, said by the big man himself, it could go either way. They could win easily, they could lose easily, but it was a slugfest nonetheless. Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are coming back. Yeah, it was a tough one.
I just find it funny. It's like, I hope he can win easily. Well, you didn't get your hopes because you did not win easily.
You didn't win easily or lose easily. Either way, neither team ended up kind of coming out. It was a slugfest to say the least. Both teams throwing what they possibly could to try and come out with the win. Wasn't nearly a 47-minute game, and it was our man on the screen there a second ago who ends up picking the MVP, iBoy, who really turned around that fight around the Baron pit, getting a huge Moonlight Vigil to really set up team up for success and get them to that late game.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like, you know, there's a lot of things that went on in this game. It's expectation when it's a long game, but I think you can just very much attribute that MVP to that one fight, because iBoy just completely decided his team were winning that fight no matter what, and he was the sole reason why they were able to take it. I'm sure, you know, we'll get some replays, we'll be able to see it, because he really just found the window. And it's not just the fact he hit the, you know, we see a lot of Inferno mobs connect quite well, but it wasn't only that, it's the fact that he also managed to find the Q on the Infernum to do the second layer of AoE that was so effective.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see just kind of posturing. This is the one we're talking about. This goes really poorly for the side of RA. They actually lose 2 people straight off the bat. And it feels like the game is going to start to run away from them a little bit. But it was just this massive combination of ultimate there into the queue, like you said. And just being aggressive with it, saying, look, I can flash, I can Gale Force, we can turn this. You just have to trust me. And they did.
Yeah, and I mean, the cleaner was there. Leanne doing a great job of just grabbing those 2 kills on the back end, but that big amount of damage making all the difference. And then this game play was a little bit questionable. I'll be real, iBoy could have just gone towards the Baron instead, opted to find this. They do make it work, but then after that's where we had to throw and extended the game a bit. But regardless, iBoy, fantastic Aphelios gameplay. I also want to bring some praise to Leanne. I said for RA's draft, I felt like the fact they had 3 losing lanes would put them in a hole, would make it hard to navigate. But Leanne found those opportunities, those windows to make things happen. Got a few plates top, got a few plates in the bot lane, got the early dragons. They got the first 2, which was so huge. And that gave them time to scale. Because I think if BLG, if that hadn't happened, if Leanne hadn't found those opportunities, we could have seen, you know, a soul for BLG by like 23 minutes. We could have seen, you know, the center really far ahead and all sorts of other things. And, you know, RA had to find a window. That's what we were asking at the start of the game. What window will they find? And Leanne showed us that they just kicked the door through.
Yeah, kick the door through. When God closes a door, he opens a window, and that is exactly what the side of RA had to find again that one. Coming into this second game, though, we do have some roster changes. Just the one, actually, as we see Fofo being subbed out. Icon is now subbed in for BLG. So we are going to have the continuing sharing of the role here for the side of BLG as they continue to try and find which one suits them better. And honestly, I feel like both these players do such different things for their teams that it's just depending on draft and how you want to play around them. That's going to be the deciding factor. But we'll talk about that a little bit more once we get into game. We are going to see the Zeri and the Gangplank banned away. This time, though, the Zeri has to be banned by BLG, and now we're starting to see some of those mid-lane, more targeted bans coming out here for Rare Adam.
Yeah, and, you know, we've seen that flip around. Obviously, one thing to mention from the previous draft, we saw, like, BLG banning Jax. We saw, obviously, already banned the GP again, but feels like you don't have as much freedom now that you're on the red side. They are actually going to ban the Jax again, so Pledge going to end up leaving some power picks open. Zeri, obviously, is something that you just kind of have to pay your dues and ban that one away. But I remember BLG banned Wukong on blue side last time. Could see that coming out again as a red side ban.
Yeah, we'll see what they want to try and work towards here. Rare Adam have got the luxury, shall we say, of knowing where and when they want to try and ban things. They actually go with the Aurelia. So, basically saying, look, we don't want to give something Bin can carry on if he gets the counter pick, something he can take over the game, which we have seen Bin do so far this split. And this is going to be another kind of lay down towards those top laners, Q versus Bin. It is still a pretty decent matchup, but the way it's going right now, it does feel like their options are limited in terms of carry potential.
Yeah, and we'll see what if BLG end up going for that Wukong again on this third ban. They're going to go for the Gnar. I think the Aurelia telegraphs it a bit too heavily, so I like that, though. If you're on blue side, this is why this side is so strong at the moment. Like, you can ban Aurelia, it forces BLG to ban the Gnar. That leaves, like, the Calista open. And now for BLG, will they take the Wukong themselves? Will they just go for the Lee Sin again? What they've kind of been leaning on. Will they go Aphelios Renata? Aphelios Renata is a really strong lane into Calista specifically. It's kind of something we've seen as a counter. That would make sense to me. I think you can't leave the Renata open for to pair up with the Calista, but you could also pick up something like the Gwen right now. A lot of these top lane answers for the Gwen have been taken away. Bin obviously winning MSI on that Gwen
exclusively.
Yeah, and I feel like here you could just take the Renata because you can pick your AD carry on 3. It does leave the jungle priority a little bit lower, but it does mean you can go like Renata Aphelios. I think if you leave the Renata open here, RA are taking it for sure, so
yeah. Well, it can work if you pick up the Senna right now. Arguably, you could put Rare Adam into a position where maybe they ban it away, but yeah, you're kind of, it's a weird drafting priority. I think because of the way you pick up the top laner so early, you are just kind of leaving yourself in a little bit of a hole coming into that third pick. But for the side of BLG, they're happy to say, look, we don't think that Crisp on the Tam Kench was a bad thing. We think that, you know, we can still make this one work. And for Rare Adam, they're going to go with the Renata themselves. So they actually get the very powerful combination of the Renata Calista, which is going to have huge mid-game spikes. And Strife back on the Corki just said, look, guys, I was half health and Ryze in that last game with one rocket. I can do it again.
I just hate the Tom pick here because, like, you know, the only reason you're picking the Tom is because you're gonna go set a Tom, right? you've telegraphed that, but also like at least with Senator some flexibility. You're not really gonna play Tom. I mean, I guess you could play Jinx in theory, but I feel like you just get blasted in lane. And now RA picked the Corki, so how are you gonna respond? Because you can't respond to everything. Yeah, it's a no-brainer. They know you're picking the center, so by picking the Corki, they know that you can't answer it. And I guarantee that second rotation, RA gonna ban out things like the Victor, like the Azir, and limit what Icon has to offer into it. Yeah, so I'm not the biggest fan of how BLG have approached this draft. I do think the Gwen is still something that's going to be a bit of a threat, a bit of a problem. There aren't too many answers to that. You can see the Kayle, so more from the pool being thin. But for RA, just ban mid lane. You could ban junglers, I guess, but I think for sure take the Victor out of the pool.
Yeah, take away the Victor, take away the Azir. Honestly, I think the Victor and Azir are the two things you just need to take away. And then like, what can you really go for? Maybe the Orianna, which has not really been seeing any play as such. We did see it yesterday in the LEC. I do believe it was, I think it was Rogue who ended up playing it, but I'm not quite entirely sure about that one there. But we will see. Actually, though, the Talia coming in. So this is kind of leaning back into what we were talking about earlier about these big three that we haven't really seen most of the, the lower end teams lean towards. The Talia, the Sylas, and the Lissandra are those three things are still left on the board. And for someone like Icon, I think the Lissandra mightn't be a terrible pickup, but it does leave your damage in it lacking a little bit, or very heavily reliant on thing like on the Gwen.
Well, we have 6 top lane bans now. So like they are really setting up this Gwen to try and be as much of a problem as possible. That is my one question. Is what cube is going to pick into the Gwen in this situation. Nasus would be a pretty legendary pick, I'm not gonna lie.
It would be so baller. It wouldn't be good, but it would be so baller to turn around and be like Nasus. But they actually leave the last ban towards RA, gonna be that Viego. So honestly, the Lee Sin or the Xin Zhao would be the two things I think about here. Maybe even the Wukong and the Volibear. You actually have a lot of options here available to you. So BLG will get whatever one they want, and then you get counter here for Lian.
Yeah, obviously Wukong nerfs a bit lower priority. We obviously still see him banned like first rotation a lot, but I guess that's why RA are banning the Viego. Still weird to see Wukong picked so late with the bans coming through. And now the question is going to be what RA will take. I expect Lee Sin just makes the most sense, or Xin Zhao is also something you could possibly take. I actually feel like if BLG had taken the Xin Zhao, they would have had that, double AoE disruption that would have been powerful. But obviously, we'll just go over to RA. So now they have to pick up their top laner, see what they have as an answer to Gwen, what they feel comfortable taking into this matchup, and what Cube can do. His pool has already been thin. Jace is that old school counter. Back when Gwen was originally on the scene, Jace was something that really looked to punish her. And I will say, that is some devastating poke if they do lock that in.
Yeah, if that gets locked in, like, how do you approach any of these objectives? But not going to be going for it. Go with the Gragas anyway. It still has a decent amount of kill potential and poke, but like you said, is going to be a little bit more mitigated. But on the other side of it, you do have a little bit of extra engage. I think you needed that as well on the side of RA. I think the big thing you were missing there was kind of someone to go in with the Xin Zhao to try and combo up with him. So you have a little bit extra set up there with the explosive cast and, of course, the belly bop as well. So we'll see what they want to side of BLG want to go for. Honestly, the Azir for Icon might not be a bad idea. Yeah, just ends up blocking it in. So you got yourself some decent, very good late game scaling here for BLG. And for RA, you have to have the Corki, but it is all about that mid game. That bot lane power spike with the Xin Zhao is going to be huge.
Yeah, and I mean, I kind of expected something like the Azir to come out. We saw the Victor last time, this time the Azir. The package, playing with the Dragon is going to be a huge factor. And I think, Q pick the Gragas. I think it's a fine answer into the Gwen. We've seen that time and time before. A good neutralizing pick. That being said, the Gwen is going to be able to scale quite effectively into you. But we've seen, what the Gragas can do, especially with the new build, the Night Harvester into Seraph's, giving you all that ability haste. And I think I am looking at the bot lane. I don't think Ryze and Chris played the 2v2 as well as they could have in that first game. And I think this is a much, much more punishing 2v2 that you're going up against. If Ibon and Yanja smell blood in the water, they will pounce.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they'll definitely look to try and punish. I think Yanja in the last game was actually very good in the first 10 to 15 minutes of the game as well, specifically in the laning phase, was keeping the aggression down, constantly putting pressure down. I will say on top of that, he was on the Rakan, so not as great engage options available to him, but if he can land a handshake, the extra little bit of a passive damage you get as the Renata into something like the Kalista is why it's so powerful as well, because the early damage available to you is actually much larger than you think it is, especially if you can combo it with the Rens. So we'll see how it ends up all going. I will say, though, this Gwen is going to get scary. This Gwen Azir combination is huge if the side of BLG can get to the late game.
Yeah, I think the main scary thing is like you have this melee Tahm Kench who has to be the one farming, and it's like the fact that both Kalista and Renata have like allied auto passives. And what I mean by that is if Renata autos a target and then her ally hits the target, it does that bonus damage percentage HP. If Kalista autos a target and her soulbound autos them, she gets extra damage from her W. So it's like all they have to do is Aibo and Yanji just both auto Crisp and he will get chunked like quite heavily. So it's going to be very difficult for it to step up and contest the wave. And then obviously, like you said, if the handshake comes in, if you connect onto anyone, CC them for a split second, you can just stack up those Rens and easily pick up a kill. So for me, based on the drafts, I feel like I'm leaning towards RA on what they have. But, you know, we've obviously seen game one go a little bit topsy-turvy. There's definitely room for things to sort of go in any direction.
Absolutely. Now, Crisp is by himself. We'll have Icon in tow here to try and maybe make something work, but they're going to jump straight in on top of him. The handshake will bring him back. He may have to lose his flash, but is it worth it this early on? It is not. It's disaster for the side of BLG. That is not the start you want to be giving over to the side of RA.
Absolutely not. Giving the Kalista a kill, level 1. I can't think of many things worse, in all honesty. But good play coming out. I mean, Crisp holds the flash because he knows there's nothing really he can do in that situation. If you flash, he's going to flash to follow. And it just means Leon is going to be able to pick up this. No way, no way, no way, no way, no way! Take it, Leon!
Oh my god. Oh my god. He does get it, but he's forced to flash away as Rise was coming in. Oh, Leon got a little bit too casual. Just a little bit too casual. My heart.
So much. I thought Crisp was going to steal it with a tongue lash. I had my heart, Asheen. My heart.
I'm right there with you, bro. I'm right there with you. He does get the steal off, so it will be a little bit of vertical juggling. He does know that Khan is now on his wolves, but yeah, that was risky to say the least.
I don't know why. Like, you know, as much as I enjoy watching these teams, it doesn't like if BLG stole it wouldn't affect me personally, but I just felt that at such a deep level. I think it would have ruined my day, Sheen. I couldn't take it.
Wow. Ox's entire mental state was relying on that one blue buff potentially being stolen. But thankfully for you, I suppose, that blue buff does go over to the side of RA. We will see.
It's very important. It's very, very good that didn't happen.
Very, very important, as we do see Can now seeing if he can make something work in the mid lane. But the wave's already been pushed in, so he's not really in a position to capitalize. And you can see he's kind of playing catch up to try and make sure that he's trying to catch someone out here, but he doesn't quite clear his top side, doesn't quite get anything bot side, so he's actually falling behind on the L's clears at the moment.
Yeah, so I mean that's the unfortunate thing when you're behind now. He's looking like he's trying to steal away the blue in return, but he will be contested on this. But one thing to bear in mind, he has prio mid and top. Leon, no flash. Yeah, you don't want to tango here, Leon.
I think he's dead if he tries to stick around. I don't think he can really contest this blue buff. So with priority in mid and top, it's going to be very difficult. Leon, run, Leon. You're gonna. Ox is already stressed enough. I need you to leave. All right, we have another series to deal with, and I need Ox a prime condition for this. All right.
I think I'm okay with this. Okay, you know he loses his blue. Even if he died, that'd be okay. It was just that one moment that just stressed me out. Losing the blue buff, not being level 2. Oh, anyway, so. Can does some counter jungling himself, manages to match on this side, actually ends up in a bit of a better position because he's going to be able to pick up the scuttle and then have free rate. You know, he still has 2 comps left up and available. He could actually potentially head towards bot and try and contest that one, but I don't think he will. But yeah, all things considered with how they panned out, I think Khan is pretty happy. It's only the bot lane, the fact that we have Aibo with a kill, that is the issue. That is still problematic. And it's not going to get easier for Ryze and Crisp anytime soon.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing right now is that you have got pressure in this bot side. 30, just over 30 seconds till that dragon spawns. Basically, you're guaranteed to get yourself set up on those dragon stackings. We are going to start to see the reset coming in here. So we will see a pretty significant jump up here in terms of the power spike as well. Full high noon quiver with boots. Pretty much a perfect back here for the side of RA, especially so early on. And this is where the game gets a little bit interesting. Leon is going for the wolves and will take away the big ones. So this early invades, again, using that priority in bot side to his advantage and rising your blood pressure as well.
Add an insult to injury there, honestly. The fact that BLG, the big wolf dies and then the other one's reset, so he has to do it again.
Yeah, it's a little unfortunate there. And Dragon now live on the field. We can see Leon trying to help out Strife just to push this one back. will be able to TP back into the lanes, make sure that he has got pressure there to help out his jungler should they go for an early dragon. And that's what we're expecting to see. We are expecting to see RA lean in towards this dragon, but BLG currently in a position where they might feel like they can go for a contest because they have got people down that bot side of the map.
Something to note though is the Cube 8 CS down, had to even burn the TP earlier despite no jungle intervention, so lane got extremely well for Bin. I sort of talked about Gragas being a neutralizer, but looks like so far Bin really having the edge in this matchup. And you can even see he's backed and bought the Leeching Leer, so in a solid spot. And Leanne will take this window to pick up this dragon. So it's, you know, top lane got a favorite BLG, mid lane it's expected that the Azir is going to have priority there. But getting this dragon pretty nice, and obviously Ibon Yuyanji, it's as expected. This bot lane is just not going to be a fun time, and picking up a play, having that early kill, and having a CS lead, all nice positives.
All nice positives. Dragon goes over as well, so RA stacking those nice and early again. And for BLG, is it just a matter of trying to wane this out, or can you maybe find opportunities elsewhere on the map?
And the big question for me is going to be kind of leaning towards that Herald. If you can get that down, you know, for BLG, if they can find, you know, a big gold lead for Bin, for example, this Gwen could become really problematic, as is a given with most Gwens, but particularly Bin has sort of had a proficiency on the champion. We're still getting this constant counter jungling, by the way. It feels like a pretty much non-stop, where it's like, instead of having like two sides to a jungle, it's like intervening and people, you know, picking up different sides of it. Like, oh, Bin in trouble maybe.
A little bit of trouble. He will take some turret shots, but it's a nice opportunity there from Cube. We will get rid of the immunity there from Bin and try and just keep this wave at an even state. I think he was afraid that he was going to get dove, perhaps, by the combination of the Wukong Gwen, which may have had lethal on top of him. He doesn't have any resistance really at all at the moment, so not to be, but does get a decent trade, keep himself nice and up in that lane. But again, Bin still very much ahead. Yuyanja now needs to be very careful. We will see the handshake come out, but there's going to be the Desolate Dive coming out. They're not quite able to land the root. And unfortunately for BLG, they try to find something, to try and make something work, but it doesn't quite stick.
Yeah, the reward will be the Scuttle, which is, I mean, something, I guess, but not exactly like the biggest thing you're going to get out of it. Didn't bin any sums in that situation. And now iBoy has access to that ultimate, so it becomes a lot harder to punish the Renata whenever that Kalista is nearby. Also has the potential to throw her in, but this is one of the strengths of this bot lane is 2v2 the Kalista Renata, the fact that it's so hard to dive a Renata because she has that ultimate. Because she has like so many tools, like the bailout she can use on the Kalista, but then you also have the safety net that the Kalista offers, the kiting that the Kalista has as well. It just means that, like, you know, even if Bin does get close to the back line, there's a lot of responses from this bot lane 2v2 that we've seen have such high priority in terms of mitigating that. The same when Khan is trying to look for things on the Wukong.
Yeah, now we're starting to see level 6s being hit across the board. We will see level 6 coming out here for Yuyanja very shortly, as well as the BLG bot lane, so they should have the extra safety. They shouldn't really be getting any hostile takeovers taken themselves, but with the priority bot lane, it does mean that RA have to secede the priority in top. That being said, though, they're not actually willing to let this one go without a fight, so Khan is sitting around this mid lane, but he's going to go over the wall, you'd imagine, with a decoy if he wants to, and then try and make something work, but not quite able to go for it just yet. Strive still sitting in base because RA have said, look, we're going to throw our bot lane up towards this Herald. We're not willing to give up these objectives because we know we're stronger.
Yeah, and I think the fact that both Ivo and Yanja here, BLG can't contest, and I feel like any time the team with a Corki is getting the early objectives, it feels so bad because these are the pre-packaged objectives. The fact that you're losing out on these when you know already post 10 minutes, like next Dragon, Strive's going to have a package, it's going to make that a lot harder. It just really makes it difficult for BLG from this position. And, you know, we talked about earlier, the Azir, the Gwen, the Senna, these champions do scale fantastically. But, you know, we saw how much pressure the Corki applied when he was able to get the Infernal Soul last game. Giving that freedom over, definitely rough. And the problem is as well, BLG didn't get anything on the other side of the map, right? Chris was the one staying lane. He doesn't even get a single plate. You're missing out on souls and Senna and experience because Senna walked up. It's just not ideal for BLG in that position.
No, it really is not. Now with the Dragon up in a minute and a half, you can see the resets coming in here for the Kalista, almost towards that Immortal Shield bow, not quite there just yet. Yuyan just sitting around this Dragon pit to make sure that Rise and the rest of BLG don't get any footholds, as now both top laners going to start to see themselves getting up to some decent items. Actually going to be the Dark Harvest coming out here for Cube, so still building up towards being a very significant damage dealer. I will say for the Gragas, it is all burst damage, but if he lands it onto the right target and separates with the explosive cast, that could be a massive difference in these team fights.
I think one thing as well with this new build that's come out is like the ability haste you get is insane. Like the reason people have let on Night Harvester is because you get 25 ability haste from the item itself, I believe, after its buff. You get 5 ability haste from the mythic passive for each item. And then obviously Seraph's, the new percentage mana is ability haste. So like your body slam is such a short cooldown because it's reduced by 3 seconds if you hit a target. You look at BLG having 3 melee champions. Anytime they try and step up on your back line, just belly boop, walk away, belly boop, walk away, and you could do that on repeat. It's really frustrating to play against. Oh, man.
Lien is going to get jumping straight back in on top of Icon. There's going to be the Dawning Shadow. The package comes out to try and stop Khan from jumping on the jungler, but Lien can't keep himself safe. And that's going to be the kill over the side of BLG. Great opportunistic pick right before the dragon. That means that BLG might be able to stop the stacks early.
That was really nice. I mean, the thing is, we talked about the issue with the package, the fact that if they group up, RA could be able to just muscle their way on in this, but because BLG find that pick, find that window, no longer really a possibility.
Well, you can see now, RA not willing to let this one go over for free. It wouldn't really be a 50-50 as you do have access to the Smite. Stripe does not have access to his package. They're trying to make something work, but it's just not really worth it, and the Smite should be able to come out. Actually, there was no Smite, funny enough, but they did not know that, so ends up being secured there by BLG, and that's just, again, good play coming out here. I will say Yanja, if you can find a handshake, will be feeling pretty good about himself, but nice kiting there of the range here from Rise. Make sure they're not able to get on top of them as they're running back to lane.
Yeah, playing pretty aggro there. Ivor and Yanja, now obviously the ultimate down. Oh, we do see Herald getting thrown down mid. I like this, honestly. You're in Trader Zir, cracking that mid lane tier 1 can really help out and should just be able to pick up 2 plates for both the Corki and the Xin Zhao heal. Here, if you get the second Herald, that's going to lead to that tier 1 going down. Often when you're up against the likes of an Azir, very hard to take down the mid tier 1 as he's just like a brick wall in the mid lane. Even when they rotate the bot up, center Tom, not exactly the easiest. And here, Lien, like you're not paired up with your team. You should know the bot lane are coming. And kind of just gives this window for Icon to look for this. I think as well, he holds the flash for such a long time. In fact, sorry, I think he used it before. Yeah,
he used it to get over the Azir wall to try and run away.
Right,
yeah,
okay, I mean,
still not ideal.
Just messy.
Yeah, still not ideal. Riftmaker now being picked up. Actually, first Mythics being picked up across the board here for BLG. The Riftmaker for Bin. You've got the Divine Sunderer for Khan. And, of course, the Liandry's Torment here for Icon. So, you're going to be... Liandry's Anguish, excuse me. I'm calling it by its old name. But you now have the Immortal Shilbo here for the side of RA. The only unfortunate thing is, if you were on 2 dragons... Yes, it's a Cloud Soul, but that Cloud Soul is still very significant for something like a Xin Zhao and of course the Renata as well. Being able to kind of put those ultimates down and then reset yourself around the map is important. You're not quite there yet, and you're at least another 13 and a half minutes until that becomes relevant. So we won't be seeing a Cloud Soul until at least 27 minutes if RA or BLG are able to kind of stack up those objectives. And this Gwen is getting really difficult to deal with. You can see Cube. Now with the Riftmaker being finished up onto the Gwen, it's having to kind of think about these trades. Yes, he's kind of mitigating it, but he's not thriving. He's not doing exceptionally well. He's just about surviving.
And that's the thing. I'm a bit concerned now for RA. You didn't get a second dragon. It's a Cloud Soul, which honestly I feel like a Cloud Soul's better for BLG than RA. Like getting those melee champions like the Gwen, the Wukong into range. Whereas like Kalista doesn't really benefit from a Cloud Soul. And then on top of that, this top lane is becoming a problem. Like Bin is just scaling up for free, is actually having an advantage in the lane. And we've seen, I mean, everyone, it's not even just we, it's not even just the LPL viewers, everyone globally after MSI has seen what Bin can do on this champion.
Yeah, I mean, we think about Bin in MSI, of course, the MSI champion with RNG. It was just pick Gwen or ban Gwen. That's how they ended up going with it. But we will see them now go for a little bit of an engage here. As Khan just get himself out with the decoy. It was a little bit of an evade here from BLG. They are a little bit behind on gold, about 500 or 600 gold. Nothing too massive as of yet. As both teams now trying to reset up towards this Rift Herald. 30 seconds till that spawns. And now RA, they're trying to see if they can defend their top side. But this is the Gwen. Bin coming in here. I don't know if they can actually really do much about this.
Yeah, Corki's still not really relevant at this point. Bin, it's very scary even this early for a Gwen. And, I feel like RA are starting to lose their grasp on the game a little bit. Bot's still in a good spot, but we can see Khan looking for Lien here.
Oh, the Crescent Guard comes out. They're going to try and jump onto Bin to try and maybe get some to get away. But Lien can't get away here, and they're going to have the Emperor's Divide come out, and that's 2 more kills. We talked about how much this top lane was running away for them. It's now got 2 extra kills to help with that running.
Yeah, giving Bin those kills, really not what you want. And now Herald going to be secured by the side of BLG. It's the fact that Cube cast Icon behind him to like give him the shuffle over. The one saving grace is we are going to see Strive be able to pick up this mid-tier 1. Kind of what RA wanted after that first Herald was placed down. So the fact that they lose out in the second Herald isn't as big, but still. The 2 kills to the Gwen, an absolute disaster right now for RA and their win cons.
Yeah, they will be able to win off at mid and in bot, so they should be able to pick themselves up 2 towers for now. So in all, it should be an equal trade in terms of gold. But yeah, this is just... It's Gromp, lads. Come on. Like, you don't need to be sitting there waiting for it. And it just... No flash on Leyen means that this is just so much easier for... And like you said, these loads of gas to just shuffle the Gragas back in.
And I honestly feel like... Leyen looks really uncomfortable in the Xin Zhao. He looks like he keeps getting caught out, thinking he's stronger than he is. And you gotta remember, Xin Zhao can go in. That is his thing. He goes in, he does not go out again. It's like he can dash onto a target, he can't dash away. It's not like a Lee Sin or a Wukong or even a Viego. Like, at least Viego has his stealth and has his W, like a little dash away. Whereas Xin Zhao does not have those tools. And Leyen, second time in a row, he has just been caught out and taken off the map. And now BLG posturing for that third dragging of the game. We do see Strive reset. Looks like he's grabbing the package, so it gives impression they want to contest, but Bin is walking down, and my opinion is that RA should just not interact with Bin, but it looks like they're going to give it a go.
I mean, they're going to try and contest this dragon, but the dragon's already gone, so not really an ideal situation here for the side of RA. They get back with Strife, and him going with the Ravenous Hydra as a second item means he's going for more wave clear rather than that initial burst. It's still nice, but it's not going to be the game changer or the 2-item spike we know and love.
I mean, I feel like Ludens even gives more wave clear because of the proc.
Yeah, true.
It's kind of a weird one, especially because like something, you know, the AD ratios from Corki take longer to come online. He obviously is past level 11, but it's like level 16 is normally when you get the big boost to your AD ratio. So interesting. I haven't really seen this. I've always seen the Ludens come out first. It's like the second item, and now yeah, TP coming in. This is Icon coming in.
Icon is coming in. Leyen is there though. It would have been a 2v2 between the mid jungles, but the side of RA backed themselves away. The tower does not go down. I like the idea from BLG. I think the fact that they're looking for these plays is always nice, especially considering they are waiting to kind of scale infinitely into the game. I will say though, those rockets are starting to hurt, and you will have to start to be very wary, as we saw in the last game, that this Corki can and will just take over.
Yeah, it does eventually become a monster. That is a bit of a given later in the game. Obviously, she's nearly got that mana immune stacked, which is a pretty big spike regardless. But still, BLG have 2 dragons. They have a lot of comfort room. They have a lot of space. One thing to note, though, is Rise once again falling behind in terms of experience. He's been moving away from the waves quite a bit. You can see now, like, for example, Crisp is mid on the wave. Rise is nowhere near, so this center is going to once again fall behind in terms of experience, and we saw that be a big issue in game 1.
Yeah, 4 levels already between the AD carry of BLG. Of course, it's a little bit skewed. Of course, the Senna does end up being a fasting Senna, so it doesn't pick up as much CS or, as you said, experience whatsoever. But it's not as significant when you look at, oh, you know, the Yuyanja doesn't have it. It's like, yeah, but Yuyanja's not building himself as a carry, as iBoy fighting over this Scuttlebug right now, and thankfully for the side of RA, BLG Bin does not decide to go for it, but they're going to look for a fight here in the mid lane. There's going to be the Fates Call coming out. The handshake is not going to land. They get the flash out of Rise, but they invested quite a lot. Now Bin looking to try and fully engage here. The flash away by Cube as the needlework is doing work. He doesn't quite have anything to work with this. And there's the Dawning Shadow off the back of this. Bin trying to run away now with the Ghost already popped. He is so damn fast alongside that Cloud Rift.
Yeah, honestly, if he gets over the base wall or he's TPing out, will Leyen find him?
Yeah,
does find him.
Oh, there we go. They do end up getting the shutdown there, so not the worst in the world there, but RA, it was a little bit scary. And you can see already this top lane just cannot continue to be as it is.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that they got that shutdown, that he got that kill, they can dive the Gragas under tower, is pretty rough. That is a damning position to be in. Now, I think Bane kind of misplayed. I think he could have dashed over the base wall and then just gone for the execute. But regardless, tries to make it out scot-free. But now BLG, they get the Herald down mid, chunk that tower out. They get that tower in the bot lane as well. It's really starting to get become a pretty significant problem. We can see the replay here. So essentially what happens is Cube just gets run down. Like Bin just feels confident to go for it. And importantly enough, because Cube body slams away, he doesn't get the reduced cooldown, and so Bin just feels confident to dive. The fact that Bin can just run down your Gragas like this, it feels so hard to deal with. And yeah, this is a point. I think if he just used his dash over the wall, kept running, he probably could have gone execute there.
Yeah, possibly gotten an execute, but shoulda, woulda, coulda are always the answers we have out of this one. And yes, you might be looking at this and go, but RA have a gold lead. RA are able to kind of, you know, stack the dragons, or maybe with a Callista
BLG have
take
a
the Baron.
Gwen.
That's what I was about to say. BLG have a Gwen, and it's like that Avengers quote. It's just like, you know, I have an army. It's like, well, we have a Hulk. It's kind of the same thing, where you're looking at it as a point of view of like, this Gwen could, in a 5v5, if they're able to find backline access, just take out the Renata, take out the Callista. And I think I'm going to be taking some serious microscopes onto the bailout right now from the side of RA, because I think if Yanja can get the right bailout at the right time, and then they can kill off the pushing in Gwen, that's where the fight could turn around. But that's a very big if for the side of RA.
Yeah, big condition, kind of setting it up. I also think it depends how well Bin uses his W, that Shroud, to kind of mitigate some of the pressure coming in. Like, if you can use that to avoid the hostile takeover. But regardless, kind of see the team's posturing for the Dragon. Right now, Icon's pressuring here as he's the one with TP. And we get the Corki reset from Strive to go and pick up the package with 20 seconds to go on the objective. We'll see. I mean, BLG are never pressured to take these fights. Well, not anytime soon, just because they have those two Dragons initially in pocket. We'll see what they opt to do in this situation. Icon is resetting now. Or is he? Looks like he's hanging around for the time being.
Yeah, looks like they're kind of just keeping him up there for the moment. You can push in that wave and maybe go for a TP into the flank. Again, he already has his Banshees already on the second item, so he's not really in a pressure point to try and make this one. Iboy and Leanne now in the back of the pit here, as Iboy just kind of leaves them to it. No one's jumping on Leanne just yet, but they will get the third proc there onto Khan, who pops out. The Cyclone is going to be secure, but it's out of BLG and get themselves on the soul point. The hostile takeover doesn't really do a lot in RA. This game is running away from you. You don't really have the answers, and you're starting to lose all the questions as well.
Yeah, I mean, package not even used in that situation. It just feels rough. It feels like now RA might look towards the Baron.
I mean, they have to try something. I think they genuinely have to try something. They're going to go for it. You do have a Rend, and you still do have a package. So this is going to be a full committal here, because look at Bin. Bin was on the bot side with no TP.
Gone, by the way.
Package is gone, but oh! The smite comes out just there for Khan as Strive trying to be a little bit of a nuisance again. They don't have the Gwen. It's a 4v5 in favor of RA.
Has no smite either.
They have no smite just yet. They're going to try and go for this one here. It's going to be the smite with the Rens. That was a really good opportunistic play, but Icon jumps straight into the back of the pit. The explosive cast to try and help Leyen as he jumps on to Rise. The heal comes out, but what Barons can you get out? You still have a tower in this top side, and that could be the difference maker here. They're trying to cut off the minion wave, but BLG not willing to let them just go for this one here. Icon gets caught out. He flashes over the wall. They're a little bit separated here as BLG. No flash for Icon means he cannot flash Emperor's Divide. They will lose one member. They will get the rest of the Barons out. RA with a good call to make sure they don't let this game run away.
Yeah, I mean, they kind of feel like the game is slipping out of control, so they make a very rash decision, and it ends up paying off. Strive, in particular, doing a fantastic job of chunking out Khan and not letting him get close on the objective. As a result, they're able to secure it, and clearly just seeing the fact that Khan's smite to secure the Dragon didn't have that available meant they could turn onto it, and now it's given them some much needed power, right? They're going to get that extra gold, get the extra experience. You can see Iboy 3 levels up on Rise right now, so that Senna once again not really super relevant. I'm still concerned about the Gwen. I think that goes without saying, but RA have an opportunity here to expand their lead if they can take some towers.
Yeah, towers, get the map opened up for yourself, put some pressure down. That is the big thing here. You have got nearly 3 items onto your mid laner and, of course, onto the Callista as well. So, Wit's End coming in very, very soon. You, of course, are looking towards that Luden's Echo. So, it's a little bit delayed, but we are going to have a massive Corki coming into the later stages. He's level 15 as well, so those rockets almost hitting that big 16 spike that we talked about, the 75% of your AD alongside the 150%. Leanne actually has to use his Crescent Guard, 2-man knockup. It's a bounce house, but is it enough damage? That's the question. They're going to try and get the Cyclone here to continue it on as Bing goes in. He's trying to get on top of Leanne. Not quite able to get the damage just yet. They turn back on top of him, but not quite able to do anything. A lot was used there from both sides. It ends up being just RA losing their jungler.
Yeah, now, I mean, you look at the top right of the screen, Baron power play already going in favor of RA, and with jungler down, it just really limits the ability to push up and try and take these structures. There's only 2 towers taken so far for RA, and I'm not sure how much they'll be able to get. There's only 50 seconds left of the Baron. Now,
but again, the only real easy quote-unquote tower to take is that top outer, and you can see Strive making his way towards it at the moment, but it's not really going to be that easy with the likes of a Gwen and a Wukong there to kind of clear out the wave. So he's just going to leave it off. Only 30 seconds left on that Baron. Probably use it as a reset more so than anything else. And actually, no, he needs to use it to get into mid lane because it's under pressure.
Yeah, should just be able to defend that one there, though. And you know, we've now gone into that situation where, in fact, RA came out of the Baron with a 2k gold lead. Now we have a 1k gold lead.
Yeah,
Dragon's
they
up in a minute
lost
30.
300.
We are getting a big spike for Strive coming in. He's just picked up that Ludens. You know, there is that element. The Corki can land a good poke. If Corki can hit level 16 before the next dragon, adds a lot of power. But even if RA get the dragon, they're still so far away from Soul. And I don't think the Cloud Soul does enough for them to really like solidify this game in their favor. Finn is monstrously strong right now, and I just don't feel like they have the ability to deal with them. They just don't have the DPS.
I mean, you gotta hope for a big mistake. And look, I'll be totally honest, between these two teams, there could be a lot of them. So can't count them out just yet, but we'll see what they're able to kind of work with. A minute till Dragon spawns. We have still yet to see Strife go back for that package. He doesn't have TP available just yet either, so still waiting for that particular cooldown to help him out with this particular fight. As RA to start to move themselves forward. I will say for BLG, they've done exceptionally well at just focusing out Leyen. Like you said, he looks very uncomfortable on this Xin Zhao. As Khan just tries to poke out, and there's some decent poke coming out into Rise.
Yeah.
It's still significant, but like you said, it's going to take a couple big ones for them to really be making a dent in this lineup.
This is kind of the adaptation of Corki since they changed the timers on package. Is you posture, you land the poke now, and then you reset, grab the package, and that's when you have it resets your ammo as well.
They're going to look to try and get on top of Rise, but he immediately gets pushed backwards. They're going to have the handshake there onto Crisp, and he gets taken out. Good pick here, but Khan's already got Bin coming in with Icon. Icon trying to find the shuffle, and he'll get it. The hostile takeover does nothing, but Icon now caught between a rock and a hard place, and he's been shut down. Flash over by Leyen. Bin, though, looking to bring Leyen back into the trash can. You can't dash over the wall. He just face plants into it, and with 2 for 1, it's still in favor of RA.
Yeah, still in favor quite significantly. Strive now level 16, humongous spike for him. Looks like he's not backing for the package, trying to have a better timer going forwards. Khan is in the wings though. Leyen is there with Smite, and it looks like BLG won't contest. So RA get the fight, they get the dragon, but they don't really get much more, and it's still just second dragon for them.
Second dragon, they do get 2 kills in favor of 1, but let's have a look at the replay here, because again, it's RA knowing they have to fight them when they're not 5v5.
Yeah, and I just love the fact that they use Yan just to engage Jewel, tries to find Rise, but doesn't manage to be able to connect. And honestly, Tom Kench the better target as he can't gobble himself. Big Shuffle comes in that's dodged away from Highboy, and then Cube comes in and just completely deletes Icon. The ult nearly killing Khan as well, but just not quite enough damage.
Yeah, and that could have been big. If you get Khan as well, that's 3 kills. You may be able to kind of, you know, turn that into a tower or 2 as well because of the timing. But it was only the 2 kills going over in favor of RA in terms of the 1 for BLG. And again, when Bin goes in, if Bin's not able to get that first initial, why does Strife have package? I'm not quite sure about that. He could have just left it and waited, but nevertheless, he's not going to have it now for the next timing. That's a little bit of a weird one.
I guess they have to start Baron and like look for a fight, start Baron immediately. That might be the play here. Very weird though. It doesn't mean it's not desynced with the dragon, which is quite a big. Oh my lord, that damage.
That is absurd right now. Strife recognizing they're at this power point. This is it. This is your game right now for the side of RA. You can take a 2-0, but you have to do it now. Oh, we're going to see a package coming out. Crisp goes over on top of the package, and he's still a Tam Ken, so he's still very, very tanky. Rise getting hit by the little ones is still getting peppered down. Bin TP'd in. The Baron down to about 3,000. They're going to commit to it. Leyen with the smite. Boy with the rend, and they confirm it. That's a fantastic cast there, but it's only onto the dummy as Khan gets himself right into the backside of this one. The Devourer comes out as they try and keep their Wukong alive. The Shurima shuffle onto 3 as Bin finally finds his opportunity. Icon goes golden, but he will end up falling. You've traded out the Callista for the Gwen and now the Azir, so we'll see now what they're able to try and push into this one here. Yanja gets back out onto the top of this. Crisp not quite able to get the tongue lash down. It's a 2 for 1. Ooh, as Khan nearly gets himself there as well, as RA do get the Baron again, and they get themselves out with a couple of Baron buffs.
They get the advantage, but not by much. And I mean, this is a problem. This Gwen joining the fight late. Bin, such a monster, but Icon, the real hero there with that shuffle. And we can see, you know, the confidence on this play. They have the package, they have the Rend plus Smite to make it very hard to contest this objective. And BLG are very cautious to approach this one, especially with Rise so chunked out. And we'll see. I think they execute it from like a pretty high level of HP. Yeah, 2.4k. They executed
Oh
from
my
there.
god, I didn't even see that. The handshake caught the dummy and I got so baited.
Yeah, unfortunately. And then they actually save the jungle here, and then Icon goes for this massive shuffle. The thing is, RA could have backed out, but they're still hunting for the fight. And then the Gwen is a problem. iBoy gets CC'd and just annihilated. No real response to this, I'm just going to say, this broken champion.
Yeah, it really was. And I think the combination of the Wukong and the Gwen is just proving so much. I will say you did have to use a lot there from the side of BLG. The TPs are down from your top laner. You don't have access to that now for this next potential fight. Flash used by Icon and by Khan as well. And this is why the big thing is, I think if BLG can finally find the fight where the decoy is, just like that, baits me as well. I thought it was a handshake into a fantastic explosive cast, but it wasn't. It was all just a big ruse. And now Leanne feeling a little bit better now with the force of nature. Should be able to...
Oh my lord.
Ooh.
Yeah,
That's a level 18
for Strive. And bear in mind, you know, you get MR per level with the durability patches. That was one of the things they added quite a bit of MR per level. Just being low level, like you have less health, less MR. It's going to do more. Strive level 18 now. The 2 Barons help them with that. But bear in mind, one thing to note for RA is they desync the package from the Dragon. Dragon in a minute 20, they won't have that package available for it. So I have to make up some ground as a result.
Well, they are taking turrets this time around with their Baron buff. As we can see now, Yuyanja getting caught out as Khan kind of jumping on top of him. The bailout will be there, but it will not be enough. That's going to be a kill going over to the side of BLG, but a tower has been taken on top side. Cube is at a point where his damage is super significant to be able to kill the minions, but should Bin feel like he can go 1v1 in that bot side, like he's, like what is that, 70 CS? It's a massive advantage, let alone the kills.
Yeah, I mean, Gwen, it's just a matter of the fact is the Gragas has enough wave clear, so you're fine with that, but is problematic if you're trying to get into a fight. Now, Yanja just caught off warding and didn't have the Callisto nearby to be able to ult. It won't be that impactful, but we've had RA take 2 Barons and they have 4 towers. Really not doing many favors for themselves. Now, TP comes in early. RA know they don't have package. They want to get it set up as soon as possible on the objective.
Yeah, they need to try and muscle their way in. Look at Khan, though. Look at Khan on the flank on your mini-map. He's all the way down there. Thank you so much, observers. I know you're not listening to me, but it does not matter. There's RA trying to see where they can find him. They know where 4 members of BLG are, but they do not know where the Wukong is.
He's got to look for iBoy.
He's got to look for iBoy. Yanja, though, maybe you're going to be able to find him here, and then you're going to know that he's there. Yep, they're going to jump onto the Renata. The handshake is good to try and dissuade from him. And then, look, you don't have your jungler here for BLG, which means that iBoy, he's a little bit separated from the rest of his team. They're putting down a lot of damage. Those are great. Massive hostile takeover as now Khan has to flash himself away, gets himself off with a decoy. Icon still doing damage as Bin jumps on iBoy. They flash over. He flashes back on top of him. iBoy goes into stasis, but it's only a matter of time, you feel, before he goes down. The bailout is there, and actually it's RA turning it around. They're keeping themselves alive. They've got the stasis and they got the GA. They flash forward onto Icon, who goes golden. Double kill comes in though for Bin, and now Icon makes something work as he picks up the 3rd. Now the rest of RA can run away and try and keep themselves alive. Not quite able to do it. It looked like for a moment BLG may have stepped too far forward, but they pick up 4. Now Yuyanja's caught all alone in the world and nowhere to go.
And Icon, massive in that fight, did so much damage when he's here finding those pivotal targets. BLG, I think they just look for the end here. Such a long game, but it feels like it's not even that, it hasn't even been that long compared to game 1. But BLG will find the advantage. You'll be able to close this one out. The Gwen, the Azir, just too much for RA.
Scaling, and when in doubt, more scaling. We can see now Icon going in onto Yuyanja, just trying to take him out. The bailout is there. Icon will tank up the turret alongside Bin, but that's going to be the ace, and you got to feel like that's going to be the game, sending us to a game 3 in this best of 3 as BLG and RA, neither team willing to let it go.
And man, I feel like Leanne was such a pivotal piece in that game 1, but game 2 really flopped. Wasn't able to find any advantages, constantly getting picked. The Xin Zhao just didn't look comfortable for him. And BLG, it wasn't a straightforward game, but man, Icon had such an Azir performance there. I feel like in that there was a massive shuffle around the Baron. There was a final fight where he's clearing up the kills. He was that big carry for them.
Yeah, he really, really was. And I think that kind of proving why, you know, his own little worth of saying, look, I can have these big impact plays. I can play these big champions that can survive until the late game. And honestly, his positioning in that last fight, like you mentioned, was just so pivotal, constantly keeping himself safe. I feel like if anyone dies for the side of BLG right at the end there, RA can just turn it back around. They get everything they want. They could probably end up winning the game from there, but it doesn't happen. They keep their composure. And I think Bin on this Gwen, you got to ban it. You can't let it go through. You can't even let them think about it. You have to get it off the board.
I mean, I think just in that scenario where you had, what, 6 top lane bans before Cube got to pick, it's not doing you any favors in that one when you're so limited in terms of responses, and clearly Cube looked uncomfortable in the matchup, whereas Bin, I mean, to be honest, I think Bin on Gwen, it doesn't matter what the matchup is going to be comfortable, but you gave him the best opportunity in that matchup. And we still saw some issues, right? Like the Senatom, the fact that there was that early kill to the Calista Renata, the Senna ends up falling behind XP. They're not managing the Senna properly and letting her pick up experience, so she falls behind. But it felt like the solo lanes there for BLG were enough to pick up the slack.
Yeah, it really did. And I think for BLG, lots to be kind of thankful for. And again, you know, the jungle matchup, I think, can look great as well. I think he was able to find opportunities that just really worked for him and his team. And the Wukong proving time and time again that it is just a very big, you know, it's just such a big team fight win condition. You can even see there, like, all right, they're bit by bit getting there. This kind of looks like a, almost like a radar graph of like beep, 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 you know, one of those kind of setups, and then immediately flatlines right towards the end because RA just had everything going for them, but they just couldn't let those dragons stick, and that was the biggest problem they had.
Yeah, they didn't pick up the early dragons. It also wasn't a soul that really like was drastically favorable towards them. I don't think Cloud that would have been something that solidified the game. But also like that gold grab, it's so choppy. Like you can actually see the big spikes when they grab the Baron, and then it instantly drops down against after. You can actually see those 2 points where like there's a vertical spike into a drop down. It just felt like when they got an advantage, it instantly went back in the other direction, and RA just never really had a firm control of the game despite having a lead for 90% of it.
Yeah, I think that's a big thing as well, is that for RA, your composition kind of wanted to go late, kind of wanted to stay early. It didn't really do a lot of either. It kind of felt like you were picking the Corki as insurance, but when BLG go with things like the Gwen, the Senna, and the Azir, you do not have a choice in that. And you can see there as well, despite the the Gwen picking up all the different early game objectives and obviously the early kills, it was Icon doing the most damage, nearly 34.5% of his team's damage. He was so pivotal to making sure BLG were able to get that win.
I think ultimately they had the 3 scaling lanes. They didn't get punished for it. Lien, I felt like if you have the Calista Renata, you have a strong early jungler like the Xin Zhao, you have to be getting a significant lead. The fact they got that first, they got an advantage, but it just wasn't enough. You needed momentum, and I kind of felt like they just fizzled out.
Yeah, well, the momentum very firmly in BLG's corner. We're going to send it to a break, and when we return, we will have Game 3 of this best of 3 very, very soon.
As there's the Whirling Death, does a whole lot of work here as Ruler's gonna have to flash away. Zayas now taking a bunch of damage. Omen getting, oh my god, Faker! He just gets in the back line and smites it away. Chovy now trying to punish him, but I don't think it's going to be enough as T1 picking up the Baron is huge in this moment. Gumayushi now wanting to flash on over and look for Chovy, who once again goes golden.
T1 do get the Baron here with that fantastic steal. The flank from Faker was amazing.
Get out the way, get out the way, get out the way. Hey, I got to drive on live. Plays when I move top key, there ain't no defeat. There's ice in my veins and chase on my feet in the face.
Audi foi pro Barão com Kalista, o FNB tá lá embaixo, tá gastando TP agora. É o tudo ou nada pra tirar, entra agora pra cima dele, garante a eliminação. E é um jogador aberto, equipe da Fúria, então FNB pelo lateral. Vai tentar fechar, ele entrou, avançou, PCB esmaga! Por enquanto não tem a base pra ele, agora sim já caiu o primeiro, ainda vai garantir o segundo. É imortal, caiu 1, caiu 2, vai cair 3, vai cair 4, tá lá!
Ele vai buscar.
É 4 kills pra ele, ele quer o quinto, menino não para. Vem pro Penta, vem pro Penta, vem pro Penta,
When it's OT, when I'm home, see me that gold ring with that way go on me.
而且下来的动态是巨肥
哦，这里抓到喽，接死他吗？
看到奶哥水豪冲击，然后搭配的是阵地自己直接把人给抬回来，但奶哥要来反杀呀！这里直接开秀了，1打2，这就是 Gemini 的理性。然后后续哈斯基赶过来，奶哥还有机会可以来逃出升天吗？给了个夹子，还有球过，这里逃脱的路径奶哥都已经想好了。
I'm making plays, so get out the way.
Hostile takeover at the ready as JJ Mako walk on in. V5 deny with a great steadfast presence. Cast is taking everything, but it's a Poppy. As the seismic shot goes into the wall, this is just beautiful. Takeover as well. Scout finally has the package, but Rich is going to rejoin the fight. V5 getting low, but EDG need to take down Rookie, and they need to take down the other man as well. Botic over the wall, gets himself a triple. Victory 5 continues styling on the world champions all over our screen with a quadra kill and Dagda Gear it up! Voting against EDG! 1-5 for the pentakill, you better believe it!
Hey, get out the way. Get out the way. Hey, get out the way. Get out the way.
Owner has a really nice flank angle though, as they are going to get on top of Sword to his Meganar, but not that tanky. Finally, he is going to get into that Meganar. The kick comes in as they're trying to get the steal, and that is a massive three-man double ultimate to come in from T1. And there's even some fight back from Sword, but it's way too little, way too late.
Force right now, 3 members strong, 3 members dead.
Caprise perhaps wants to try and steal this with a kick. He's gonna get it. They actually get the Ocean Soul. That's just daylight robbery.
I'm making plays. So get out the way. Get out the way. Hey, get out the way. Get out the way. Hey, get out the way. Get out the way.
Good old days. Do you remember? There's no bringing them back.
Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May you live forever.
Late 80s, early 90s, it came into its prime. Microphone prodigies with complex rhymes, sublime denser beats, deep sampling feats. Pure genius rose steep from the New York streets. Meet at Mars, the building from Milky Way. Payday, the tunnel, the red zone, new music cafe. Beat Street, fat beats, downstairs rockin' soul. In the music factory, stacked 12-inch gold. The innovation was cunning, stunning, nothing was contrived. From 86 to 95, New York kept it live. BDP, King PE, Ultra EPMD. Rakim, Stet, Slick Rick, MC Light is Marquis. The Jungle Brothers, De La, A Tribe Called Quest. Brand Nubian, Gangstar, G-Rap, Bello, and SP. Rockin' CL, Black Moon, Beatnuts, TITC. Daru, Nas, AZ, Redman, Big L, and Biggie.
Good old days. Do you remember? There's no bringing them back.
Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. May you live forever. You see, the elements converged into spoken word and hit a divine note that human ears had never heard. It emerged to what the mainstream considered absurd. They laughed at it, now it's generational, they're all addicts. 40 years later, now we reminisce, cause through all the shape shifts, it hurts us deeply that it hasn't been the same since. Large pro walking through that front door to cherish or neglect the black sheep, the choice is yours. Case Solo spelled it out for you. The Fugees kept the score, nice and smooth, made it funky for the junkies abroad. The Outcast elevated it. While Dre let me ride, he kicked me out. I had to start running with the far side. Lost my breath. All I need from Mary and Meth is ice water. Please give my full regards to the chef. Watch son get wrecked, cause all they rickety really want is effects. Gucci link shine, stretching Bobito, 89 Tech 9, y'all. Continuation of the golden era. Golden era. Continuation of the golden era. That ever lasts forever.
I just want to tell you it's alright, while I'm smiling through the tears in my eyes. Cause when I'm broken, I still want you to be fine. I think we're both just attached to the friction. If you need me, I'll be pacing through my mind, and I can be the one to get you through the night. I lose the battle every time you pick a fight. Too afraid to combat this addiction. You're so bad for me, I can't stand to be without you for another moment. This is agony. It's like gravity, you're pushing down on me when I'm around you, but without you don't know where I'd be. Out of sight, lost in time. One
觉得打 A 的话，对面打 A 玩的挺好的，然后我要多注意他一点，然后自己也多沟通好，然后配合好。我们的磨合的时间不是很长，但是要在就是仅剩下的时间里，就是尽可能的去跟就每个人都磨合的好。
Practice makes perfect, and the results speak for themselves. Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are back off of the end of the game 2, which saw BLG tie up this series. I'm still Ushin, he is still the fantastic Mr. Ox, and we are going to be looking at our MVP from game number 2. It was Icon on the Azir in the mid lane. The man, like we mentioned so many times, was just in the right place, the right time. He planted his feet, and he made sure to make the most out of every fight.
Yeah, and I mean, just was such a issue in the team fights for BLG. They didn't really have, you know, like the most fantastic for RA, sorry, they didn't have the most fantastic engage to get on top of him, and when he found his windows, he really made them happen.
Yeah, he really, really did, and I think the thing was, not only did he make them happen, but he also made the most of them when he got the opportunity. And even just here, you can see him here, just kind of waiting for his time, sees a lot of ultimates being thrown at him. He doesn't do a lot here, but as soon as he recognizes they've gone too far forward, he's able to put himself into a great position to shuffle everyone back.
And then Bin instantly there to follow up with Crisp to take out iBoy. And sure, Icon goes down, but he sets up that play, allows him to clear up a bunch of the Baron buffs. And here, this fight ends up doing so much damage. I thought it was a great hostile takeover. That would be enough for them to sort of find favor, but Icon just constantly DPSing, shredding through this front line, even just anyone who approaches him.
Yeah, again, look at him just planting his feet. He doesn't really ever leave that ramp until the fight's basically done. And as soon as Strife thinks that he's in a good position to be able to try and get himself away, he capitalizes again, gets in with the Shurima's shuffle alongside the Emperor's Divide, and continuously puts himself into such a good position. Great performance there from Icon, proving why he was subbed in over Fofo, really stepping up for him and his team. And now we're going to have BLG back on the blue. And funny enough, actually, is that blue side has been very much favored for a lot of teams. It does feel like red side in this particular series has a little bit of an edge because of those counter picks.
Yeah, I think that's it to an extent. I also feel like just teams maybe not just prioritizing things super well, and the fact that like one of the advantages of red side is that third pick, you know, you can pick a champion, ban away counters, you know, you get the second round of bans, you can pick something afterwards first. And I think one thing as well is that a lot of these bans being put on picks that you wouldn't necessarily think to be too high priority. Interesting enough, we see the Aphelios first pick for BLG, and then the Jinx answered that old school matchup we saw all the time in spring.
Yeah, basically the handshake on the bot side. The Jinx has been seeing a little bit more priority in play as of yet. Yes, I think the Lucian Nami has very much died in our region because of just people knowing how to deal with it, people knowing what way to kind of work around it. And with the Kalista and Zeri banned, you can see that Rare Adam is saying, look, we're not going to let this go to a late game fight without us having some kind of way of fighting back. So they get themselves a Jinx, they lock in the Wukong as well. And there's the Gnar coming out here for Bin. So it feels like you kind of have to lock in your top laner, or you just straight up go for the Sylas.
Yeah, I actually like this. You know, you have one fantastic ult in the Gnar. The hostile takeover is honestly a pretty good one as well. But like, this is such a fast-paced draft. I feel like teams making some better decisions. Aphelios Renata really strong, especially when you know they're going for the Wukong for the diver. They now have the Sylas as well, so fantastic value. Jinx, who's going to have that range advantage you can play for, but then that Gnar as well for Bane going to be big. And now, second rotation, BLG, I kind of expect them to put some bans towards top laners to thin the pool against the Gnar, but in fact, it looks like they're so confident in it, they're going to ban supports instead. Was RA, you just ban away the junglers. I think Lee Sin probably here would be my best guess for the second one.
Yeah, get rid of the Lee Sin, put Khan into something that he maybe doesn't have as much agency on, and get him onto something brand new in this particular series. No, they go with the ins outs. They're saying, look, put the Wukong into the Lee Sin. The Lee Sin does have that little bit of early pressure, but not as easy to execute on with those big team fights. So kind of saying to, look, Rayan feels confident to be able to kind of deal with you in those early stages, and that we can get the better benefit out of the matchup if you're on something like the Lee Sin.
I just find it weird because I think Khan has had such good Lee Sin performances so far. Really being able to connect and make those big plays in team fights, especially you have a Jinx on your team. Maybe BLG ban Tom here, I was thinking. Like, maybe that's the thought process of RA, is that they could end up grabbing a Tom Kench, and that kind of makes it so iBoy has a safety net. But yeah, if BLG end up taking the Lee Sin, you get a big insect onto iBoy, boom, Jinx out of the fight now. And also, Lee Sin provides great disengage, kicking away. Regardless, RA, they can just take the top laner here, they know the matchup, and leave the support to late to get some information. But if they are just going to go for that Tom Kench, then why not? And yeah, I feel like for BLG, this should have been the ban, not the Nautilus. That safety net for the Jinx could be very valuable.
Yeah, we can see how hard it is just to burst down the Tam Kench in the best of situations. And you haven't really got huge amount of burst available to you or even consistent damage as of right now. Yes, the Aphelios will scale up, but in the early stages, not really going to have the same level of kill threat, even onto something like a support Tam Kench. We'll see the Poppy being hovered over here. The Poppy definitely becoming much more of a meta jungler, especially for some of the top teams. We saw Tarzan tearing up the Rift with it the other day. Even in their loss against RNG, LNG were still, specifically Tarzan, I must say, was just absolutely everywhere with this pick and can mitigate an awful lot of the engage options for RA.
Yeah, and my question is going to be what RA doing in this situation. So we did see them before. They put the Silas into the top lane matchup. They might look to just do that again here. That happened in game 1 if you did miss it, because ultimately I feel like maybe you need a bit more range in your composition. See what they opt to go for though. But if they end up going for just the Ornn here, yeah, I think this is a lot better. I think you want the Silas to go top so you can have an active mid laner, because I feel like, you know, if you just lean into the late stages, or if you pick a melee top laner into BLG's composition is very difficult to play. They have like such a good anti-melee champion composition. Like, I think Wukong and Silas are gonna have hard times this game. And so having the Talia, someone who can set up those early plays, get some momentum maybe onto the Jinx, because the Jinx is probably the big piece. But I'm going to be real, I kind of really like BLG's composition, what they have on offer here. Fantastic front to back, super tanky picks, a lot of things that make the dive from RA's life very difficult.
Absolutely. I think for RA, if they can get the snowball going, if they can get the Wukong to get into good positions, they can make their composition work, but it's a big if right now. And I think BLG have a lot of great answers to what they have. I think BLG have a lot of ways of creating their own opportunities as well. And I do think it comes down to that early jungle pressure once again. I think it comes down to how Leanne and Can do end up coordinating themselves in this early stages. Because if we can see the early dragons coming in again, if we can see the pressure coming out from Leanne like we did in game 1, that's far more desirable for RA than we saw him being honestly just very passive in game 2.
Yeah, I think that's the major thing, is like the difference was Leanne. Leanne in game 1, super active, despite having losing lanes, made the momentum happen. Game 2, caught out, and basically invisible. So hopefully, especially since he's given this fantastic tool in the Wukong, he's able to make something happen. He's able to find these opportunities and snowball the game. Because despite the fact that Poppy is a good matchup into the Wukong, still Wukong is going to have that advantage in the early skirmishes. Poppy kind of relying on slamming things into walls, using the W to shut down dashes. But one thing that's really powerful that I love about the Poppy is the ult now. For anyone who's to know, another reason we've seen Poppy come in is she got a buff to her ultimate. The knockback is huge, but if you cancel it, it goes onto a 15-second cooldown. So you can just charge it up, and if everyone like dashes away, you just let it reset, and you still have it available.
Yeah, well, we'll see now how it all ends up going in this particular game. RA versus BLG. One of them will be walking off the Rift with another win. For BLG, you got to feel like it's got to come from them if they really, really do want to get themselves up into playoffs. But for RA, honestly, it feels like a loss here. You go, you know, starting the second half of the split with another loss would be absolutely crippling to your playoff chances. And for two teams that made it into the top 10 last spring, they are very much a faraway cry from those particular forms as of now. And RA feeling very confident in this level 1, even with the early defensive vision coming out here from BLG.
Yeah, I mean, this could end up getting volatile.
Here we go. Look at Nar. You've already got Bin kind of sitting in the position here to be able to try and make this one work. Everyone just sitting around the side here. Leanne needs to be careful. Does have to flash over the wall. He's just out. He cannot take it. Now Yanja thinking maybe they can take a fight here, but this is a bit of a difficult one. They're trying to just force their way out. As my boy not quite getting hit here by absolutely anything. They will have the hostile, or not the hostile takeover, the handshake. There it is. They're going to land it into him. Cleanse has already been used by iBoy, who's going to have to flash over the wall. Oh my lord, RA, you opted into this. You don't die, but you lose so much.
Yeah, that is an absolute disaster right there. I feel like RA just end up losing so much. You know, though all those summoners are available, iBoy zoned off the wave when this is already a painful matchup because, you know, you have double range and a range melee. And now Khan looking.
He's looking, but it's going to be difficult for him to be able to make that stack. But look at, yeah, damage.
That is the most annoying type of gank, where it's like he's not going to die. Both sides know they're not going to die, but he just chunks them out and makes laning stays a pain. And Cube, everyone is flashing on RA right now.
The only one who kept it is Strive, and you can see now that Khan saying, look, Leanne, you don't have flash. You can't contest me on this, and I'm just going to be an absolute nuisance here. Even if the camp resets, they've kind of done their job. They don't really care because they know there's no smite. So he's just waiting. 3, 2, 1. There it is. He just about gets it there for Leanne, but this is so scrappy from RA, but great for BLG. They're just capitalizing on really basic mistakes.
Yeah, this has just been a sloppy start, and considering how, like, this, you know, the fact that RA had that strong start in game 1, weak start in game 2, this is not a good omen for them. Do you still have Khan running around at level 2 though at this point?
Yeah, they will still wait to see what they can make this one work into it. Again, losing the flashes feels bad, but if you don't gain anything from it, it doesn't actually mean anything in the grand scheme of things. We'll see Leanne. Remember that smite you just used? Guess what you don't have anymore? You cannot smite this away. Level 2 between Khan and Leanne. Khan has basically his entire jungle. He has spent his entire early game just inside RA's half of the map because he's going, look, who's going to contest me?
Yeah, and that's the thing, is that, like, he can now just loop back to his jungle whenever he wants to take those camps, making Leanne's life difficult and just not letting him have an impact on the map. Leanne's still level 2, and if you let these lanes play out organically, Azir, we've talked about, really strong in lane, has prior into most matchups. Top lane, we saw what Bin is doing to Cube right now, and then bot lane, you know, especially with the summoner's disadvantages, everything is just very rough for BLG. They want their jungler to bail them out, and they're not getting that window.
Again, we talked about how important Leanne is to this team, how pivotal he can be and is to their success, and not having him on anything that, you know, or not giving him any resources really is going to be so, it's going to feel so bad, especially when you start to look towards those big level 6 spikes where he's getting that first item or at least half an item to try and make something work in these side lanes.
It's a 20 CS discrepancy bot, by the way. Oh my lord, man.
That is an oof. That is a large oof.
Yeah, things aren't looking too hot at the time being, but obviously you can see what RA can look to try and do. I think a big thing that has dictated this game is sort of playing for dragons early on, so we'll see if either team opts for an early one. I think the fact that Khan could just call his bot lane over if they need would be helpful, but for now you can just see plates already taken, already one going down at this point, and I'm not sure there's much RA can do to disrupt this.
I mean, yeah, like Leanne needs to try and get some camps into him because he's already starting to fall behind, as finally Khan does start to take away some of his own camps. You don't have flash available for iBoy or Yuyanja yet, so you can't really go for an aggressive trade. And yeah, it just feels very bad. I will say it was a massive wave, so it's not quite 20 anymore, but actually, never mind, I might creep back up to it because they're just starting to punish them so heavily.
I just feel like, you know, RA put themselves in this hole because they went for the level 1 invade. Yep. They picked Tom Kench into Renato Aphelios, and so they kind of set themselves up for this fate. And now it is just, I feel like you have to find a window to stop the bleeding. You have to find a window to make something happen. The problem is, because Ryze and Chris have both their flashes, it's very hard to actually make a play. Like, you can't just suddenly have Leanne come in, because if he goes in for the play and then they flash out, easy to turn it around. And often, you know, if you're playing the harass lane rather than the aggressive engage lane, which is kind of how this one would pan out, then it does favor the defensive lane to have all summoners up. But now Dragon being started and RA trying to contest, but I think it's just gone.
They gotta go for something. There's the Weaver's Wall to try and stop them, but he gets used on his own person. We're gonna see Strike finally using his own flash. Khan, though, has to go into the bailout, and he ends up taken down. That's gonna be first blood, and now you can see Ryze in a lot of trouble. Can he get himself away? His Icon's putting in the work. He cannot. And now Crisp caught in the back of the pit. Just about flashes over. Icon using the honey fruit to his advantage as he flashes over the wall himself. They will have the Desolate Dive to try and catch up on top of him. He tries to shift his sands, but it's not gonna work out. And when we thought it was all gone wrong for the side of RA, they pick up 3 kills and they're back in the game.
That's all you need. It's just BLG to start up Dragon and throw the game. As a result, RA easily in position to sweep that one up. And sure, they don't manage to get the objective, but they get the gold they need. Thing is here is Khan ends up so low in HP because he's tanking the Dragon. And they go for this play on a Strive. But Khan, he's like 20% HP as a result of this. He goes down so quickly, and the flash from Leanne means they don't even get the reset, and then Ryze in such an awful position. Crisp as well, caught here, and then iBoy, the honey fruit just means Icon doesn't actually finish him off there. Really smart play coming up from him.
Very, very nicely done. I love what iBoy does here as well. He doesn't stick around to say, look, oh, maybe I'll get the kill or something like that. He just kind of accepts it that he's not going to get it, so he goes straight away to try and catch up on that CS. He's still 20 CS down, but in a much better position than he was about 5 minutes ago.
Absolutely. I mean, this game was looking like it was just going to fall out of control, but the end finds the angle. This is a reason why he's been such a big piece for this team. When the early game goes well, it's often off the back of him. It was the case in spring, and it remains to be the case now.
And I love that RA went for that. I love that RA decided, look, we need to go for a fight. I'm going to stop myself here because I don't love that Cube went for this particular fight. He flashes away. Not quite sure why, because he was dead either way. We do see Leyen maybe looking to try and jump on this. He has got the red buff, but yeah, you can't really move on top of that one. Now he might be in a little bit of trouble. He does not have flash. They're going to try and maybe jump onto him. Can. Not quite able to get the extra damage down, but... You know, BLG will be able to get themselves back a kill. But like I was saying earlier, like RA recognized they were in such a deep hole. They needed to make something happen. And look, they're still 20 CS down. Probably a little bit more, to be perfectly honest. It's going to be about 30 by the end of this wave kind of pushing in. But, oh, we will see the Cyclone bin. He still has a hop, though. I just feel like you're delaying him. It's not really going to give you anything, really.
Yeah, I mean, BLG are really happy with that. They saw Leyen at the play. Therefore, you know he's not doing anything anywhere else on the map. You have full information. You still get the kill. And then Leyen even overstays to try and make that happen. Ends up burning his ultimate. And now he's just started up the Herald, but he's going to be called out on this one.
Yeah, he's going to be called out. You got Icon and Can in the vicinity. But the bot lane has already started to make its way up as well for BLG. So they are... Well, not even just the bot lane. It's actually just the Renata of Crisp. And... starting to make their way towards this objective. It will be continued here by the side of RA, but eventually Leyen will back himself off as the Rift Tail does get a bit of a reset. So now bot laner is still there, picking up as much CS as they possibly can, but it is going to be the top side of the map that's the focus.
Yeah, and I think BLG, they can secure this Herald, should be in a good spot. Oh, they're trying to make a play on a Rise here. He does have flash, though.
He does have flash. We're going to see him just kind of dancing around. Has already got himself the Berserker Greaves. So I like the idea coming out here from RA. Again, just kind of saying, look, we can't just let this one go to the late game. We can't just let them scale up. We're already 20 CS down on bot side. We're already 10, if not 15 CS down in mid. This is something we got to make work for ourselves. As Yuyanja tries to punish Rise. Rise just dancing beautifully around all these different skill shots.
And then no play really comes out on the bot side. They get a plate. That's it. The Herald is secured for BLG on the top side. Does feel like despite that play around the Dragon that obviously didn't go towards them, they're in a comfortable spot. And something I want to note is that we've seen a lot more recently in the LPL. Teams heavily committing for like that early first Dragon. You know, back in the day, it used to be if there was a good timer for it, there's a good opportunity, they'll just pick it up. But a lot more so recently, it's been like, no, we are starting at like 5-6 minutes. And a lot of times if you're challenged, it can be punishing, but it definitely feels like the rising Dragon priority could be seen. And now BLG have the Herald. They could use the Herald mid, for example, try and use that pressure to go for the Dragon, or they could try and secure a tower somewhere else. Leyen tries to make a play bot, but won't find anything.
30 seconds till Dragon spawns, but like you said, RA do have pressure in bot side, so maybe they look to try and make this one work for themselves. Strive is here, so maybe they can get the kill off here onto Rise. There would be an opportunity. The resets coming in here for the side of RA. Actually, BLG looking to try and maybe change them back. They're just baiting in Yuyanja. He gets shook right the way back into iBoy's face. And now with the Dragon just about to spawn, it is going to be BLG back in position to be able to contest for this objective.
Yeah, vision control still in favor of RA, but, you know, reset's going to come in. I don't think Leyen should be starting this up right now. He is hovering in the area. And now iBoy's actually isolated.
He needs to be very careful with how he goes for this one here. If he got Hunshook, would have lost his cleanse at minimum. And with the resets coming in, they're just going to have to give up this Dragon. They don't have the position on it, and that's going to be second Drake of the game for BLG.
Fantastic for BLG. They're getting the objective control. Yes, they got challenged before. Yes, they made a mistake, but they know the importance of getting these early Dragons. And I think with a composition like theirs, you know, the fact that the enemy team has Wukong, Talia, these very proactive mid-jungle, if they're not able to find anything out of it, they are going to be in such a painful spot. And the fact it's a Hextech soul as well, if BLG secure that, things like yeah, let's go stop them. Things like the Azir, things like the Aphelios that want to be able to kite effectively are going to be so much more potent with that extra slow.
Again, we just kind of wait. This is going to be a slow burner of a game. And we can't really underestimate how important this series is to both these squads. For BLG, brings you up to 4-6, a much more respectful scoreline going into the final 6 series of the series. And again, or of the season, I should say. And again, this is your season. Don't forget, this is summer split. If you not get into playoffs, that's it. You're kind of done. There's nothing there for you until January 2023. So you're on a pretty much a 5-month hiatus trying to figure out what you want to go for your team. And same for RA, 3-6, far better position than 2-7. 2-7, you're already down to a maximum of 9 wins available to you, which is already starting to be a bit more questionable about whether or not you can make it into playoffs. And we're going to start to eliminate people pretty damn soon in terms of our playoff picture.
I mean, I said at the start of the day, I feel like whoever loses this series probably isn't going to make playoffs. It's not like guaranteed, but it just becomes so much harder. And especially the fact that RA are 2-6 already, they have more ground to gain to try and make it back. So it's so important, so much on the line. You can feel like these teams have constantly fought tooth and nail through this series to try and ensure the win. There's no more wiggle room really available, especially as, you know, if you didn't catch the start of the day, we highlighted both teams have very hard schedules going forward. Still a lot of the top teams that they have to face down.
Yeah, even a win here doesn't even guarantee that you'll be able to do something, but I'll have to stop myself there as Bin is going to get his own Meganar up as he gets himself hijacked and they have to flash away, but a great turnaround there. Bin might survive this one here. Strive taking up too much. Lien! 3v1 and the MSI winning top laner shows what he can do.
And that's just an absolute disaster. You bring so many resources, you lose in terms of kills, you lose your mid-tier 1 for an icon. This Azir, who was so devastating last game, gets it. And Rise picks up 4 plates in the bot lane.
Full tower.
That's rough. Ugh. Just out of nowhere, 3,000 gold lead in favor of BLG.
Oh, this is disaster for the side of RA. And after things were kind of starting to stabilize, they were getting the bot lane back up, but now 40 CS down, a full tower down as well. You're able to get a kill back onto Bin. Oh, it just feels so bad. And now, yes, you're on some decent item spikes here as RA, but it's just not really going to be enough. I feel like we're starting to see the similar, setup as last game where they're gonna start to hit panic stations.
Yep, they're going to start to feel desperate. They're going to start looking for windows. And I think what's really important is how they approach fights, because RA kind of need to find flank angles, but they are finding something here.
They're looking for him. They're trying to make sure they can catch out Icon, but Icon survives. They're going to be able to try and make this one work for themselves as well as Yuyanja gets hit up and taken out. He was hit by the last little tick of the hostile takeover, which meant he couldn't pop his grey health.
Yeah, rough, but a nice punish from BLG and Icon. You know, despite the fact he's jump bomb, he still looks for the proactive play, right? The turnaround, slamming them under tower rather than knocking them away. Strive will answer with a turret in the bot lane, but it just feels like the more time passes, the more uncertain RA look.
That is just, yes, you get a tower and bot side, but let's have a little replay here because they throw everything at Icon, but he plays it so well to keep himself alive.
Yeah, the fact he slams in and then Crisp flashing forwards to give him the shield gives him Guardian as well, so he does survive the ignite damage. And as you said, the final tick ends up coming through and doesn't let him use that grey health. So an aggressive play. And you know, I'm going to say I like the fact RA are looking for this. Despite the fact it backfired, they have to do this. They are in a bit of a hole right now. They need to look for these proactive plays. They can't just sit back. Like, look at the top lane, CS discrepancy. Look at the bot lane. It's 30 CS lead bot, like 60 in the top lane right now.
Yeah, Bin is just schooling Cube right now when it's a 3,000 gold lead, about 3.5 actually, as BLG now get their waves in order, try to make sure they're clearing as many wards as they can. They haven't cleared that one in the back of the pit, but there's no teleport for Cube as of yet. He's not really in a position to be able to set himself up as a big kind of flanking carry at the moment, so RA now have to, after pushing for vision control in that Dragon Pit, will have to succeed it as BLG start to take control here. Look, they're going to give this one up lane onto the Rift Herald, and honestly, I don't have a huge issue with it, but I don't think it's the correct call, because I think that, as you can see in the minimap, I think BLG could maybe fight for both.
I honestly feel like they're in a position to do so if they can get this dragon quick enough, but it looks like members are around for RA protecting the objective, but this is third dragon to BLG. I feel like
17 minutes.
Yeah, if you're not contesting third dragon at this point, you know you're in the hole. And now BLG can just play towards that fourth. If they get solo, I think it's almost impossible for RA to bring it back. It's such a power boost. It's going to make it very difficult. I think especially just the slow effect. The fact that, you know, if one of the melees steps too far forward, they'll be slowed down, picked apart. If any of the backliners, you know, get caught by the AoE slow, they'll just get chased down. And sure, RA are using their time well, right? They get the Herald, they get this tower, they get an objective bounty, but it just still doesn't feel like enough.
Yeah, they're trying to bring back the gold just a little bit, but 3 dragons down. It's 2,000 gold now in favor for BLG. And BLG have the Aphelios, the Azir, they have the Gnar. That will just become a split-pushing machine. And you can see just how this Silas flex doesn't really work right now for the side of RA. They're not really doing much with it. And I like the idea from coming out from RA, but the fact that it's just not executing as well, I just would have preferred to see this Silas in the mid lane and maybe go with something, like you said, a little bit more traditional in the top side.
I think the problem is they saw like things like the Renata Aphelios. They saw the fact that there's like, you know, a lot of champions that make melee champions' life difficult. And they're like, well, we don't want a melee mid laner, a melee jungler, and a melee top laner, and a melee support. That's just not going to be a good time. But I don't think they've really found a better way to navigate things from the position they're in here, and maybe it would have just been the call to go for the Silas in the mid lane and maybe pick a range top or something. Although other than that, those feel very, very rare at the moment.
Few and far between. Go Quinn. And Nivea. The Shy brought it out earlier this year, you know? They were able to make that one work for themselves. We will see Ultimate come out there, Keeper's Verdict, put Strife, and he goes, you know what? I wanted to go top lane anyway. Thank you very much.
He just takes it. He's like, yep. Thanks, appreciate it. It's not over enough back. I mean, that's something as well that makes things hard, is that like if you get a good ult from the Poppy going into a team fight, just the amount of time it takes you to walk back into the fight is so long. It can just turn a 5v5 into a 4v5, 3v5, and then very hard to sort of like disengage and wait for your teammate to get back there.
Yeah, 2 minutes 45 or just over 40. That's your timing now as RA. That's when you have to fight. You need to get as much in your kit as you physically can and go for that fight and hope and pray that you are able to get that dragon, because right now you are losing on all fronts. Look at the vision. Or rather, let me correct that statement. Look at the lack of vision that you have now as RA. You have a ward on your own Krugs. You have a ward down the bot side. I will say, though, they're trying to go for this move, but the Azir, the Streamer's Legacy, it's so hard to make these dives work.
Yeah, the fact that tower's there just means it's so difficult to play around. So, it's a hard one. It's a hard one ultimately. And here, BLG are just going to keep applying pressure, but there isn't any on them. You know, RA are fishing, but BLG have no reason to step up unnecessarily. 2 minutes until that dragon. And I want to see RA try and fish for some good opportunities, like find flank angles. They're heading over the Baron. It looked like they might just go for like a Baron play instead, rather than risk the flip at the dragon, which can make sense to an extent, but, you know, I don't think they're going to find much over there.
So it's a flip, and also you don't exactly take it exceptionally quickly. You haven't really got Jinx up to those 3 items. You're got 2, so you're doing fairly decently, but you're not exactly in Baron shred range. It is a minute 20 till that dragon spawns, and RA, they seem to have planted their feet on this top side. They've said, look, we want to try and maybe look for the trade back, but now I think they've realized BLG would be able to shoot them like fish in a barrel. They could even just leave the Azir up towards that top side, let the rest of BLG take the dragon, and then RA just couldn't be able to take that fight. So now they're going to look to try and maybe make this one work. Yanja has to flash away as Icon went over the wall. They do get some decent damage on top of him as Icon has to flash over. There's a hostile takeover onto Yanja as they try to make this one work. The Devourer comes out to keep the Wukong alive.
Hey,
Yanja trying to see if he can catch out Rise. He flashes away, does get the Mega Inferno Bomb, or excuse me, the Super Mega Death Rocket right on top of his face. Yanja had to go for something, and sadly that something wasn't it.
Yeah, now Lian's super low in HP. There's still time for resets to come in before the dragon, and Yanja should be alive, but so many summoners been. And actually, so what I'm going to say is, if you look at the side of RA, a lot of flashes available, whereas Rise, Icon, and Crisp have lost theirs. This could be the window for RA. If they can make it into the fight with those summoners down, with those ultimates unavailable, this is their best odds to be able to find a fight.
And it's a Hex Rift. You'll have those Hex gates coming out. So Yuyanja won't be too far away from joining his team. He's just respawned. Dragon hasn't spawned onto the Rift just yet. Like you said, it's always a big objective. There's the Weaver's Wall. You're not going to be able to kind of... It's actually not going to really do anything, to be perfectly honest. It sort of kind of stops a retreat, but you're way too early with that one there. Khan taking a bit of damage there as Leanne gets himself onto the backside of the pit. It's a fight on two fronts. They're kind of saying, look, Bin and Rise are up to the top side. There's a good Cyclone to try and maybe catch this one out. Icon gets bumped up in the bounce house as he gets taken out here. The bailout will be just enough to keep him alive for a little bit, but look at Rise putting out some serious damage on the Strive. He wanted to try and take this one, but a shutdown comes out here and RA are able to fight it back. Khan in a lot of trouble. He flashes. It does get hit by the rocket, but he should be able to take him down now. They're going to try and jump on top of Bin, who does get a good Gnar ultimate into the wall, but RA, they had to take a fight, and they did, and it worked out.
All the summoners being down made all the difference there. Already find their window now. They have to head onto the Baron and try and secure this one. Denying one Dragon from BLG is not enough with the scaling available to them. You need to secure something more. TPing coming up from Bin. They're going to try and contest this one. It could all come down to this.
Here we go. The TP is there. They're going to try and go for this one. 3v5. You can see the health bars are relatively low. Strife not exactly in a great position. The Dragon going down to about 1,000 secured. No smite! No smite! Oh my lord, there wasn't a smite on Leyen. They're going to use a Keeper's Verdict and actually get everybody out. There is a Blast Cone there, which almost puts Strife into a bad position. But my lord, Leyen, my health. My heart, you can't be doing that, but RA, they get everything they want.
A tense moment, but they're able to get it. And from a game that looked so doomed for RA, they take a play that honestly a lot of times might have backfired, might not have worked, but they managed to execute. They managed to find their way back in the game. They took a risk and it absolutely paid off. Now we got a replay over here. Remember, Icon no flash. Even though Cube doesn't connect initially, the fact that there's a flank from Leyen means there's no space for Icon to get out. They eventually take him down, and then Rise tries to just do as much damage as possible. Looks for the hero moment, but unfortunately just gets run down here.
Yeah, this is RA just having an opportunity, and they bring this game back. They're equal footing now in terms of gold. They've got a lot now back in their plate, and honestly, that being equally distributed basically throughout everybody is much needed. Yes, it's great to have it on one carry, but now everyone getting a nice little bit of extra gold does mean they can actually look to try and get themselves back into this game.
Yeah, put them on par for now, and means that I feel more confident with them going into like subsequent Dragons to see what they can do. But for now, they want to be able to crack that mid lane tier 1 and get some pressure. The problem is here, though, it's still Nazir. It's still all that wave clear available that makes it so hard.
Still Nazir. There's the Weaver's Wall, but again, it's a little bit too early. They haven't cleared out the minions just yet, so haven't been super happy with the ultimates there from the side of Strive, as now we can see a 2v1 in this bot side. Cube with Demonic Embrace and Leandri's Torment, or Leandri's Anguish. He's going to be anguishing himself a little bit as Leyen gets to try jump in there. We jump straight back forward as does end up getting himself back out. I do believe we were slightly delayed there, Ox, for quite a while, so they think they fixed out our feed and we've just skipped forward in time.
Just teleport forwards a little bit. We'll go with that. Just help us out. But ultimately, RA managed to get the tier 1 in the mid lanes. That's something, but unable to really get too much more for the time being. And yeah, I mean, the Jinx is becoming scary right now. That range, very threatening. That's one of the big elements of RA's late game, is relying on that Jinx to be able to fire those long range rockets and connect onto targets, because the melee champions, as we said before, the short range champions, gonna have difficulty into BLG's composition, whereas the range of the Jinx makes her in a prime spot to take over.
And 26 minutes just coming up to it now. We are 5 of 5 kills. It is only about a 500 gold lead. Nothing to be writing home about. In a minute and 45 seconds, we will have another Dragon fight. That is where, again, RA need to fight at every single point. They cannot just let this one go. There's no more trading off on the map. But I will say the Baron is helping them bring this one back. I will say, though, even though they got the Baron, they still actually lose gold after the fact of it because they lost that kill in bot side.
Yeah, now we're sort of leaning towards that time where we're going to be set up for objectives again. And I feel like now is always a good time to kind of take stock of summoner spells, because Leyen is not going to have his flash at all for that Dragon. iBoys is approaching, might have it in time, but kind of everyone else will have theirs. And I feel like for the side of BLG, it kind of favors them. If you can stay at a safe distance, like, you know, the goal of RA is to get onto the enemy backline. The goal of BLG is to have Icon and Rise DPS safely. So I feel like the burden really is on RA to find these, but already they've set up in the area in advance. This is important. If you want to find those flank angles from Leyen and Cube, you want to have BLG pushing into areas they don't have vision.
Now they control the top side, or the bottom half of the map, top side of it, around that Raptor pit. I will say, though, BLG are at a point where they could maybe look to try and trade back a push in mid lane, so you got to make sure you're putting these minion waves back where they belong. Even the one minion could be detrimental. That's why the zap had to come in there. Bin needs to be very careful with the way he's pushing forward. They do have the decoy going over the wall there, but Leyen doesn't quite find an opportunity. They clear out the wave once more time, and BLG still posturing, BLG still hunting, seeing if they can find a weak point in the armor of RA. And RA, they need to be a fully stone wall. They cannot show weakness, otherwise they will crumble.
You're trying to use this wall to buy time. Oh, big ult from Khan.
They just have to delay now. RA did not start the dragon just yet. There's going to be the Streamer Shuffle coming in. Icon flashed in to try and get that. The hostile takeover will land onto Leyen. Icon not quite dead just yet, but the dragon is doing some significant work. They do get the Moonlight Vigil out, the bailout onto Icon as he falls down. RA going to try and flip it, and they get the kill onto the dragon. That's going to be 2 kills and a dragon to RA. Ox, they're not out of it just yet.
They find the window, and Icon tries to make the hero play, but it backfires. We get the ult from Khan come out, but it doesn't buy enough time. And then Icon is in such a compromised position, tries to go for the shuffle, it doesn't work. And the end result is RA get a second dragon. BLG missing out 2 opportunities to secure Soul. We'll get the replay coming out here. So we see Icon tries to make this hero play. He knows, right, the numbers aren't there. We want to make something happen. It ends up honestly kind of fudging it. I'm going to be real. Doesn't quite connect. And it's just a rough performance there. Icon dodges away from the stun initially, but he's nothing left. No mobility. He just gets trapped in the pit. Yeah, he would have needed about another 5 or 6 seconds, really. And does come down to a smite fight, but at the end of it all, Leyen does have the quicker fingers. And finally, Leyen on this Wukong starting to ramp up and be more significant. I hope I Will Dominate is watching, because he's gone for the Chemtech Chainsword as the second item. And it's just such a smart build path here as well, considering that the ones he's trying to take out, like the Aphelios, if he can cut down that healing and just take them out himself, he's done his job. Ooh. Khan taking a lot of damage all of a sudden from iBoy.
Ooh, Bin tried to go in there, but got hit by the traps, and now Icon has to use his ultimate defensively. That's great from Cube, though, with the stolen ultimate of the Gnar. They will take down Khan. They're not quite able to get the abscond abduct, but they are just chasing him at BLG, and BLG, they're running for the hills. They can't fight this anymore.
Yeah, they've lost one of the frontliners. Bin has Mega, but he's so low and about to time out, and now Jungler dead. They can head on over towards a Baron. You can see Yanja there just to try and body block, but doesn't really achieve much. But now this is Baron for RA. And for a game that seemed to be in such a rough spot, RA have managed to turn it around. And, oh, Bin looking to challenge.
I mean, Strife is very low. If he can get a reset here, that'd be huge. They do get the dragon, though. Don't forget, you'll be stunned if you go over those rocks. That's a great handshake, though, from the side of Chris to try and stop this one out. And now you got the Aphelios. Look at these health bars. They're so low.
Hey, what are they
That's
doing?
1. That's 2. What? Oh, they've DC'd. There's no way. They cut it. They had to DC. There's no way. No one paused. Oh, my Lord. Oh, it's heartbreaking. Oh, my God. Oh, no.
Oh, that's rough. I mean, like, from BLG's perspective, they're in the middle of the fight. They're not gonna, like, you know, they're just trying to kill people.
I'm not gonna call out BLG for that. That's just so unfortunate.
Just for any viewers watching and thinking, you know, they should have stopped immediately. It's hard in the heat of the moment.
Yeah, especially when you're falling behind in a game you're probably gonna lose. Like,
yeah, and at the end of the day, like, Icon did the damage and then he stopped watching. Like, the burn was killing them. But regardless, unfortunate situation. I think it goes without saying. I'm not sure what's going to be the take on this one, but either way, RA get the Baron, and then I end up disconnecting. So a rough position to be in overall, and unfortunately, not the first one that we've had. Earlier today, we had an RA network problem. They did still go on to win the game, but they had the issue.
Maybe it's a good
earlier.
Maybe it's a good omen, you know?
Maybe.
Well, yeah, look, just so you keep you up to date and what's just after happening, RA did have a network issue earlier today in Game 1. They were basically starting the match from the point of that moment anyway. So basically what happened was that they just restarted from there. So if they are to do it by precedent, this is when the game gets a little bit interesting now, because I would imagine they would just go from that point. However, I think because I don't know. Again, I can't even give fault to BLG there. You're in a competitive game. You're in a competitive series. You are falling behind. You just lost the fight. You're losing the dragons. The Baron just went over to you. Of course you're going to take that fight. You're not going to be sitting there going, well, he hasn't moved. Because guess what? You have a Wukong on the other team. Sometimes he just stops for no reason. Like, that's just how it is.
Yeah, it's not ideal. It's not exactly a good setup. It's not a... I don't want to comment on the situation further because we'll know when we know. And hopefully we'll be able to get them sorted out sooner. Obviously, RA going to be really unfortunate situation. But also, it's been a long series. Both teams in an absolute slugfest in this one. The fact that we've gone to 3. The fact that game 1 was 48 minutes. Game 2 was 33. And game 3 still looks like it's got some time left. It has been an absolute gauntlet that we're going through. The pause is just adding to that. So...
I do have
hopefully
an update.
Things get sorted out, but yeah, just adding to the craziness that is the series.
Yeah, I do have an update. There is a network issue for the side of RA that is currently being investigated. The game will resume as soon as they are done with that investigation. That is the information I have been given here. So very unfortunate there for RA. It shouldn't make a huge difference given everything. I feel like the rest of their members should be able to get out with their Baron buffs. They still will have 3, but it is very unfortunate. Just very, very unfortunate given the circumstances. And like you said, just going to add to the caveat. Unfortunately, this is kind of the way that things are going to be right now. And I still think that RA are still going to be happy. They've mitigated an awful lot of what BLG have been doing. I think that Icon looks very... kind of honestly shaken right now on this year. I think RA are building that momentum. Yes, it's a little bit of a stopgap, but I still think, considering how they did it in game 1 when this network issue happened, they should be able to continue it now in game 3.
Yeah. I mean, hopefully, we can only hope. It's just been a problematic day issue, and I think that's what we can say. And RA, hopefully, this is the last time we see that internet issues be a problem.
Yes. Well, it lasted over an hour last time, so hopefully it's able to kind of, work themselves back into it. But yeah, it's an unfortunate situation. We do obviously apologize for the delay, guys. We are hoping to get back into game as soon as possible. But yeah, for BLG, honestly, we can call a spade, a bit of a lifeline kind of thrown back to them and kind of saying, look, this game isn't 100% thrown away for you right now. And they are still sitting on Soul Point. There's still an opportunity for them to be able to make this one work for themselves, but they have a lot of work to make up, basically, to try and bring this one back.
It's just been such a back and forth. I feel like RA, with how the early game went, that was probably them out of it. The fact that the 3 dragons were secured. But this is the thing at the moment, is that individual dragons don't give you that much of a power boost. It's only really when you get to secure the soul that you're going to get that boost that's going to make the difference. That's going to win you the game. So, the fact that BLG have those 3 dragons, like, yes, it contributes towards them being able to win if they can secure the 4th, but it's not really going to help them out in a fight. And I feel like the fights have been so messy so far this game. I think RA are doing a pretty good job of finding the angles, but like BLG, someone will overstep, someone will misstep. Fofo will be a bit over aggressive. There'll be good ults coming out from Lien, to be fair. I think his Wukong's really come in solid later in the game, but just so much of a back and forth. It feels really hard to scope out who will take this one, despite the fact RA being in the control of the last few. It could easily go in the other direction.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, we cannot stress just how important this series is for both these teams, both sitting on pretty much 6 losses, 2 wins for the side of RA, 3 for the side of BLG. We talked about it at the start of the day, but we can revisit it in terms of, what games they've got left. BLG after this, RNG, JDG, FBX, V5. Not exactly games you would expect in this particular iteration of BLG to be able to comfortably come out with a win. There could be an upset, but definitely leaning up towards the other teams. And even looking at the side of RA, Top Esports, RNG, EDG, it doesn't exactly look much easier. So this is the moment. This is your time, and I feel like when you you're still mathematically in it. Even WE at 0 and 8 are still mathematically in it, but when you start to hit 9, 10 losses, that's when we start to see the numbers stack against you.
Yeah, plus it's like the fact that you can be mathematically in it, but if that maths needs you to beat V5, I ain't
and
giving
also
you good
like
odds,
other
I'll say that
teams to
much,
do
so.
you favors, like you don't control it.
Yeah, so it's tough. I think both teams are in a tough spot, and considering if anyone who didn't watch much of spring, both of these teams did make it to playoffs, and we even saw BLG go through the first round. So maybe not the best performance from BLG, who expectations were higher because of the stacked roster they had, but I feel like you always want to at least be matching your previous performance. The hope is to improve on it. Now we have seen ourselves fly into the game back where we were before. So Strive and iBoy are dead. Baron in the hands of RA. It's a continuation of where we are. And BLG now have a bit of pressure with those two down.
Yep, as we said, there was just a continuation. Bit unfortunate for RA, but they did get themselves back onto the map. They still have the Baron buffs in their hand. They will lose their top tier 2 and their mid tier 2, but should be able to reset the map now once they're here. So we come back into the game. BLG reassert themselves onto the map. They're going to be able to reset. We have got 3 items onto iBoy. He's got his Infinity Edge. You actually have 3 items onto Strife as well. 3 items onto Lien. Excuse me. There's 3 items across the board here for RAs. They are looking huge right now. But on the other side of this BLG, they also got some big items themselves.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like a lot of spikes are coming in fast and quick, and we have a lot of late game carries, so very relevant, very important. I feel like Rise in particular, the fact you have the Gale Force, Bloodthirst, Infinity Edge means you're a hard target to take down. If he has the right weapon setup, then he can honestly just like shred through Lien quite comfortably before Lien can take him out. I think the point when you have the Bloodthirst, I mean, you look at the size of that shield. If Chris was able to protect you as well, that's pretty significant. But now, a minute 15 until that dragon, BLG are posturing aggressively, trying to set up in this area.
Now, I know you mentioned that the individual dragons don't give you that kind of a boost that you need, but I do think if you get 3 Hex Drakes, the extra attack speed, the extra ability haste, that does stack, and that does become very relevant if you can get to 3, 4 versions of them alongside the the Dragon Soul as well. RA, though, not willing to be outdone here. 45 seconds till the dragon spawns. Ox, how are we going to be seeing these two teams look to fight?
And I think BLG just want to find that front to back. Stop the melees from getting on your backline. Stop Lien, stop Cube, and keep Rise in a position where you can DPS. Keep Icon in a safe position. Don't go for those hero shuffles, because if you try and go for iBoy and he flashes it, you're going to be left down a creek without a paddle.
Now, remember, the last few dragons, we have seen RA in the dragon pit quicker, in the river quicker, but they might look for the end instead. They might say, look, you can take the soul. It's a good Moonlight Vigil to try and stop them right now. The dragon hasn't spawned for 10 more seconds, and BLG, you got to make sure you don't lose your base. It's a soul, yes, it's very powerful, but you're on the wrong side of the track. RA, they could go for the end. This is perfect. They've got the Weaver's Wall. They can actually force them to fall back.
I mean, they'll fall back, but I just don't think they're going to be able to end with that wave soon enough.
I think they can do it because no one's actually recalling just yet. They're going for it. They've got the damage with iBoy. They finally get Rise back on top of this one here. The dragon will be taken here, but they're going to try and maybe take the fight afterwards. They know it's a 4v5 for the moment. RA not quite able to do it. They will lose the soul. They cracked open the base. They thought about it, but like you said, didn't think they had enough damage or enough time. But now Icon, he's on that flank of days. He's going to try and find out if he can catch out Strife and iBoy, but recognizes he's really not in a position to do so.
And it feels rough for RA because I don't think taking out the mid inhib really does that much. I feel like as much as the Weaver's Wall was smart, it also separated anyone from interrupting the reset. So Rise got the recall. There was like 2 caster minions on the cannon, and the cannon isn't actually that helpful when you have Baron for taking out the Nexus towers because it won't tank them, it won't walk up to them. So I just think RA commit to try and apply that mid lane pressure, and sure, they get a lot, but they lose the soul. And the soul is there for the rest of the game. That slow, that extra damage is so painful for how the team fights are going to play out. The fact that you want to close the gap on this back line, and suddenly every time you're hit, it doesn't even have to be someone significant, right? Chris can hit you with his E, just clip you with it, boom. You're getting slowed AoE, and it is quite significant.
Soul for an inhib. More gold for RA as well as we come back into
I think
this
you might be muted.
I am. I had to cough, and I forgot to turn it back on. Thank you so much. But I was just saying, a soul for an inhib. We'll see if it's a good trade or a bad one. You got some significantly good range here.
You know, she'd have to say it's a bad trade flat out, right?
Yeah. You know
I will
what?
make the claim early.
You'll make the claim, and if RA win the game, you'll look like a fool. A fool, Ox.
I mean,
That's
even if
what you'll
RA
look
win the
like.
game, it's not off that play, I'll tell you that much.
Hey, it's part of the playbook, you know? You got to open up the pages, you got to follow the story and the narratives, but we'll say there's some decent wards here for the side of BLG to go for maybe a little bit of a flank. They've got some decent ward coverage as well, but that's going to be covered off now by the side of RA, who are trying to just separate BLG away. They're kind of saying, look, if we can catch you guys out, you can't really take a fight on your terms. Like you said, you want that front to back available for the side of BLG, whereas RA, if they can get onto these carries very quickly, that's where the game gets a little bit more significant. The slow is already starting to come out. You can see how long and laborious it is for Strife and iBoy just to walk away from this.
Yeah, the slow is so strong. It's actually really impressive. Like, the fact that it like changed as well. If it was like, okay, if you get hit, you're slowed, that's annoying, don't get me wrong, but it's the fact it changed. Like, you might not even be the person who gets hit, you were just close enough to the person who got hit, and suddenly you're waddling along and can't even move. Yeah, painful in how that has sort of given that boost to BLG. Now, BLG is set up in the Baron area. That's going to be the next objective in 20 seconds. They've taken mid-prio early, which is important when the super minion's there. And now they're trying to get a posture here. Remember, someone oversteps, that slow will just make it easy to gain ground.
Bin is looking for something. Will hit Mega just as the Baron spawns. So we'll end up starting losing that if they wanted to go for a fight here. And you can see already they're not comfortable walking into this because they don't have vision control despite just being in the top half of the map. They don't have full control over this area. They do have a ward though on the backside of this pit, so they know it's going down. It's going down very, very fast. Weaver's Wall is there to try and put Khan in a bad situation. The smite comes in. It's a little bit early, but there's a good shuffle as Cube gets caught out. He's going to have to try and deal with this fight all on his own. Gonna have a little bit of a movement there to try and catch him out, but Icon, or sorry, not Icon, Khan does end up keeping himself alive, but we'll see Leyen try to go over the side of the Baron pit, as we can see there. Ivory getting hit. Rise is going in. He's aggressive. He knows he can do this one here. They're gonna keep pushing forward. Look, Icon pushing in with the Shurima Stan's shoulders. As I do end up pushing themselves back, but they can look for the end. They got the Baron, and then there's 2 people dead.
Yeah, they can just push up. They can just harass them down and look to take the structures. Even if they don't end here, there's a wave pushing bot, I think, which they might send Khan to. So they can at least do a ton of damage to the base bare minimum, if not take the end here.
Well, they're going to look for it. You do have a Lord Dominic's Regard now finished up here for iBoy. As the Baron minions start to push in, they will land a little bit of poke onto Crisp, and he's fairly low at this point. Even lower again as the Super Mega Det Rocket comes in. Good flash there from iBoy. Ben has to flash himself away. They do get on top of Icon as Yuanja tries to keep his carries safe, but he can't get to Talia. They are taking some fairly decent health bars off of these people, but look at the aggression from Rise. A double kill, but Cube is now here with the Mega Gnar ultimate. These are low health bars, but the minions are streaming in. They know they haven't really got the wave clear, but now here comes Leyen. They can't really take this fight on the side of RA, but BLG, they're just continually putting down the pressure. Now they pull the trigger. Now they look to try and make this fight work. That's a great Gnar into the side there has been. Will end up falling down, but can they get anything else off it? No, they cannot. It is going to be Khan and Icon making the win, and BLG will go up to 4 and 6.
A very laborious and messy series, but in the end, BLG managed to find it. They finished off the soul in this game and managed to take the series 2-1, but man, did they have to fight for it. And it was worth it because with that extra win on the board, makes them that much closer to making it into playoff contention. As you said, 4 and 6 now. The scoreline does put them so much closer to that top 10.
Yeah, very much keeping them in the game. And now 2 and 7 for the side of RA. It's heartbreaking. It is heartbreaking, especially when something like the network outages just end coming up, and that's going to obviously be one of the big focuses of this one here, regardless of how you twist it. But and yeah, this is going to be an interesting kind of time now for BLG. They've got some pretty massive matches coming up along the horizon. We've mentioned it a couple of times, but coming up next week, next week they've got RNG and JDG, 2 of our top 5 teams. Then it's FBX, V5, OMG, and then finally they end out the split with WE. But again, at that point, you're either in or you're out. There's no real difference in terms of what you're doing realistically at the last day of the season, unless you can really put out some upset wins.
Yeah, I feel like one element is RA have only, after this one, they played 9 games. There's still time, but we talked about the schedules earlier. It's painful. It's difficult, and I feel like RA showed some good moments there, but it was just a bit inconsistent. And unfortunately, I feel like it's especially sad that they had the internet issues coming in that didn't exactly help out.
No, it didn't really, and unfortunately for them, they fall to 2 and 7. But for BLG, the kind of push for playoffs still goes on. Sitting at 4 and 6 does actually put them just underneath FBX, I believe, 11th, I think that they're at the moment. So they're still hunting, and you still have to keep those teams like FBX, OMG, even LNG, to be perfectly honest, on their toes. They could end up getting swallowed up there if they're not able to keep up the momentum. And we mentioned it a little bit earlier, but like LNG on a 3-loss streak, FBX on a 4-win streak, we could see some more shuffling happening in the next few days, let alone weeks.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. We could see things definitely change, and I think the fact that you highlight FBX is a great one. You have to look at the form these teams are currently in. Teams who are, like, on these win streaks are gaining ground, whereas the ones where, like, as much as they might look in a safe position now, no guarantee that they can sort of maintain that, can keep that momentum.
Yeah, absolutely. I think for BLG, momentum is key. I think this is a good win for them. Like we said, they have some very key matches coming up in the next while, but this is going to be their 2 wins in a row. You can't really take that away from them either, because this is still good momentum for them to try and again contest with the likes of TT, FBX, OMG. So, but for RA, it does feel like they are starting to dwindle down into irrelevancy. We start to see a couple of those teams, LGD, RA, IG, WE. These are teams that, even though mathematically they're not out of contention for playoffs, it does start to feel like they are starting to think of 2023 more so than 2022.
Yeah, and I think BLG, just to move back to them, we've seen Icon had a pretty good game too. We've seen they're still switching around the mid lane, trying to work out what they're doing there. Rise and Khan, they definitely had some moments in that series that weren't ideal, right? There was definitely some mistakes, but I think there was some really good play for them as well. Like, you got to remember, these players have been brought up from the LDL, a lot less experienced than a lot of their counterparts in that series as a whole, but particularly on their team. And just the fact that they were able to find those opportunities, find those moments to really step up. Rise looked like a monster later in that game. Khan, definitely had that ult away the Baron when he knocked everyone over the pit. Not the best, but still a solid performance from this lineup. And once again, we get a goal graph that looks like, whatever you want to call it, Sheen.
Yeah, it's whatever you want to call it. It's a win for BLG, I think is the best way we can put it. It was a long first series. We are past 1 o'clock in Irish time. And it is EDG versus Top Esports hasn't even started. That's the crazy thing about this. The first game went for 47 minutes. The second one went for 37, 35. This one went for 38. It has been an absolute slugfest to get through this series. And for BLG, not exactly promising for them going into playoffs if they're taking these amount of games, especially with the timing over them. But a win's a win's a win, and they will take that with just a little bit of pride, knowing they did it in the end.
I will say one thing is that BLG were always like a slower paced team in spring. That was like a trademark of them. They were I think they had the longest average game time off the LPL. It is a slower meta that we are seeing. It may be that the LPL hasn't really slowed down much, but like there's more opportunity to pick these picks. There's kind of been like a polarizing effect, right? Because these more scaling picks have come in, things like the Corki, to counteract them, you pick like aggressive early picks to shut them down early. But I think, BLG can lean into this style. And shit, it means we got long game days, long series. But if it gets them some wins, gets them towards playoffs, then power to them.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, look, it's not impossible for them to be able to make it, but they do need to start taking some series against the likes of RNG, Top Esports, V5, and those like that. Honestly, I would personally have to put it into, if you look at their schedule coming up, they have to start to maybe look at taking out the likes of, probably 2, maybe even 3 of those wins, really, because they're probably, even if we say in an ideal world, right, in their last 6 series, they play OMG and WE, we'll say they win those 2, right? Even if it's a slugfest, they still win. So there's 2 more wins. Against FBX, V5, JDG, RNG, I still think you need 2 more wins. I still think 8-8 is kind of where you need to be to even have a chance at making it into playoffs.
Yeah, I think it kind of has to be. I feel like it's probably going to be the FBX is probably the easiest, and then maybe like JDG or RNG. I don't see them beating V5, but that's you have to be informed. That's the thing. It's not like BLG have to play like a top 10 team to get into the top, to be in the top 10. They have to gain ground. They have to play against some of the strongest teams to gain that ground. It's like kind of what we saw from Top Esports in spring. Top Esports had a rough start of the split and then went on a massive win streak and annihilating everyone. And despite that, like, for playoffs, they didn't even make it super deep in playoffs. Like, to start, they had to climb their way through playoffs as well. I think their final spot in the ladder, they were like
6th, I believe.
Yeah, so 5th actually. So despite the fact that like they had this massive winning streak towards the end, they only climbed up to 5th and they had to go on a long journey through playoffs. But they obviously made it to finals because to gain that ground, they had to be like playing at such a high caliber. And I think that's the burden on BLG. They have to play at a level above where they are in the standings if they're going to be able to make it into playoffs before the end of the split.
Yeah, and just kind of interesting on what you said about the gauntlet is, again, we kind of come back to it as why it's considered one of the best and if not most grueling setups in postseasons or playoffs in the entirety of the league ecosystem, because Top Esports got to the final and they lost and they still played 6 best of 5s. It was tough to say the least, but we do have our MVP from that game. It was Bin coming in here on the Gnar, and again, just kind of showing the prowess that BLG like on this pick. They like to kind of put a priority on it and make sure that they can get some early advantages when they are able to use it.
And now it's just so good at the moment. The fact that your mini is less punishable because you have the extra durability, the fact that you have the percentage HP, and then Mega Gnar. I think what shows that Gnar is so strong is the fact that his ult is so good for Sylas, and you still see teams picking him first pick on blue side. Like, you're giving your enemy team a fantastic tool and a fantastic pick in the meta, which is the Sylas, and yet it's still worth it just because the champion is so strong.
Yeah, and you can even see in the 1v3 in top side, he gets a kill and gets out here. It looks like Cube thought it's a 1v1, I can take him. And then even here, he's, you know, a little bit away from the fight, but he's able to set himself up and kind of say, look, Cube, you can't do anything against me. Yes, I'm in mini, but that doesn't mean I'm any less of a threat.
I mean, honestly, what's scary on mini is you just see him run at people. And like, if iBoy and Bin get in a fight, then yeah, obviously iBoy has more DPS, but Bin still does a good amount of damage and is so tanky, he'll just beat you up. It's like, it's not even just the fact that Mega Gnar is a threat. You saw him constantly being a threat in Mini Gnar in that game, making things an issue. So well played from him. He obviously had that Gwen game that was pretty solid, which they didn't end up winning, I believe. So but still a strong performance from him this series.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's going to be a big moment here for BLG to try and get themselves back into playoff contention. It's still a ways away, and we'll obviously talk about that. For RA, you are sitting down at 2-7. It's not looking good. Honestly, straight up, you can only drop one more game, and then you need to win every single other game possible available to you. That's kind of the situation you're in. So we'll have to wait and see how they're able to kind of make it work. We're going to send it to a quick break, and when we return, we will have the EDG versus Top Esports. We'll see you soon.
Disorder, mayhem, and chaos. These are the many ways the LPL has been described throughout the years.
Flandre's the next target. The help comes down, the smite as well. It's over in Invictus Gaming as Wink cashes in again. Jer being stolen as that's actually Shun or a fake one. Wink now the next target is EDG and made this a successful turn. The skirmish into a big fight and EDG silencing the early game once again.
Time and time again, the world has attempted to combat the madness.
With the package on top, Scouts to finish off the scene.
And time again, the LPL has unleashed chaos upon Summoner's Rift.
The LPL are king again.
Oh. You have no flash here, Hon Fong. You're dead, and there's not really a lot else you can do about it. The seismic shove does enough, and that's going to be Knight just finally making his presence known around the map.
For Top Esports and Edward Gaming, chaos is their game. They were born in it, molded by it, and now they've nearly perfected it. Scout, Flandre, Jackie Love, Knight. When these behemoths go head to head, the world can do nothing but watch in awe.
Oh, he gets caught with a completely missed Wayward's ultimate. SOFM needs to completely disengage. The kick is going on to Angel. Hostile takeover. It's fantastic. Catches out everybody. It's a double kill coming in for Knight. They get 3 more. The Weaver's wall says, you are not leaving here. You are trapped, and you shall have to commit every bit of resources that you thought you had to get away.
Because the LPL is where chaos reigns.
He flashes in with a great Moonlight Vigil, gets himself 2. Knight, though, with a cleanse. Maybe enough heroes. On flashes forward, gets the dredge line, the golden status of Knight. Willie Gale to fight this one back. It's so close.
he does!
It's
Knight!
He's doing
What?
it! Knight, you're a god! Unbelievable there from Knight. That was absurd, and it keeps the game close.
That was a 4v5!
Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We've got our match of the week, EDG versus Top Esports. I am, of course, still Ushin. He is still the fantastic Mr. Ox, and we got to talk about these two teams because they're still the reigning world champions and our finalists from 2022 spring.
Yeah, I mean, that is a huge thing to think about, is that this, man, we have a pretty stacked matchup coming up ahead of us. And I feel like Top Esports on really good form at the moment.
Yeah, they really, really are. And I think when it comes to Top Esports, it's fail to prepare than prepare to fail, because these guys and their early game skirmishings are just so smart with how they want to set up the game. They always have a plan.
Yeah, I think that's the main thing, is that, like, we saw Top Esports have arguably one of the best early games in the world up against RNG in the spring playoffs, constantly finding big advantages against them, but then not being able to close it out later in the game. We saw them play against RNG this split, and there was 2 games, game 2 and 3, where they had these great level 1 plans. This is the first example. Wayward goes for this aggressive invade. We've seen the Shy do this before last split, where you're on Gwen level 1. Not many champs could really punish you. You E forward, you get the reset on the auto, so if Wayward needs to get out again, he can, but you chunk out Wayne. If you look at the minimap on the bot side, Tien made an invade as this happened. He stole away the red with his bot lane, and he got the Raptors. This really set Way behind in this game, and was just like a fantastic setup play. And I think when teams are being proactive and making these plans level 1, you can find big advantages. And they had a similar one in game 3, where they weren't contested this time. They didn't invade on Way on the other side, but they stole away his blue buff there and took a bit of his jungle. And it feels like Top Esports will go into a game with the plan level 1 and will use it specifically so they can find that early lead in the jungle and snowball from there.
Yeah, and we're going to talk about EDG as well on the other side of this one here. I'm going to assume we are running low or running late on terms of assets to be able to show you these things. But the Teamfight Titans, because despite losing to V5 very recently, they still showed those sparks of promise that showed that they can still do it if they are able to bring it together.
Yeah, I think it goes without saying that V5 currently look like the best team in the LPL at the moment. But EDG, when they went up against them, despite the 2-0 game score, really challenged them when it came to the team fights. It felt like as much as V5 did manage to win out in the end, there was a lot of back and forth, a lot of high level mechanics going on. This is a really significant one, and I want you to kind of track Karsa here and how the team respond to him. So Karsa lands his Sonic Wave onto JJ and then tries to go for the kick. The response is immediate. They shut that down. Stopwatch is used, and then he tries to reposition. PP God flashes in to save him, but this whole time, EDG are pushing in. Karsa eventually does get the kick on a scout, but is then punished for it. The problem is JJ ends up going down as well. The Unraveled Earth from Rookie doing a fantastic job there. And in the end, V5 in the extended fight do end up finding it, do end up winning, but just the play going on there, the fact Karsa is fishing and it gets shut down time and time again by EDG, still showing how fantastic they can be when it comes to those 5v5s.
Yeah, and I think that's the big thing is that, yes, it's a quote-unquote negative B-roll in terms of our clip that shows that V5 won the fight, but you can see how close it was, how EDG were able to do it. And, you know, again, if you're going to lose a fight like that to V5, it's kind of not as bad as it seems.
Yeah, it's V5, right?
It's V5, like, come on.
They're the litmus test in this league at the moment, right? I feel like, you know, the fact that they've only dropped 2 games, not 2 series, 2 games for EDG, you know, to show they can still team fight with the best is really formidable. And that's how I feel like these teams are going to go into each other. You know, Top Esports, fantastic early. They are looking better this split in the later stage of the game. But for EDG, early, maybe not as hot, but leading into those team fights could find their advantage there.
Yeah, well, if we're looking at people who can create advantages and people who are going to be our highlight matchup, it was always going to be mid lane. Knight versus Scout. These guys have been putting in pop-off performances throughout the season. Honestly, I only have one clip of each to show you, but these guys are so damn good. Look at the solo kills on Scout. He's been a monster.
He has been an absolute beast, I feel like, for this team. And right now, I feel like EDG's best conditions for winning is when Scout or Viper just pop off. And Scout, 17 solo kills, there's a reason he has those. He has been popping off time and time again. What I've loved has been his Ari gameplay. When JJ plays Vi and he's on Ari, and he'll just always be there to follow up. And we have some pretty sick clips coming out. I think the fact Azir is meta as well. To me, Scout is the best Azir in the league. And, you know, there is a lot of Azir gameplay going on at the moment, so that really says something.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Azir has just fit into the wheelhouse. Of course, for EDG specifically, when we look at draft, they do tend to lean into the likes of the Azir and Corki very early on. But you can see here, this is a fight that Ultra Prime want to take, and it just takes so long for them to really get anything from it. But at the end of it all, Scout joins in, and Scout just kind of says, look, I can take matters into my own hands.
Yeah, he just decides to find the window and starts to completely take over. And I think that's the thing that's liable to happen is Scout just completely decides that he is winning the game. 4-man shuffle. He's just on another level, I feel. He's playing so well at the moment. And obviously, Rookie and Knight are the ones firmly in the conversation, especially with how their teams are performing. But Scout is doing a lot to try and make up the ground. And this clip is a clip for Knight. And initially, the fight looks to be going in favor of Weibo here. They managed to secure the Dragon. And we do see what happens initially is Jackie Love trades to get a couple of kills back in return. But it looks like even despite that, it still should be a 1 fight for Weibo.
And then here we go, Knight with a 1v3, just able to make this one work. So, and the thing is, we talked about it a little bit as well during the casa. There's so many players that wouldn't look for that outplay. There's so many players that would just kind of accept that they're going to die. They wouldn't burn the stopwatch. They wouldn't burn the flash. But Knight keeps going. Knight, and honestly, if it wasn't for the Ignite on top of the Nautilus there, he would have came out with 2 kills pretty much for free. So the guy is just ridiculous in all senses of the word. And that's why mid lane is going to be the honestly so interesting to see how they do with it.
And the fact, you know, I was talking about Azir being meta for Scout. Silas is meta. Yes. Silas is being banned first rotation. You know, there was one game I think Knight's played it so far, if I remember correctly. At least I know one series I cast. It was banned the other 2. They left it open. They regretted it. That's all I can say on the subject. This man, for anyone who didn't see, last year in summer, he broke the solo kill record when Silas was meta. He was a monster on it. And I'm going to be real, Top Esports didn't look good at the time. It was a 1v9 mission from Knight. So the fact Top Esports looked good here, looking like an absolute monster. Here is another element of that big matchup. Jackie Love, Viper, 2 storied world champion AD carries.
Yeah, I mean, these guys, both world champions, both coming into form just when you need to know. And again, like I always say this, Jackie Love you can never count out, but Viper has been a class act for it, even in the good times and the bad for EDG. The man has been so damn consistent, and it does feel like, unfortunately for EDG, they are very much reliant on the likes of Viper and Scout having pop-off performances in order to take wins against big teams.
And I feel like Viper's just been, again, it's kind of similar when I'm talking about how Knight last year, when Top East was struggling, but still looked great. Even when EDG was struggling in spring, didn't make it nearly as far as you'd think for the world champions, Viper still looked in a level of his own. And I feel like, you know, this split, I think there's one series specifically I remember where he looked a little bit underwhelming. And that stands out in my mind because it's so rare to have a bad series from Viper. He's been such a formidable player. Even when the team has been struggling, he still feels like he's such a threat that has to be recognized. If he gets his hand on a pick like Zeri, he gets his hands on a pick like Zeri, it's, yeah, game over.
Yeah, it really is. And then even team stats wise, you can see that, you know, first turrets, first bloods, it's not exactly super high for either of these sides, but it is starting to build up. I think the first turret percentage being for Top Esports kind of shows you just how much priority they put into those kind of, you know, lanes. If they pick one, they fully invest in it, and as I said, the level ones so creative at creating those advantages.
100%, and I'm absolutely ready for this clash. I feel like, you know, we would have had OMG FPX today. Obviously, if you are just tuning in now, we did obviously delay that one due to some COVID.
It's happening tomorrow.
That will be tomorrow due to some COVID issues. But that one was expected to be a close matchup. We just had a close matchup between BLG and RA. And I feel like this one, I give the edge to Top Esports, but I feel like EDG are a team we can never rule out. So I expect this to be a complete battle. And right now, this is going to be a massive match in terms of top of the table standings. Top Esports currently in 3rd, EDG tied in 5th, and wanting to gain some ground. Because I feel like, you know, you have V5 at the top in 9, JDG with 9, Top Esports with 8. Top Esports wants to join those on 9 wins. They want to be up in the top 3, because after Top Esports, it's quite a gap. 6 wins is the next most, which is also what EDG are. So it's not just a chance to gain your own standing, but also pull someone down with you. And we fly straight into draft. Something to mention, Silas has not been banned by EDG. Top Esports have occasionally banned it when they're on red side though, so we'll see what they opt to do about this one. But a lot of bans going towards that bot lane so far.
Yeah, the Zeri is kind of a part and parcel for the red side. You really don't want to give that one up. I will say the Gwen against Wayward is nice to see as well for the side of EDG. But the Renata creeping up and the Senna, it kind of feels like when you get rid of the Renata and the Senna, you're just basically banning out those weird and wonderful bot lane combinations that you're not able to see. Silas will be the ban for Top Esports. They're not willing to give that over to Scout.
I think that's the thing, is despite Knight being fantastic on the pitch, shows how much respect there is for it now. But let's just see what's prioritized here. Callista's open and available, Aphelios is open and available, Gnar is open and available. All 3 of those I could reasonably see as a first pick, but also there hasn't been any jungle bans yet, and maybe because of that reason I put some lower prior, but we actually see a Poppy first pick coming out from the side of EDG, likely to go into the jungle, and Top Esports may just look towards that Aphelios as a response, knowing that with, you know, Senatom gone, with the Renata gone, with Zeri gone, this is a pretty good answer to a lot of what's available.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that it's interesting as well because, again, with the Azir banned and Corki still left open, we have seen EDG in previous days going towards that Corki first pick, but of course they want to try and get that jungle pick in straight away. They will get Jackie Love onto something like the Aphelios. And this is something that can pop off. We have seen Jackie Love do so much on these champions that can just create their own opportunities. And for Top Esports, getting themselves that opportunity is going to be the big thing here in this game.
It looks like we might end up seeing the Viego come out. I feel like jungle is a safer pick to go here. I mentioned things like the Gnar earlier, support as well. If there's something you want to prioritize, you could take here, but the risk is you are taking it essentially blind. So they'll just go for the Viego, play it safe. You know, you wouldn't want to take the Lee Sin into the Poppy. The Wukong also has a bit of a difficult time. I feel like Viego is best suited to deal with her. And so Top Esports should be happy with what they have. Now, EDG, we could see an 80 carry response here. I think that makes a lot of sense. But also, I mean, actually, they're just going to straight away pick up that Talia for Scout in the mid lane. So wanting some early pressure, but they do go for that 80 carry response. It's the Aphelios Jinx. We've seen it all throughout spring. We've seen it time and time again, and we will see that matchup once more.
Yeah, and again, I think this is a nice little pickup as well, because they're saying, look, we don't have a big priority on the supports right now. We know there's a big priority in mid laners, and I quite like the Talia Poppy combination. We've seen it a couple of times with some of our top teams, just getting that extra little bit of, you know, kind of setup, if you will, because say, oh, it's a Poppy, don't be near walls, but Talia can create her own walls, and you can't really, you know, put yourself in a position where you're going to be caught out, because the burst available to that combination is absolutely huge. Now Top Esports, they were hovering the gameplay, they're going to ban it away themselves as they start to work through the last few bans of this phase.
Yeah, and I kind of just want to talk a bit about the Ahri, because like when you see Poppy, Talia, it's very hard to play dash champions into that. But the Ahri has so many dashes and a decent amount of range. You can actually play around the entire area that is available to them. You know, the Unraveled Earth can come down, and if you're not in it, you can reposition around it. So it kind of makes sense there, but does mean that champions with dashes are going to have a rough time in team fights against EDG if they get up close and personal. Now, go to the bounds. Top lane is being the target here. Support not really touched. GP and Gnar off the table. Bear in mind, there's still like the Nautilus open and available, which I think Top Esports might look to grab on 4th pick if they get the chance. Unless there's something left open at the top lane that one. Tom Kench can be quite frequently paired with Jinx, so we will see that one banned away. I think for EDG, I think you'd probably just ban Nautilus here would make the most sense in my mind.
Yeah, I think the Nautilus makes a lot of sense if you want to try and get rid of that one. Something that can be safe and also very good at kind of following up with that engage like we talked about. They've already banned the Gnar, so not going to get that particular champion into the hands of Wayward or Flandre in this particular game. And now we wait to see. I wouldn't be remiss to see another top lane ban should they so choose it. And yeah, the Sejuani comes out here, so they're trying to just make sure that the Wayward's not on anything that can make a big proactive play.
So I feel like a lot of the blind top laners have been targeted here. So maybe there's something left that Wayward really wants to prioritize that he looks to pick up. That could make sense. But I would honestly just take, if you have like a support in mind that you're like, we're confident in this, you could take it here. I mean, the potential is you just leave it and then you see what EDG take and counter. But I think with Nautilus open, you know, why wouldn't you take it? He is like the premier melee support right now in terms of like finding those engages. And now for EDG, they have to decide what they're doing as the blind top laner and also what they're doing as the support. In terms of support options, they could take something like the Braum to try and mitigate some of the pressure. I feel like Enchanters would be rough into the Nautilus. They could even go for something like, you have to see the Leona traded off, but I feel like it doesn't fit as well with the Jinx, so it may just be the Braum as a lock-in.
Yeah, it gives you good disengage as well against something like the Nautilus, and of course the Viego, who'll be jumping down onto your face. Get concussive blows in the early stages you have to respect as well. And for EDG, you gotta try and blind your top side. So what are you gonna try and take up into this one? Flandre has not been exceptional so far this split, but definitely has been able to kind of keep up with the rest of the top lane pack as we wait to see now what he feels comfortable taking into Wayward. And honestly, the Vladimir was something we've seen consistently banned against EDG. It could just be a pick, and yes, here we go. It was picked so often against this team, they finally get it, and there's very few counters now left into it for Top Esports.
But I'm gonna say, like, it feels like a very inactive laner. Vlad really doesn't apply too much pressure. There's certain matchups he can really flourish in, but I feel like Wayward has free pick to take what he wants here. The thought process from EDG must be, look, we banned so many top laners. I don't think there's anything we're worried about for the Vlad, but hopefully Wayward has something in his pocket, even hovered the Kale to think, you know, you could free scale into Vlad, but it looks like he might be leaning towards the Aatrox here, and he will lock that in. So some powerful team fight threat. If you can get on top of the back line, obviously you can do a ton of healing. And, you know, I feel like Vlad isn't going to have too much trouble in this lane, but obviously he will be kind of at the whim of Wayward. Wayward is going to be able to dictate the wave state, use the AoE he has on his abilities, whereas Vlad isn't really offering too much pressure to like that point where he's level 9 and he has that Q maxed.
Yeah, absolutely agree. And I think that's the big thing now is that we're looking at to see what this Vladimir can do. You've picked it now. Haven't really seen a lot of, gameplay coming from it. We have seen, I think Flandre's played it twice with 100% win rate, so definitely something to be kind of feared in going into this matchup. But right now, I feel like Top Esports have got everything they generally always want, and right away, I'm always going to look towards what level 1 they're going to set themselves up for.
Yeah, I'm hoping they come out with a strategy. The only concern is you're against a Braum. Braum level 1 is painful, as is a Talia. Talia is so scary level 1, the fact that, you know, you can just launch out a barrage of rocks at your opponent. So maybe we see a bit more caution thrown to the window that one, but I guess we'll get the information coming out. Ultimately, I think Top Esports is a composition that seems a bit more standard from what we'd expect in the current meta. You know, they have decent engage options between them. There's some strong backline threats. They have the Aphelios, who if you can get up close can deal a lot of damage. But I think what makes it difficult in team fights is there's so much disruption on the side of EDG. There's so much zone control. If you're trying to like make a Nautilus engage and there's the Talia stones in the way, there's the Poppy in the way, there's a Braum in the way, it does make it very hard. So if Viper gets fed here, Viper gets strong, that may well just be the win con for the side of EDG.
Yeah, it might just be. We'll have to wait and see, but we are no longer got any more theories. It is Star Guardian weekend as we jump onto the Rift for Game 1 of our match of the week. Our world champions EDG going up against the spring finalists in Top Esports. A win is huge for Top Esports. It separates themselves alongside V5 and JDG at 9 wins at the top of the standings. And for EDG, it would bridge that gap. You would go up to 7, only 1 game behind Top Esports. It cannot be overstated how important positioning is in the LPL.
It can make all the difference, getting that opportunity to not get eliminated. So many times we've seen teams get knocked down into the losers bracket, come back to win the tournament, and then go on to even win internationals. So very, very vital that you get as close to that top 4 as possible and try and make your way in. Now, EDG fishing around level 1, trying to get some information. Looks like no strategy comes out from Top Esports. I think it makes sense. I think level 1 is risky here with the champions on the other side. And we actually get a pause. Coming through, unfortunately. So, you know, I'm going to say earlier in the split, we had a couple of issues with EDG having some pauses. So hopefully they'll be able to... Hopefully they're well practiced in sorting them out at this point.
Yeah, we hopefully know what it is going to be in a second. I'm going to turn back on my lights. There we go. Brightness shall return. But yeah, it's very warm in Ireland right now, and the lights are adding to the extra heat. So I do apologize if it takes me a little extra time to get back ready. But yes, no real level 1s to kind of come out from. I will say Braum is exceptional level 1. Of course, you do have the concussive blows, but something like the Vladimir, we generally see as just a scaling pick. But it's kind of that weird mid-game spike you get with it. Level 9 is generally the time where we start to say, like, okay, he's got the max levels in his queue. That's when he's starting to build up into becoming a bit of a side lane monster.
Yeah, I think that's the thing is like once your Q is maxed, like the cooldown reduction is so big, or ability haste as it is now for Vladimir, because the more you spam your transfusion, the more often you're getting like the empowered one, the more you can sustain up, and the cooldown drops significantly as you put points into it. So yeah, early levels, don't expect too much agency from him. Mid lane might be an interesting one. Contesting the Prio is going to be an important thing. It is hard to contest Prio against Talia generally. But map movement from the mid laners may well be instrumental, because for me, I feel like top esports wants to get off the ground running. They want to set up plays. They have tools to do so. The skirmishing from like a Nautilus plus a Viego plus an Ari can be very powerful. If someone's out of position, you can pick them, get the reset, and continue. And I think that's going to be a pivotal piece of not just how they play the early game, but further into the game as well, right? Is isolating a target and take them out, getting those resets. Because when you look across, you get the reset mechanic from the Aatrox, the fact that you get the duration on your ult resets, you get that burst of movement speed. Viego, I don't even explain, everyone knows about his resets, and the Ari ult charges will come back in. So momentum could be a very big thing in this fight. If someone for EDG mispositions, whether it's in a skirmish or a team fight, that could be what snowballs the fight in favor of top esports.
Yeah, again, you kind of mentioned the resets as well. Not quite a full reset, but World Ender as well for the side of the Aatrox gets an extra 5 seconds should you be able to figure that one out. We, of course, jumped back into the game. To apologize for the delay. Hopefully everything's been sorted out. JJ has actually taken his bit of an interesting path here, taking away the Raptors and then straight into the Krugs. So looking to try and get maybe a little bit more creative with the pathing now on this Poppy.
Yeah, one thing is that like taking the smaller camps early pays off sooner, because they're obviously going to respawn, right? It's like if you take a red, it's by the time you're doing your second clear, it's still not going to be available. Whereas if you take Raptors into Krugs, they will come back sooner. They'll be worth more XP. So maybe thinking about that aspect of it. Also, if you want to make a play with the red buff, getting it later means it's up for a longer time. So some of the reasons why junglers opt to path in different ways, prioritize camps differently. And obviously Poppy actually has a decent amount of AoE. And Knight walked up as if he was going to ward there over onto the red, but didn't. But put a ward in a pretty standard spot, just in that sort of crossroads on the map where people look to go. Ooh, speaking of going aggressive, Mark is fishing there.
Yeah, I could see Mako kind of roaming up to put down some ward on the river to make sure they weren't getting caught out. I will say you got to be careful of a little bit of a sneaky over the wall move there with the blast cone when it does spawn at I believe it spawns at 3:30, so you will be able to get access to that. Jackie Love taking a huge amount of harassment now on this one. And again, you know, this is part and parcel for the bot lane. We saw this a million times over in spring. This is how this bot lane does end up functioning. I will say that Mark, very smart to just kind of roam over, stop the reset from coming in, so you will not get the early cull setup here for Viper.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to have to stay around. And this is the thing, is the Jinx has that pushing power. Obviously, Felios level 1 doesn't even have any abilities, so not exactly in the best position to make things happen. The problem with the Nautilus into the Braum is that ultimately what's going to happen is if you can't, unless you're engaging as the Nautilus, like Mako could just walk up, throw Qs at Jackie-Love, apply that range pressure. And if Mark goes in, you know, there's a very real chance that he just gets stun locked and taken out. Now, Jen is looking for a bit of a deep flank here. He will try and go for the Krugs, but they're not actually up, so he'll miss out completely on a steal there. And it looks like he's just going to reset. So the fact that JJ did clean his Krugs. Oh, Viper in trouble.
Viper in a little bit of trouble. The flash forward, the exhaust, excuse me, not the exhaust, the heal used there by the side of Viper keeps him nice and safe. So good trade of summoners here. I will say, though, Mark did not take the Hex Flash, so he's not going to have that engage tool now for another few minutes.
Yeah, so in terms of summoners, it's absolutely a trade up for EDG. Flash from Mark, way more valuable than just the heal. But in terms of the pressure, top esports bot lane managing to really chunk them out and keep them trapped in lane for a bit longer. Now, Thunder actually having a decent time into Wayward so far in the laning phase, using that range advantage, and Wayward not really enjoying himself for the time being. Obviously, does need to wait a couple of levels till he's like level 3 and he has his access to his abilities. Before then, you can't really do anything to a Vlad.
Yeah, and I will say with the Sanguine Pool basically up for every real time you're going for the Infernal Chains, there's not really much kill pressure at all available for Wayward unless you do have a massive mess up here from Flandre. He does have the Ghost, and this is kind of part and parcel for the Vladimir. We talked about the burst available to him with the transfusion. He's able to get himself off with a lot of damage, and all he wants to do is put himself into a position where he's in between multiple members. If his Q is getting off multiple, or excuse me, his W is getting off multiple different targets at the same time, that's when this pick starts to really start to look and feel broken compared to most others. But this is going to be a little while before we get to that point. The dragon is going to be just scouted out here by Mark, who has to just back away because the Cloud Drake, sadly enough for anyone support or anyone who knows, it does a hell of a lot of damage at the early stages. You can't really solo it. It's very, very powerful.
Yeah, I mean, like, the Hextech Drake does tons of AoE damage, so it's really painful, but Cloud Dragon, just like, the attack speed is so insane. Really not a fun one to deal with. Now, Wayward is kind of in an uncomfortable position because he doesn't like the state of the wave, but he knows if he oversteps to try and fix it, he will just die. Most likely. Yeah. You have to expect JJ is going to be here, so he's just kind of hovering in the brushes. They expect him to reset, and he's just leeching some XP. And he's now trying to take the window to at least like push it in a bit, but yeah, not the best scenario for him. But at the other side of the map, Top Esports go for the dragon in return.
Maybe the dragon started up here. Mako and Viper roaming up as they try and maybe see if there's something available to them, but with a smite from TN, that's an easy secure. So Top Esports getting the first dragon of the game. It is only a Cloud Drake, so it's not going to be that significant in the grand scheme of things, but starts them on their righteous path towards that soul and gets them set up in a nice little setup here as well. As we see the solo laners now recognizing that they have pressure in mid and top, so they're going to be able to secure these scuttle. And also the Vlad is still keeping this this kind of, you know, freeze going right now as Wayward's kind of trying to figure out where he wants to go and how he's going to influence the map.
Yeah, eventually it should bounce back. I think that's what Wayward is basically waiting for. So he might fall a little bit down in CS as a result of the freeze, but he's not dying, which is a big thing, honestly. A lot of top laners do end up dying in this position, and he's obviously moved with his jungler to secure the scuttle, used the Scryer's bloom through the enemy jungle. So information given, and hopefully he'll be able to find a situation where the wave bounce back, or he's able to crash it in and he can get a reset off.
And let's talk about Top Esports as well, because this is a roster that kind of exploded onto the scene once Knight joined it off in 2019. They weren't able to make it to Worlds that year. They were knocked out by IG in the regional gauntlet. But then you look at 2020, huge year, back-to-back finals. They lost in spring, but they won in summer. And then 2020 Worlds was a little bit of a disappointment, I think, for all of us. I think a lot of us were expecting a lot more from them. We still had a Chinese team in the finals in Suning, but we all expected it to be Top Esports. And it felt like this team, yes, built around Knight. A lot of people not quite sure who and where Knight comes from because he hasn't really been able to show himself on the international stage.
And that's a big thing. He's like the domestic hero of the LPL. It feels like someone who's always been such a threat, such a force to be reckoned with. But whereas we have like RNG going off to internationals, EDG, IIG, FPX have their world titles. Not the same for Top Esports, but still, I feel like now with the form and the split, the fact that they took RNG to 5 games in spring, this could be their year. This could be their opportunity. Now, we do see a plate dropping down bot. Jackie Love and Mark are going to check in their own jungle just to defend away and try and stop JJ having his way, but Janet's just focused on these neutral objectives. Got that dragon, has moved over towards his herald, and Wayward now feel more comfortable. Now he's picked up a Hex Drinker, actually forcing the ult from Flandre.
Yeah, that's a big move there. Flandre lost his Ghost and then the Hex Drinker as well. I think he was using it to try and clear the wave maybe because he wants to try and separate these guys out as Mark is caught by himself. He can't even Spider-Man his way away, and that's going to be first blood, but traded back quickly as both supports end up going down. Good roam there from Knight to not be outdone by his opposition mid laner.
Yeah, good response. The fact that you got to bear in mind, EDG brought 2 extra members there to the bot lane, whereas Top Esports only need Knight, so it's a 1-for-1 trade, and in return, they obviously get the Herald. You see the top side, Chen take this opportunity to steal away some camps in the enemy jungle as well, so big win for Top Esports. I have to say, though, that felt so unfair for Mark, the fact that JJ, I actually really like this play, despite the fact it didn't work out overall for them, but JJ is just like, oh, it's 2 people to dive? No, we're just going to take the freebie. And then, like, this is the thing with the Nautilus, you know, you have the steadfast presence from the Poppy, you have the unraveled earth. It just means that the Nautilus can't actually use his getaway with the Dragonstein, can't engage with it either. But Mako does end up going down to the nice roam from Knight.
Yeah, very nice roam. Just follow off the scout as a Rift Herald was secured by Top Esports on the top half of the map, and they are starting to build up a little bit of a gold lead right now, and it's mainly due to the CS leads they've built up in their solo laners and in the jungle, to be perfectly honest. And I think TN's kind of proven time and time again. We see him on this this Viego pick so often that he is so incredibly comfortable with this pick. He knows exactly where to be and how to play with it. So he has no problem whatsoever just running around the map, getting himself up to that Divine Sunder as quick as he possibly can, and making sure that he is one of the carries basically of Top Esports.
I think TN puts a lot of value in him being ahead in the jungle matchup and what that can do for the team, right? Because whenever you're making a play, if your jungler is ahead, they're almost always going to be present for those plays. They're the ones that make up the numbers difference in those skirmishes. So he will fish for opportunities, as we talked about before the day, to make sure that he is relevant, he is strong, and then serve his team with it. We do see, this late has been such a back and forth. Wayward obviously struggling early, found a bit of momentum, but now Flandre approaching that level 9, which is a big spike, start to trade back more in return. I just love that we're getting this constant fight coming out from both of them.
Yeah, there's just kind of a constant push and pull. I will say 2 turret plates going on bot side means that EDG are effectively equaling a kind of middle case scenario of Top Esports taking that Rift Herald. So unless you can get a full tower out of it as TN, which honestly right now doesn't feel like they have the pressure to do so, you're not really gaining more off it. So EDG just kind of happy to let this one go for the moment as Dragon spawns in just under 20 seconds.
Yeah, which makes me think we might just get the Herald coming out mid. Knight actually really far ahead in this mid lane matchup over Scout. Already has the Everfrost. Obviously a cheap item to pick up, but does mean that pick potential at CC layering super potent. Now, Knight fishing with a charm doesn't connect, but 2 plates secured. It sets up that mid lane tower in the future to be taken down. Obviously a big objective in terms of map control, but just taking that money, pushing your mid laner further ahead. And the top side of the map for Top Esports is comfortable. As you said before, the place being picked up by Viper, that's the only point you're a little bit concerned about. And that is the big potential win con for the side of EDG.
Yeah, and now you can see EDG kind of saying, look, we know there's a reset coming in. Jackie Love actually down to about half health. He's going to go try and reset. Ooh, not quite able to hit the Mega Death Rocket, but JJ is already in the vicinity, so they might like to try and take this turret all together. They haven't started up the Dragon just yet, and honestly, I think this is just kind of a trade of sides right now. Top Esports saying our top half of the map is where we are strongest, and on the opposite, EDG saying, look, it's all about Viper. It's all about this Jinx getting the carries as far ahead as you possibly can.
It just feels like the problem with this is if you went for this cross-map play and you still had the Herald available, Top Esports would slam it down top, they'd take the tower, potentially look for a tier 2 or at least a charge onto it. But because you've already used the Herald mid, you're not really gaining too much in return. So they're actually looking to respond here. JJ should get the Dragon, but he might not get out.
Yeah, and oh, you could see what he wanted to try and do there, Knight. He wanted to see if he could maybe catch out the Poppy as he's on his way back, but great response here from EDG. They get loads of free time bot side for Viper. They not only that, but they pick up a Dragon, so equaling that one up, and we got ourselves a Hex Rift. So Ox, these Dragons are now becoming a very hot commodity as both teams really want to make sure they get that objective.
Yeah, Hex Dragon's really powerful. I like the ability haste and the attack speed, pretty strong for people across the board. Now, at least Top Esports, because they force them away, should be able to respond with some plates here, try and get some gold in return for Jackie Love, but EDG, they don't look like they're just going to give it up for free, although that being said, I think they will.
Yeah, they're going to have to try and maybe give that one up just a little bit for the moment as JJ and Mako just kind of keep each other safe, play the buddy system. Always important to have your buddy Ox, but we are starting to see full items that have been picked up across the board. You do have the Everfrost, like you mentioned earlier, for Knight, but also Divine Sunder for TN, and the Gale Forest here for Jackie Love, so he's got a little bit of extra survivability. I will say, though, you can see he's still a significant bit behind Viper, who's got those double daggers alongside the Berserker Greaves and the Kraken Slayers, so this is becoming a bit of a bot lane where this is Viper's comfort zone. When he's on a carry that has the extra range, when he's on something that can influence the rest of the map just because he is so powerful, that's where we start to get a little bit scared for Top Esports, and that's when they need to start being a little bit more creative.
Yeah, and it'll still be a while before this Jinx is truly online, truly super powerful, but the way the team fights play out, the peel available for him will make Viper a considerable threat. It'll be like that protect the president thing. Now, he's going to move up and try and take this tower, but I think just the fact the plate is still alive means he doesn't quite have the damage for Top Esports defend. That tower is not long for the world. Still first tower available, and I know EDG would love to be able to get that for Viper, really push him ahead, because 3-4 items, that's the point where Jinx goes from being an issue to being an absolute menace.
This is where we now see TN maybe trying to make this one work. It is difficult to really get on top of a Braum. He's got the stand behind me. He's got the Glacial Fissure. And honestly, despite the action we've seen toing and froing, both teams very happy to keep their summoners kind of close to their chest right now. TN is running around a little bit mad struck, so he's trying to see if he can make something work. And a good ward over the back of the pit means he spots out Scout and JJ trying to collapse on him as he runs away.
Yeah, so just fishing for opportunities, not really finding too much so far. It feels like, you know, the pace of the game is suiting EDG with how it has gone. I still am trying to look for these mid laners making proactive plays. Like, Knight has found that one play earlier where he cleaned up the kill, but since then hasn't really been able to find anything. Shut down by the Poppy earlier. We do see, you know, top esports posturing heavily around bot lane, but EDG are happy just to match. As long as they have the numbers in position to mitigate, then they know top esports can't really make too much of an aggressive play. But Herald, second up and available. They put that first one down mid. I feel like if you're putting the first tower mid, your goal is to get the second one, take that mid tier 1, and then from there you can expand your pressure deeper into the enemy jungle. Start stealing away camps consistently, get a deeper ward line, play for those outer towers. So I'd have thought that would be the play to go for, but it looks like they're instead going to try and make a play on the bot lane.
Well, they're going to go for the full TP. There's going to be the ultimate from the Nautilus. They know they have to try and fully engage on top of this one here. The Glacial Fissure doesn't really help Viper out as much as he needs to. And a 2v5, and Mako gets himself out alive. Honestly, if that's all they lose and they can get 2 towers here, this mightn't be too bad for EDG.
Yeah, I mean, they don't really get anything other than that one kill. They'll take bot tower, of course, but in the top lane, massive wave being crashed there by Flandre, wave being crashed mid, so Knight will answer that, but it's just missing farm at the top. And honestly, we could just see the Herald picked up again by EDG. That second Herald, potentially the tool to cracking open the mid-tier 1 from EDG, not going to be available. Still 5k HP. Jam actually make it in time with the Hex Gates.
Yeah, he still has the Heartbreaker and the Flash. And again, you're a Poppy. You don't exactly take this objective quickly, but I think he now knows not really in a position to try and contest this. Smite comes out, they collect it, and with a steadfast presence back in the pocket, JJ picks up that secured objective. So it is still a kill and a tower to the side of top esports, and that's still good because you actually haven't lost anything as of yet from the side of EDG. Or sorry, side of top esports.
Yeah, you still have that big goal lead. The Herald could likely be used mid to try and apply that pressure because it is now that next dragon. I feel like the play is going to go towards that. We'll get a quick replay of how that bot lane one happened. And this is the power of the Nautilus. Flash R, what is the counterplay?
I don't know. That's why you're the color caster, and I'm just sitting here. I will say
it's
for Viper,
rhetorical. Yeah. There is no counterplay.
Okay, but I will say for Viper, he didn't lose his flash or his heal, so he does have this for the next particular flights. You will have the Glacial Fissure coming up as well very, very shortly. So you still have a good team fight available to you, and nearly a full rapid fire cannon coming out here for Viper as well. So with that Rift Herald popping down into mid, like you said, they're going to use it to try and crack this open and get themselves a pressure point.
Yeah, and then lean into the river after this for the dragon. They will take that tower. You get the excited from Viper, and then they're going to move down towards this river. Knight has TP'd in. Yeah, he has flank opportunities here. And I think this is so important to highlight in this game. If you run straight at EDG, the Unraveled Earth will just stop that. The Braum, the Poppy, they are very good at shutting things down in one direction. Flanks can be so potent. You can see EDG cautious about approaching here.
Yeah, and they're so cautious. In fact, they're going to let it go. They're actually going to put down a Reaver's Wall because they want a tier 2 in mid, and I really like this play from EDG. Again, this isn't big fighting moments just yet, but both sides waiting to try and make something happen. They get the flick back there onto Wayward, who does have access to his ultimate. Scout will not get pulled back by the Infernal Chains as the rest of EDG now find themselves on the wrong side of the map. It's kind of a switcheroo. They don't get the tier 2 just yet. They might kind of try and make themselves to the emergency exit, that emergency exit being the Hex Straits.
Yeah, so they don't feel comfortable approaching the dragon. They end up just zipping out together as a unit. But this means the top esports can approach their mid tower and do the damage that finish off the damage that was done earlier with that first Herald. So top esports, they get the dragon, they get the mid tier 1. They can be more than happy with how that passage of play panned out.
Absolutely, and it's 2,000 gold lean out of top esports. They got the dragon. We talked about the previous play, and yes, it did eventually lead to a mid-tier 1, but now you're going to get 2 tiers 1s for the side of top esports. So again, bit by bit, top esports, slow and steady, wins the race. They are just kind of out-rotating EDG in this map and saying, look, we're just going to be faster. We're just going to be more cohesive and decisive to make sure we're getting the best plays out of this.
Yeah, and I think it's important that top esports are starting to accumulate that early lead. If they are concerned about how the team fight's going to pan out later on in the game. And, you know, this hasn't been the most action-packed game in terms of kill score. Top esports, often in spring, we saw them, like, racking up kills as in the early stages of the game. But I feel like this one has been about accruing gradual advantages, finding the windows. Now, JJ, is looking for Knight. The thing with the Ahri into Poppy is like, yes, you will shut down the dashes. If Ahri dashes and into your W, she's gonna get knocked up briefly, and then she'll be grounded. But it's very, very hard for the Poppy to ever get in range of the Ahri. Most times, Knight can just play at a distance. So if he sees you come in, he'll be able to ult away, able to make that space. Now, it feels like Tiana has done a good job of, like, as soon as JJ shows someone on the map, he's there to respond and will go down, just help establish way within the side lane and get a bit of pressure.
We are getting very much towards the point in this game where we might just be waiting for big 5v5s. 20 minutes just on the horizon. It's a 2,500 gold lead for Top Esports, still doing very well, but first items pretty much completed across the board. You actually have 2 items now onto your Jinx's Viper, so he's sitting very pretty. He's not really in a position to be caught out as of yet. The Knight with the Cosmic Drive as well, going to be able to kind of put down significant damage in these early stages, but it comes down to execution. It comes down to how both these teams end up wanting to play the fights and when and where they take them.
Absolutely does. And I love that we're seeing like these teams work together as units to establish this vision. A lot of times you sometimes see, you know, the lower teams of the standings a bit isolated when they're looking for visions. You know, sports overstep, they get engaged on, they try and wing it to see if they can turn it around, but constant groupings. And this is so important when Top Esports have so much pick potential, and they're looking for it now.
Oh, Knight thought about it, but the steadfast presence just kind of stops you, halts you in your tracks, and you said Poppy's great at just doing that, stopping that engage.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like maybe there was an angle Knight could have taken where he didn't get caught in it, and then he could have looked for the charm a little bit after, but dashes a bit too far forwards, gets locked down, and then as soon as that happens, it's like, well, plays over. Ult burn, and it's not too much of a long cooldown for the Ahri, especially with that Cosmic Drive already completed, but it does just stymie that play.
Yeah, you can see now Flandre is starting to become a bit of a menace in the side lane here. You can see that the Wayward has to be a lot more careful about how he approaches this one here. And with JJ now in the wings, they don't really have the support network here for Top Esports to hold this tower. So the tier 1 in bot side will fall. EDG kind of equaling out the score in that particular regard. And now we're kind of in a little bit of a moment here where both teams are waiting for their opportunity and not really giving the other team one to kind of capitalize on.
Yeah, but I think it's going to just go back to those dragons. You know, we saw a very dragon-focused series earlier today with BLG against RA, and it feels like this one is just setting up in a similar way. These teams are trying to find windows, but then when they don't arise, it will be that 5v5 around the neutral objective. For Top Esports, securing that one puts them on soul point, puts a ton of pressure on the EDG, whereas if EDGs can secure, they buy themselves more time. They're currently working with that 2k gold deficit, but, you know, we're talking about those item spikes coming in. We do see Dracula is being able to match that 2 items of Viper. Now, Viper just has the extra BF sword, but pretty significant that he's able to at least get those 2 completed before the fight.
All right, here we go. All summoners available. We do have 2 items of the AD carries. Mark needs to be careful. These zaps are going to start to do some significant damage. Remember, the zap also scales with the attack speed you get, so it's quicker to come out the drawer every single time you go later and later into the game. So now Mako actually a little bit of trouble if he gets stunned up. He gets himself away from that one. The charm does not land. His Knight's kind of separated from his team, but like you said earlier, he wants to be on a flank. He wants to be constantly threatening that back line.
And Scout and JJ doing a great job of just zoning away. He wanted to clear that vision to pose a threat, and EDG just don't let it happen. They're refusing to allow Knight to be a presence on that flank. He could take the Hex Gate over and go to a different angle, but he's fishing for a charm now.
Yeah, they land the charm, but it's only onto Mako. It's onto a Braum. The Unbreakable goes in. There's a Weaver's Wall as Wayward finds himself on a flank. They're going to try and burst this dragon down, and they get it. 2 dragons apiece. They try and get on top of the Nautilus as he goes golden. The Weaver's Wall has gone down as they get themselves a Glacial Fissure across 3. Now you can see Wayward finally on the flank as he tries to jump onto Scout and Viper, but Viper's still alive, and Viper's still putting out damage. There's a Super Mega Death Rocket across the team, and Top Esports are in full retreat. EDG, though, will not let them go quietly. They know they have them on the ropes. They know they can keep pummeling them down. They can see that Top Esports are desperately trying to keep themselves alive, but they get out of this round with more than just a couple of bruises as TN desperately tries to keep the rest of his team alive. When I say the rest of his team is literally just the Aphelios. He's so close to dying, but he just about stays alive. But at the end of it all, EDG with 3, the dragon, and they lose no one.
It's huge that Chen survives, though. It might have been enough for EDG to reset and go for the Baron, knowing the enemy jungler wouldn't be up for a while. The fact he survives means they won't go for that play, but still, the team fight is huge, and they're trying to go this flank angle, but bear in mind, Knight's flank has been denied. Mark flashes, but it's still within the wall, so it doesn't actually work. And then, yes, they get a ton of damage on a Flandre, but he buys a bunch of time. And the problem is they're now running through a choke in one direction. The Unraveled Earth comes down. That instantly shuts down the play. The Unbreakable from Mako stop damage from coming through. And then EDG sense we have the momentum now. We can charge forwards. And with those resets coming in from Viper, they start to get the kills.
It's all those small little margins, literally the smallest of moments there, just to see the Nautilus not quite break past the Weaver's wall. Basically means he's dead. There's nothing for him to do. Now you've got yourself 2 dragons apiece. The gold is dead even, Ox, and this is already starting to heat up in this series, and this is game 1.
Yeah, and I feel like now that EDG, you know, there was that early advantage for top esports. They've stopped the dragon scaling. They've got to themselves. They've managed to equalize in terms of gold. They've bought space. They've bought time. And they should feel far more comfortable in this game. Whereas top esports, they might be forced to start fishing for picks. They feel worried about how team fights are going to play out later on. That would be the strategy now. They try and catch JJ, but won't be able to connect. And Tian, I mean, what can you do against a Vladimir with the pool?
I mean, that's the thing. You saw Flandre go in, and he's like, oh my god, he's so squishy, we can kill him. But Zonya's into Sanguine Pool, and the Sanguine Pool means you can't even slow him or stop him from retreating. He immediately gets the phase rush off and runs back to the safety where he can start to sustain himself back. So we'll see the Super Mega Jet Rocket come out just to scout out around this Baron, but they know now it's not being taken off. So EDG, they got a bit of momentum, but now they need to re-establish themselves on the map. They don't really have any control over their own sides of the jungle, and they need to try to bring that back into alignment.
Yeah, I think that's the main thing, is that they just want to stop the Baron being a point of contention, because top esports would absolutely love to force around that bait, set up picks. They have a lot of tools to set up those picks, so we'll see them walking together to try and check it out, using tools. Things like the Jinx Rocket are fantastic options to try and scout out whether the Baron started. You can see they start to look to contest some of that vision now that the resets have come through. Mako and JJ working together. Both of them hard targets to pick as well, right? Mako has the dash from his W, the Unbreakable to soak damage. Poppy's exceptionally tanky, and also obviously has that ability to give herself movement speed with the W. So they'll clear up some of the vision. There's still a lot maintained by top esports, but there's that blue ward at the back of the pit that chance to just clear now. And it's going to be just a bit more posturing, but I think top esports know they can't really start up this Baron. The next objective is going to be that dragon in minute 30.
Yeah, you don't want to be using all these beautiful ammo from the red and white gun here on the side of the Aphelios onto a Baron. You want to try and use it into a team fight, but with a minute 20 till dragon spawns, Scout's gone with a cleanse and a teleport. You do not have flash for JJ just yet, or Flandre, but they should have all summoners for them available once this dragon fight does actually happen. Same for the side of top esports. And now this is where you start to get into the soul point. This is where the game gets a little bit crazy. Speaking of crazy, Viper's just reset and picked himself up a Infinity Edge. This Jinx is online and will start to punish the side of top esports for overstaying.
Yeah, and there isn't that much armor on the side of top esports. You know, there's a Dead Man's Play from Tian Shi, and there's like a chain vest from Wayward, but a lot of Merc treads coming through does mean that Viper's going to be doing a significant amount of damage at this point. If he starts to get momentum, he will just take over, and that is basically going to be the win con on this next fight. It's not a guarantee that if this happens, they win the fight, but top esports need to kill Viper to give themselves the best chance.
Knight going to throw out a charm, but you can see EDG very well aware that this was going to be an option available to them. All flashes now coming back up. Scout swapped over from his teleport to a ghost, so he's going to have a little bit of extra movement speed. We're coming back into this one now. Flash for Viper still not available, nor is it for Jackie Love, and this is where the fights get a little bit more tenuous. You'd love to wait about another 20 or 30 seconds because Wayward, Knight, and Jackie Love don't have the summoners. They want to try and delay this for as long as possible.
Yeah, I want to make sure those are up and available. Wayward once again fishing for a flank. You can see, look at Scout on the other side. Look at that vision control from EDG. They know the biggest threat is those flanks, and if Knight goes over that wall, oh, he's going to have a bad time.
Yeah, he's going to walk straight into the Talia. Wayward's still in the pit, though. As you can see, it's kind of a 4v4 right now. The mid laner's off to the side, kind of staged right, not participating in this particular scene just yet. They're right beside each other, and they don't know it. Now they're going to try and maybe look for the Weaver's wall, and they've completely separated them out. It's now 2 as Flandre secures the dragon. Tien has the Heartbreaker over the wall, but the Hemo Plague is popped, and that means he goes down. Now Jackie Love trying to run away with Mark in tow. Knight still sitting off to the side, but he's not really found an opportunity to make this one work. Jackie Love gets flicked back, and Flandre finds himself 2. They can turn for the big purple worm, and EDG are taking control.
absolutely took control of that one. The flank coverage so good, and Top Esports just can't figure out this puzzle, how to approach the fights, how to get access to the back line, and so they end up basically doing nothing. The Dragon gets flipped, Flandre secures it, Tian goes down, and now they can look towards the Baron. I'm not even sure if a contest comes through. Tian won't be alive. The solo lane is alive or nowhere near. This should just be Baron picked up for EDG, and what a performance from them so far.
Oh, absolutely. Night and day, to be perfectly honest, from the side of the EDG, the summer champions from 2021, the world champions. But this is just fantastic from Scout. Kind of says, cool, actually touches the charm as well, and just completely separates the damage dealers.
Yeah, their wall's so good here. It just means Mark and Jackalov can't do anything. If Knight wants to go in, he has to commit his ult. And so Wayward, the flank just isn't really an option. And then they start to chase them down. And it's kind of that point where EDG do all the homework, they do the planning, they deny the flanks, and then the second they get an advantage in the team fight, they'll just charge. They'll just go, okay, we know we've won, let's start hunting down any kills we can get. And now the goal lead isn't that significant at this point, but they have the Baron in hands to try and expand that.
Yep, top wave pushing in their favor as well. They're going to need the push in mid lane, and we talked about this right at the start of our segment for this matchup. For against Top Esports, if you fail to prepare, then prepare to fail, because these teams, you cannot just go in haphazardly. You cannot go in without a full set of plan, and it's exactly what EDG's been doing every single time. They've said, no, we're not fighting at this point. We're going to let them take this. We're going to let them take that, but slowly but surely, they're just taking over the game.
Yeah, and they're using this big wave on the top side. They weren't quite able to clear out all the vision in the red side jungle they'd like to, because they were setting up for a pick. But now threatening this tier 2 tower, and it looks like Top Esports just can't really do anything to defend it now. There isn't enough of a wave to go any further, I would think.
Ooh, nice. Flashes away from the Hemo Plague as Jackie Love tries to keep himself alive. The Weaver's Wall going to be used to try and break open this turret, and that's exactly what it's going to do. Wayward was split pushing in the bot side, but he wasn't really. He's an Aatrox. He's not going to be exactly the greatest of split pushers. Now Scout flashes over a wall as Tien was looking for him. The Unbreakable has come up from Mako. As you can see now, EDG, they're on a bit of a return. They don't really want to try and take a fight just here right now. Never mind. Flandre jumping on the Jackie Love, and this Vladimir is huge right now. The Glacial Fisher is going to force everything from Jackie Love, but a good Moonlight Vigil is going to be eaten up by the Braum. He's used everything just to try and keep himself alive as Viper picks up too. EDG just massive in these team fights, and this Vladimir is ridiculous.
It feels like as soon as EDG sense an advantage, they just go all in. I thought, they'd get 2 towers top lane, they take 3 in the inhib, and they're looking for more.
They're looking for more. Nexus turret number 1 going to be falling down. You still have Knight and Jackie Love. You can still make this one work. They actually get the Keeper's Verdict on the Tien, and now Jackie Love, we talked about how he used everything, and now he has nothing left. Smashed into the wall. It's a delayed quadra kill, but that's going to be the kill. That's going to be the game, and that's going to be game 1 of this series going over to EDG.
What a performance from EDG. I mean, it wasn't the fastest paced game, but as soon as EDG sensed the advantage, they completely took over. And for the side of Top Esports, it didn't feel like they had a look in, right? They got that one counter-attack play on the bot side. They got a bit of gold lead. But man, like the control, the team fighting, the thing we highlighted, it's like they have a perfect understanding of exactly what they need to do, exactly what the enemy team will try to do. And the fact that they just didn't let Knight find a flank made all the difference. You can completely reimagine those fights. If there's an Ari coming behind you, an Aatrox from another direction, all those tools, the Unravel the Earth, the Unbreakable, are one directional, right? They can't function all the way around. And so just fantastic play to ensure that their tools were best suited to the scenario and that Top Esports could do nothing.
Honestly, I feel like the big winner of this is, or not the big winner, the big kind of like shouting point from this is the Taliyah. The Taliyah walls, the Weaver's Wall. We can see why so many of our top teams are very highly prizing this pick right now, because it just creates divisions, it creates new battlefields, it creates ways of you setting up for a fight that just weren't possible before. You think of the Ari and how much freedom she has to run around and get herself into new positions, but with a Weaver's Wall there, meaning you have to use the Spirit Rush to immediately try get past that to set up yourself up, you're already down a charge. And I think that Taliyah, specifically on Scout today, has just been exceptional. I'm really excited to see what more people do with this, because it just looks broken.
Yeah, I mean, it looks so good. I mean, the control element, massive. And I feel like it just really stopped anything, any of their attempts coming out from Top Esports. I think to note is like the Jinx-Aphelios matchup. Fundamentally, the way it plays out is, the range from Jinx is her advantage. For Aphelios, it's the big ultimate power. It's the fact that you can do so much DPS up close. The whole plan from EDG was to never let Top Esports get close, keep them at bay constantly. And that was kind of just a masterclass in execution on what their team wanted to do. yeah, shit, there was that goal lead for the side of top esports, but the game always felt in arm's reach of EDG. And as soon as it hit that point where EDG got the advantage, it just completely went out of control.
Yeah, and I think the big thing as well to say from the side of EDG was that first, second dragon. It stopped the stacking from top esports. It means they didn't have to panic. They didn't have to go towards that third one of the game and say, look, we have to fight you here. It's now or never. Excuse me. And now we're looking at a team that, honestly, this is so much better from the side of EDG. We've been having massive questions about this team coming into the split, and they just performed.
Yeah, this looked like the EDG who are the world champions, This looked like the EDG who we expected in spring, who we were waiting for in summer. And it's one game, right? One game isn't all telling, but the setup, the arrangement in teamfights, something they were praised for heavily when they made that world championship run, is something that really shone today. But they are up against top esports, right? And you can never count top esports out. So I expect a bounce back in this next game. I expect top esports will be hunting to try and get their revenge.
Absolutely. I think the Vladimir was a big part of that as well. It just nullified Wayward. We didn't really look top lane at all.
They didn't have an answer. I feel like the Aatrox was invisible, let's be real. It didn't really punish the Vladimir much. It didn't really scale that well. It was kind of a nothing pick.
Yeah, it was a nothing pick. Well, we'll see if the picks do end up changing. We're going to send it to a break, and when we return, picks and bans for Game 2.
And the first one, gents, general thoughts on the playoff picture. Now,
holy shit, that's out of left field. Oh my goodness.
I know.
Who'd have thought
it's a
we
wild
would talk
one.
about? Oh my goodness.
I don't think anyone's ever covered this topic on a podcast.
I don't think
before.
so either. And it's good. It's fitting on the play-by-play episode as well. I'm just saying right now, I won't have much of an argument. V5 are gonna win the split. That's it. I mean, that's all. That's all. Where I'm putting all my bucks. I've got a bunch of tickets. I got a bunch of rooms on the train. I'm kind of packed up.
Yeah, and so let's start from the start here, because I want to kind of set the idea. We're not just talking about who wins playoffs here. We're talking about what is our top 10, who makes the playoffs, how does playoffs go, like the whole story here. So
but you just have to start at one.
Starting at one, it's obviously top esports, right? I think Jake, you can agree on that. There's no way that V5 is top esports, right?
Oh, sorry, dude. I'm more a fan of Rookie than I am of Mojo. But Rookie has both, dude. So what can you say? Like,
I mean, you're just you're still an IG fan at the end of the day.
I am to heart. Are you surprised I'm not saying Weibo Gaming? But dude, SOFM doesn't have that IG mentality at all. Like, that's just something out of left field. So
I feel like
I favor Rookie more over than the show.
Yeah, Weibo and IG are kind of like polar opposites in my mind. They're both. I enjoy watching both of them. I feel like I'm one of the few people that really enjoys watching Weibo. I feel like a lot of people don't really like watching
I think it's
Weibo.
interesting. Emphasis on the INT.
Yeah. Very original joke. Very original joke.
Absolutely.
Well done.
Again, we're sticking with originality in this episode.
Okay, so I think we can all agree, like, Victory 5, top esports, definitely going to be at the top of the table. But then beyond those two, I feel like the conversation gets really murky really quickly, right? Because teams like JDG, yes, they're 8-1, but they're dropping games every single series. You've got RNG who
I'll put a caveat on that, though. There's some happy game. It's a positive gaming going on. I don't know, man. Some of those series, like, well, we need the practice. We need the time on the Rift, and here we go.
Well,
and then they come out and smash
That's what your gal said in an interview.
Yeah, and then they come out and smash them to finish off the series, and it's so interesting to watch that throughout the season so far, at least.
Yeah. So here's the thing. Here's my one, like, big snag with JDG is I agree. A lot of these are happy games, and a lot of it is like them kind of messing about a bit. But that's what I've always told myself about top esports over the years. And then they get to playoffs, and they still are doing happy games in the final of the entire tournament, and then they don't make it to Worlds. Or, when they go to Worlds, they're having happy games in best of fives against international opponents. It's like, maybe these games aren't so happy after all, And I feel like all of that, I'm like jaded from top esports. And guess what?
That's why I don't put them one and two.
JDG's top laner is top esports or top laner. I'm worried that he's brought that to JDG, and now that's going to continue as a path going forward.
You guys are kind of crazy on this team. Like, I don't understand. Like, the vibe from JDG. First of all, 369 was probably the most sane. Like, he had that element of top esports. Probably the most sane out of all of the old top esports squad, though. Like when you have Jackie Love on the same team, there's no way.
I mean, he's kind of
that 369 is the worst offender.
He's up there. He's up there for me at least. But you're right. I mean, he was within his kin, right? Like they were all kind of on the same page. But
he's been solid. All I'm going to say is that you guys just have this negative opinion, or at least like middling opinion on JDG. It's not hard for me at all to say that top 3 is like includes JDG right now. I think even though they go to game 3, I take your gal's context out of him saying that it's not about the happy gaming. What did he say? He's like, we need more experience. Yeah, exactly. We need more play time. So we go to game 3. So I don't know. I think they're just individually so skilled, and I wouldn't even take JDG going to game 3 and 7 out of their 9 series as anything bad at the moment. I still think they're not as good as top esports in V5, but I don't struggle to throw them in the top 3. I don't think it peters off for me at all.
We're free, don't look back. With me, we'll stay on track. Are you ready to go? So I'm waiting for you. Ready, let's go. There's so much for you to do. Are you ready to go? So I'm waiting for you. Ready, let's go. There's so much that we can Taste like these, wild and free. You and me. Taste like these, wild and free. You and me. We're free, in love with life. With me, a perfect night. Are you ready to go? So I'm waiting for you. Ready, let's go. There's so much for you to do. Are you ready to go? So I'm waiting for you. Ready, let's go. There's so much that we can do.
我觉得目前下一赛赛程过半，我的发挥是还算一般吧，还是希望后面我能更多帮助到我的队伍。我觉得威沃的这名选手打的还是非常聪明的，说实话，就很少见这种打野转上单打的这么就让别人烦躁的，说白了。然后我觉得对阵滔博的话，主要还是要盯好他们小天吧。他们节奏点基本都是小天来发起的，所以估计还是以针对他们打野为主。
Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are back after EDG honestly just completely controlled a game against Top Esports to bring themselves 1-0 up in the series. I am still Ushin, he is still the fantastic Mr. Ox. And we got to talk about our MVP, because honestly, coming into this one, I think a lot of people would be very surprised to hear that Flandre and Vladimir got himself a pretty decent time on the top side.
Yeah, was unmatched in lane. Wayward brought out the Aatrox. It couldn't really deal with him. He scaled into being a monster. And then when it came to the team fights, was just such a threat. We were talking about the Viper issues, dealing with the Jinx, getting on the back line. And I even said at one point in the game where it's like, you know, Top Esports do need to kill Viper, but that may not guarantee them the fight win. I think Flandre was just such a big threat as well. You know, gets focused out here by so much time when the Vladimir just zones the enemy team off.
Yeah, and you can just see how quickly he's able to reset after using that phase rush from the and including the Crimson Pool, but the Sanguine Pool, excuse me. But yeah, it's just so hard to deal with him, and constantly felt like Jack Love and Knight never felt an opportunity. We highlighted these two guys right at the start of the day. You know, the two big carry lanes are going to be mid and ADC. Even here, they're not a part of it. They're not able to become a part of these fights.
Yeah, I think the composition that EDG had really made issue for Top Esports. Top Esports had to be a lot more creative when it came to the team fights and just got completely shut down. The fact Flandre also stole that dragon, just the icing on the cake.
Yeah, and I think, look, this is a big thing now. We talk about Flandre on this Vladimir, but Vladimir now, he's played it 3 times so far this split. He's the only person, I believe, in the league with a win on it so far. Actually, no, Ale have picked up one as well, but he's now 3 from 3. You're on blue side. I feel like you can't let this one go through. I feel like it's kind of becoming a blue side kind of counter pick, like something like the Jacks for Cube earlier today.
Yeah, I feel like it's one of those things where it could be like, I think a great example is a Shyvana from
OMG.
Shanji. From OMG, yeah, is that if you don't know how to answer this pick, then shit, maybe just ban it. But the conditions in which your setups, like Shanji in the game 1 of that series, it was like it was against EDG, and EDG had Rise in the mid lane, know the AP damage. They didn't have enough to cut down the Shyvana, and the Shyvana got fed. Here, like a lot of top laners were banned, right? We saw Gnar taken away, Sejuani taken away, which I don't think would have been the best anyway, but like GP was gone. The pool was thinned a decent amount. And that's kind of what like made it a good pick here. Plus, it was picked late, whereas like you could just ban a second rotation. Do I think EDG are going to first rotation Vladimir? Probably not. I think that's unlikely, and I think you could reserve it for a second rotation ban. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe we see that happen. Maybe we see it come out. But I think it's just like, when you see the full comp, you're like, oh, this is a great Vladimir game. I'm going to bring it out. I don't necessarily think it's going to be, oh, I'm just going to pick Vladimir every game. But who knows? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they do that. And it's up to Top Esports to decide whether they want to risk that, because they're now 1-0 down. You don't get a second chance. After that, well, no, this is the second. You don't get a third chance, right?
It's not a best of 5.
Yeah.
It's not a best of 5. You don't get a third chance to come out of this one. But yeah, I completely agree. I think the big thing now for Top Esports is trying to get a composition that can get Knight involved again. Like, I feel like Knight was just on the sides. He was doing it correctly. All criticism towards, or all praise towards EDG, because the criticisms were Top Esports just couldn't get a look, and it felt like it was just straight up our composition. If we play it correctly, you can't deal with it. There's no other solution to it, and that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, maybe like the Poppies are more pertinent issue, because that really slowed down Top Esports. I mean, the Talia Poppy was a strong combo there, but I just feel like Top Esports opted into it, right? You pick Nautilus when you know the Braum was probably the expected pick in return. You picked Ari into Poppy Talia. Like, you're picking a Dash champion into those. You pick the Aatrox also into these. Like, I feel like you're picking these champions that rely on dashes, relying on getting up close and personal, and then EDG are like, oh, our comp already deals well with those. Fantastic, thank you. It's just kind of like you're playing into it.
Yeah, I think yes, we have the Viego and of course the Ari with the resets and such, but wasn't to be. We now have a switcheroo on the L Rift, so it's going to be Top Esports on the blue with EDG on the red. The Silas shall not be seen by anyone in this particular game. Neither shall the Razir, as Top Esports now got to figure out what that final ban's going to be. And like you said, the Poppy, which has been creeping up as a bit of a power pick right now. We've seen plenty of junglers now picking it up. Kanavi, Tarzan. Actually, no, the Vladimir has been locked away by Top Esports. They shall not let Flandre get his hands back on that.
Which I get. Like, I get it in a best of 3. You don't want to risk leaving it open. I don't think it was necessary, though. I don't think it was a major problem here. But interesting enough, Lucian gets banned by EDG, something we haven't seen too much of recently. And Top Esports go instantly for the Senate. So, there's still Cliss to open as an option, open available. There's still like the Felios, which has been high prio that you can lean into, but no Renata to pair with either of them. EDG thing, I really would not like this. So we'll talk about it if it gets locked in, but we'll see what EDG opt to do in this situation.
They could go to lock in the Tahm Kench and Jinx, get themselves a powerful bot lane. I think Viper did exceptionally well, but now that it's locked in, you get to vent why you don't really like this early Tahm Kench pick.
Because, like, yes, you're denying Senna Tom, but you can also just play like Senna Seraphine, and how are Tom and Felios ever gonna like trade with them? Which is like exactly what Top Esports are going to do. They're vibing here. You give them a free lane. Both of these champions scale exceptionally, so I expect this to be locked in by Top Esports. Tahm Kench is like so hard to punish, right? Both Seraphine and Senna have on-demand movement speed. Senna's a bit delayed with the E, but like if Seraphine pops a W, you can just run out the Tahm Kench W. You should never be under pressure unless you misplay or like a gank comes in. So you just got a super scaling free lane for Top Esports. Just so comfortable right now.
Let's see what they end up going for. The Seraphine does get locked in there. So Top Esports kind of echoing your sentiments, shall we say. And now the Talia is going to be the priority here for the side of Knight. And again, I think the Talia was exceptional at just stopping this, Aphelios, which was Jackie Love in the last game, at getting into fights. So if this does get locked in, it can do a very similar thing. I think both Scout and Knight we have to just say are the highest of the highs. And yeah, there you go. We're going to be locked and loaded here. So right now, Top Esports, they're sitting pretty. They haven't really revealed a huge amount of how their composition wants to physically function as a whole, but they've got themselves some pretty powerful picks.
I mean, I'd say it's kind of similar to what EDG had last game, where you want to like play your keep your backline safe and keep everyone at bay. And that's the issue. Is like, you know, with the Aphelios, you often want champions that can get him into range, whereas like you're going to be outranged by the Senna, by the Seraphine. You can't walk up to the Talia. So as long as EDG pick like a solid front line to help play bodyguard, I feel like EDG are going to struggle. You know, they can either pick some range stuff themselves to try and counteract it, or they can just try and lean into dive. But with the comp already, they are really not on theme for that. So we see the bans starting to come through. You can see Top Esports don't want Scout getting the Ari. You know, potentially concerned about like Vi Ari is something that JJ and Scout have played as a combo that would be very effective at dealing with the threat. So could honestly even see Vi as a ban if you're concerned. JJ has played it a lot so far this split.
Yeah, it has kind of become one of those big engage setups that EDG, RNG have really favored into themselves and kind of said, look, it's guaranteed engage. And honestly, I feel like the side of EDG could benefit from that right now. Like you mentioned, they're really lacking on that side. Yes, they've got the secondary kind of follow-up alongside with the Moonlight Vigil and, of course, the Cannon Barrage, which you really would love a hard-hitting mid laner. But not to be right now. And again, the Lissandra would have fit that bill very, very nicely. Not going to be given over to Scout. And we start to see the power of this mid lane coming into fruition here with the Azir, the Yari, the Lissandra, and the Sylas all banned away.
Yeah, and I feel like one of the things, they're going to lock the Poppy here, which, again, I think it's weird. There's no dashes on Top Esports so far. No one is dashing. I feel like a big value of the Poppy is like you pick it. I mean, that's why I found it weird in the first pick, but this would be so good. Like, we're talking about playing bodyguard, disrupting the enemy team. Trundle has fantastic choices for ult targets with the Tahm Kench or the Poppy, so you can shred them, and the Pillar can just make it impossible to approach. This is a really good pick if Top Esports lock it in. I really like what they've done here. And now they just kind of have to work out what top laner to pick into the GP so that Wayward has a comfortable lane and maybe can benefit from the fact that you're going to have all that AoE shielding and healing.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the big thing now is that you're looking for a little bit of a carry, I would say, if I was being honest. But no, they're going to go back to the Aatrox. They're feeling confident in that matchup now that they know it's going up against Gangplank. And now, EDG, you've got to round out this composition. I would love to have a Zoe picked up here for Scout. It's one of his fantastic champions that he always has in the back pocket. Does it really fit into what he's able to do with his team comp? I'm not quite sure.
Well, I think at least one thing is it's a different approach to, because I think if you, at this point, you're lacking engage, and it's something that has a long range, right? If Zoe can set up around an objective, you can fire out those Sleepy Trouble bubbles, you could potentially cause issue for the side of Top Esports. But personally, I think EDG have kind of dropped the ball with their draft. They don't have great engage tools. It's exceptional scaling bot lane for Top Esports. They have some champions in the mid jungle that can play bodyguard well. I feel like EDG need to punish Top Esports, need to find momentum, need to put them behind. Otherwise, this game is going to get tricky as it goes on. Is going to become a bit problematic because I struggle to see how they approach fights, right? Other than getting like a Sleepy Trouble bubble setup from Scout, I really just struggle to see how they're going to approach it. Like it's going to be hard for them if they take it to the later stages.
Yeah, it does feel like you're going to end up having to push in a little bit more opportunistic moments there for the side of EDG to really catch Top Esports out. And for Top Esports, they kind of have the pick of whatever the hell they want. Great engage coming out from the Seraphine Ultimate, of course. Great kind of segregation of the team fights with the Weaver's Wall. The great sustainability with the Senna. They've got great everything to kind of cover all the different bases they could possibly choose from. And for me right now, it does feel like it's going to be about how you're able to kind of work around these, these ultimates and these windows here for Top Esports, and if EDG can respond to them appropriately.
That's the question. That is the big question. I also got to say, Mark, I don't think had the best performance last game. I think overall for Top Esports, he's been probably the biggest underperformer on the roster. If Seraphine mispositions and you die, that can just, everything crumble down. EDG was so patient, so effective at setting up how their comp wanted to function. They made it look easy. I think people might have looked at game one and thought, wow, Top Esports just weren't doing anything. They weren't allowed to do anything. And that's the thing I'm worried about for Top Esports. You know, as much as I favor the comp heavily, if someone missteps, if they don't set up properly, if they allow flanks to come in, that is where the windows can arise and they can start to punish, they can start to find advantages.
We'll have to wait and see. We are jumping onto the Rift for Game 2. EDG 1-0 up. This is a massive series for both these squads. EDG looking to try and get themselves within one series of Top Esports, and Top Esports looking to join the likes of V5 and JDG on Cloud 9 with 9 wins in a row. Wait to see how it all ends up going out right now, as TN going to be starting on the bot side of the map, so we get a full look at the world skin of Zoe.
Yep, obviously picking your own skin. You know, there's a little bit of an aspect of that. You know, the fact that you have your own skin, it does sort of send a message. I feel like it's such a flex. I feel like in any matchup.
Do you know what I love about it though? I love about like it specifically like Chinese teams. Like you always see like the Korean like players gonna say, "Oh no, like look, I won't play my world skin until like I feel like I've deserved it, or I feel like I'm at a level again." And then the Chinese players are like, or like the Chinese teams, and it's like, "Lol, JK, I earned this. I'm gonna play it. I'm gonna use it in game." It's just like it's such a nice thing to have for them. It's kind of like, you know, the slightly different setup for themselves, as we see JJ going for a very curious pathing right here now. He's going to start with the Raptors, move himself down towards this bot side, and this is something that the Poppy seems to have a little bit more flexibility with. Maybe another reason why we're seeing it so much more in the meta is that you can go for these bit more creative paths.
Well, I think one thing is that, like, you know, some junglers can start Raptors quite comfortably. You know, we don't really see him in the meta at the moment, but Kane is a great example. Viego is an example. Poppy's an example. Champions who have like good AoE. Trundle could never start Raptors, man. I feel like that camp is just so cursed for Trundle. It's like the most unfun camp to do because you have no AoE. You have to like individually auto the little chickens. So I think that is the extra element of flexibility, is having that AoE. But still, Poppy has decent single target as well. Like, she's not a super fast clear or anything, but there's no camps that are like massively difficult for her, whereas some champions, there's some camps that like as soon as you can, you just offload it to your mid lane and like you can take this one, or your AD carry or whatever.
Yeah, it's just, it depends on which ones you're able to kind of work with, as we do see now both junglers going to be on opposite side. Actually, never mind, we're going to see JJ kind of working his way back up the rift and making himself known towards this top side. And I quite like this actually from the side of JJ and EDG, kind of covering his mid and top, but not quite able to cover his top just yet. So we will see the Trundle making his way here. Viper gets hit by the root and should just be able to keep himself alive. Mako, though, a lot of damage there. Hasn't taken the grey health just yet, so he is starting to feel it now. Flandre, yeah, you stepped too far forward. You're dead. There's nothing you can do here. He's going to try and flash away, but there's still a pillar, buddy. Yep. You're caught between a pillar and a hard place.
Shouldn't have flashed. I think as soon as that happens, you know you're dead, because if you flash the chains, like flashing before the pillar against Trundle is just guaranteed you're doomed. So nice gank coming out from Tien. We also saw what's happening in the bot lane. Absolute harassment coming out. And I will say, you know, sometimes you see Senna Tom and you think, oh yeah, the Tom gets chunked out. It's not a big deal. He has Senna to heal him up. He has Doran shield. That's not the case right now. There's no Senna to heal Mako up. He's got the support item. There's no Doran shield to keep him healthy. If he gets harassed down, he's stuck. He's just stuck in lane, and he's already out of potions. Like, look at out of potions, getting harassed to the tower, a plate already gone. This is why I hate that Tom Kench pick, Sheen. This is why I didn't rate it, but they're looking for something here.
Yeah, they're trying to see if they can get onto Mark, but the sustain with the Senna makes it so hard to make any of this poke really stick right now from the side of EDG. So, as I said, it's going to be tough. It's going to struggle for the first few levels, if not continuously throughout, and it's going to be very difficult to really make anything happen in this bot side from EDG. Not going to have the same kind of freedom like they did in Game 1. I will say, though, you do have a traditional AD carry, so those big team fight ultimates could still be well up your alley, and we did see in the picture-in-picture, while Flandre was getting ganked up on the top side, we did see a cleanse being burned by Knight in the mid lane, as JJ did end up putting himself there. So nicely done there by the EDG jungler to make sure he's not losing across the map and making sure he's being as active as he possibly can. But right now, it's going to be just, again, it's kind of EDG looking to try and maybe force this one back, but I feel like they need to be careful here. They're going to land the roots down, and now it's going to be Viper, going to be in a lot of trouble. He needs to fully commit because he knows he's dead regardless, and now Mako will have to get himself out of dodge, and that's going to be another kill going up. This Trundle is so active right now.
Yeah, really good job from Tien, and has picked the Bami Cinder. So normally we see, a lot of the time we see the Divine Sundra build. He's going just for more of that tanky option, and as a result, obviously also helps you clear those AoE camps. But yeah, nice gun comes in. The setup was really there from JackeyLove and Mark, though. JackeyLove even going to go up and pick up all of his stacks and has now completed the upgraded support item. This is one of the things with Senna, as fasting Senna. It's so easy because your auto range is so long, even base, even between souls. It's so easy to get the support item upgraded. So at this point, JackeyLove has that. He has wards in pocket, and it just really expands control. The biggest threat to this Senna Seraphine is ganks. You know, if you bring multiple members down, it's so much harder when there's all those wards being dropped by the enemy team.
Yeah, it just becomes far more difficult to really make things happen. As we start to see level 6s, you will have the Cannon Barrage available in a second. Flash has to be burnt there because the Trouble Bubble landed will be enough. The Ignite is ticking. It won't be enough to take him down as Ascena is there, but that was very, very close. And you can see now Knight actually struggling into the Zoe right now. The Talia not really able to match it.
Yeah, Scout doing a good job of applying pressure, showing a lot of the proficiency, but also Zoe can just be a very annoying lane opponent. The fact that she can get free summoners, steal them off you, but obviously the ones you get from the minions is fantastic. And it's hard, you know, you can get the extra movement speed when you use them, and you can really just reposition around the Unraveled Earth from Knight, around the seismic shoves, so you never really get threatened.
Andre was maybe in a bit of a bad situation there, but just keeps himself safe. Actually went back and picked up a Cull, so he's a full cash clank outside of his runes and masteries at the moment. And what the Cannon Barrage means, he should be able to kind of continue to keep this top lane safe, even with Wayward being able to get the push in here. So we're going to see it immediately put. Actually, no, JJ is going to be able to cover, so still won't lose out a huge amount. It still does not feel good as the Gangplank to be losing a wave, regardless of how you feel about where the gold is going, but surviving is more important. Now EDG, they need to try and make sure they're not losing out on this bot side trades too much, as Mark starts to move up with Jackie Love. They try to just trade back the pink wards, excuse me.
Yeah, so you can see top esports doing that job of setting up the vision. Talked before about have the wards available already. Allows Tian just to go for this early dragon. Not as early as some have seen today. I feel like we've had a lot of like 5.5-minute dragons. But Tian happy to take it. Obviously, being on the trundle, a big thing that people often don't think about is you get healed whenever like an enemy dies near you. When you smite the dragon, like it doesn't matter Tian's low, because as soon as he clears it, he gets like a massive heal that comes in. Might still be a threat though.
Oh, gonna be a little bit of threat there. Tien has to flash away. He does have his subjugate. They're gonna steal the flash though, and you thought it was yours, but now it is mine. Scout showing why he has a skin on this Zoe pick.
Now, I said a massive heal wasn't quite enough for you just to avoid that situation. Didn't spot JJ, and a nice coordinated play to punish the overstep there. I do want to see how they translate this into bot, though. We can see JJ wrapping round, because right now, bot lane is just a mess. Like, nearly 2 plates taken, constant harassment coming out. And again, you know, I feel like it's not as much of an issue if you're getting harassed this hard, if the enemy bot lane is going to fall off, but Seraphine Senna is just going to scale so exceptionally well that this just feels like such a pain point for the side of EDG.
Yeah, I feel like bot lane was the kind of saving grace in the early to mid game for the side of EDG in the last game, and now it's very much a pain point, like you said. Looks like it's going to be towards that mid and top jungle to really set things up, as top esports, they still have about 1,000 gold lead. It's pretty much exclusively on that bot side. Actually, no, I will say that you do have a bit of a CS lead in the top lane as well. So, but either way, it is going to be a little bit harder now for EDG to get control around these dragons. They've already lost the first one. They can't really set themselves up around this bot side. You can see Flandre, he wants to try and move forward and get on top of this wave to reset it, but Wayward's just doing a great job of keeping him at arm's length.
Yeah, keeping the wave frozen, 9 so many minions. And, you know, the kill, the gank from Chen definitely didn't help. This is not a fun matchup for the Gangplank. The fact that, you know, Wayward can just dash onto you, connects the change, you're in a pretty rough spot as the Gangplank. So Flandre just really trying to survive, but being put in a difficult position. Now, Herald has been started, and EDG, their mid-jungle looking to respond. We might end up getting a 3v3 here.
3v3, you do have push though in favor of Flandre.
Mark TP'd in, he's coming as well.
Mark TP'd in to try and make this one work for them. The flick back though does come in onto Scout. Scout's in a lot of trouble here. Needs to be very careful. Ooh, doesn't quite get it, but does land the flash encore. And Mark picks up a kill onto Scout. They get the Rift Herald as well. EDG, you're just not quick enough on the pace. They didn't expect Mark to be there.
Yeah, I actually would have loved if they'd just thrown the Herald straight mid. They had 3 members. They probably could have got like 3 whole plates off the back of that, but instead they opt not to. They'll take the advantage, but still, great TP for Mark, great read on the play to come up, and we'll see the replay off that. So obviously, Scout and JJ, they feel confident in the mid-jungle 2v2. They are pretty strong between themselves, but we end up seeing Scout caught out here. The Pillar as well doing a great job, and the Mark, he doesn't connect with the E, but the R flash, you can actually start the R cast and then flash to redirect it. Catches Scout out just on the edge and is able to secure the kill. So solid play. They get the Herald, and look at the goal lead already, 2,400 between these two teams, and that's before the Herald has even been used.
Yeah, that's the big thing right now. That play gives them so much, and this is the power of the Seraphine. The Seraphine has so much to offer with that big, massive ultimate. And getting that charm down is just absolutely enormous to be able to kind of set yourself up for success. And it's just a confidence from Mark on it, to be perfectly honest, to be able to say, no, I'm the carry here. I can flash in aggressively and get this kill. It's honestly great to see, considering how, honestly, straight up poorly his first game went.
Yeah, and that's the thing is that, you know, Seraphine, a lot of people think of it as a support champion. Like, you know, you think of it initially comes out as like an enchanter, but she does so well with gold. A big reason why mostly when we've seen it's either been as the bot lane carry or with this fasting Senna. It's because getting items with the Seraphine makes such a massive difference. So nice to see them pick that up. Now, you have top esports playing around the bot side of the map. This tower is already low, so a Herald there with a bit of a lean from Knight could just be enough to take it. The tie being they're just trying to do the homework, secure the vision in the river, get that down before they make any hasty plays.
You can already see the top lane as well. The Aatrox doing a fantastic job of just keeping Flandre at arm's length, not able to get the barrels off to control the wave state. You see the barrel he wanted to set up there underneath the tower. He would have loved to be able to get that one going from there. Scout, though, forced to flash away immediately because he knows if that pillar comes up on top of him, he's just dead.
Yep. So good punish. And I think Chan has been so active this game. Other than when he was caught out at the dragon, not much has happened. But now they have Prior mid. They have the move because Scout had to back away. And the wall is going to trap them. This is an uncomfortable spot to be in.
It's not going to stay up for much longer, though, so they may be able to try and burst this one away if they're able to kind of work it. But that being said, they're stunning people underneath the work ground, and that Rift Herald will get the charge off. You can see just how hard it is for the side of EDG just to even defend themselves. They were 3 there, and they still couldn't do anything.
Yeah, I mean, the thing with the wall is as much as it doesn't let them make a dive or anything, it just means it's so easy to funnel skill shots into the fact that they're trapped against it, chunk them out, put them in a comfortable position, and then they manage to secure the tower. So no kills, but that lead is growing more and more. Now, might be Tian looking for Scout. Flash just burned, but that movement speed from the barrier maybe gets them out.
No, it does indeed. They are able to get the barrier there and does land the trouble bubble as well. So it stops Knight from really aggressing forward. It's just going to be Scout kind of equaling out this wave, and honestly, gotta give massive props to TN right now. The guy has just been everywhere at the same time as nowhere because he's just been pulling all the stops out.
Yeah, and TN, a player who has received criticism historically, you know, not always being at that top level, but I feel like this has been such a good year for him. Spring, you know, the early game that top esports are able to show, even as late as the finals of playoffs up against RNG, the MSI champions, were fantastic, and he's continued that form into this split. When top esports do well in the early game, it's often off the back of their jungler.
I mean, if you even look back to when he was on FBX, like, this guy has been to 3 finals back to back to back. Spring, summer in 2021 and spring in 2022. The man is consistent regardless of anything else. And like you said, yes, he has been the source of some criticism, but absolutely does he deserve all the accolades he has, because the man is a world champion. One of my favorite League of Legends casting call is literally just Kobe screaming, "Oh!" As we can see now, Scout might be in a little bit of trouble here. He's trying to walk away from this one here, but the Subjugate is doing just that as Scout does get taken down. 3rd time's the charm there for TN as he continues to bash into this mid laner of EDG.
And this is something I honestly love as well. We saw this a little bit, I forgot which series it was, but there was a previous one where it was Wayward on the Gangplank, not on the Gangplank, on the Gragas and Chan on I can't remember what pick, but like, as soon as the flash was burned on the opponent, they just consistently look to repeat gank, repeat gank, repeat gank. Tian is someone who really will constantly punish someone as being down. Like, Scout's flash goes down, he looks for another gank, doesn't find it, looks for another gank, does find it, and I honestly wouldn't be surprised if he goes for another one after this, but bare minimum, he just knows that someone being unavailable makes them a really liable target to be picked off.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing. It's just Tian kind of constantly bashing his head against the wall and kind of saying, look, I'm going to get a result eventually. It will eventually break, and it does just that. And really showing us the power of the Trundle. Yes, the Trundle does fall off itself, but you don't really care about that as top esports right now, because the Trundle is just basically going to become a CC bot for the likes of Mark and Jackie Love and even Knight to get people in bad positions so that he can pop up his ice pillar and then just go, cool, now I've done my job and I just got to be a meat shield. He's done his early work to kind of take his retirement later on in the game.
Yeah, it's a great example of a champion that, like, you pick it for the strong skirmishing, you know, the gang potential as well with the pillar early, but it transitions into a more utility-focused role. The fact that you can steal stats from JJ, just turn him into a squishy champion, the fact that the pillar can be such a good disruption tool, can stop the enemy team from advancing, all just fantastic uses of the champion. When he does eventually, you know, stop being a relevant damage threat. Now, Flandre is being threatened here. You could see massive effort coming out from top esports to get that tier 2 tower take on the bot side of the map after they got the pick on Scout. They're now leaning up towards this side of the map because there is that Rift Herald, that second one spawning again, and Tian has set his eyes on that. Bear in mind, every single neutral objective so far this game has been picked up by top esports, so really fantastic work from them just to ensure that they're on top of their game.
And again, the early game coming out from Top Esports, the prowess of kind of putting themselves into a good position because of the, they know how to play this. They know where they need to be. And look at Viper. He's trying to do as much as he can there, but one combination there from Mark and Jackie Love, he's already half health. Like, what are you supposed to do? And Top Esports are going to continue. They might not kill you, but they'll definitely be able to put the pressure on you. And what are you going to do about it, EDG? You don't really have an answer.
Yeah, they don't have the engage. 70 souls already for Jackie Love at this point of the game, so Sean part of the problem, and they are looking for something now.
There's the Moonlight Vigil coming out, but yeah, you can't really kill anyone off. You don't have the burst. Viper now in a little bit of trouble as Knight's trying to see if he can catch somebody out. The Weaver's Wall is going to stop anyone from really helping him. Rift Herald goes down in mid, and yes, it was looking like Viper might have been able to burst someone out, but he's just not got the damage.
And they don't have the engage, right? This is the problem with picking this Tahm Kench. It's just a frog. It can't get on top of these enemies who are playing at such a distance. Now, Scout might be caught out.
Yeah, he flashes, but I don't know if that's going to do him much work. I will say, though, JJ just kind of posture around to make sure he's not doing anything. While that was happening, by the way, Tier 2 bot lane went down in favor of Wayward, so he's still pushing on that side. You've got this tower down to about a third of its HP. Top Esports is manhandling EDG. It's such a different setup now as Knight gets hit by the trouble bubble, but how can you follow up on that? Who's going to walk forward onto that?
No one can. No one can comfortably, and Top Esports honestly shown a bit of a masterclass in this one. With EDG, it was about slowing the game down, leaning into the fact that they knew how to play team fights, whereas with Top Esports, you give them an inch, and they really take a mile. You can see here, Jackie Love overextending for the ward. Doesn't have the safety net for Tom on their team, but there just isn't the follow-up. There isn't the damage, and instantly deleted in return.
This is looking a little bit of a draft diff coming out now for the side of Top Esports. It's not even hands diff as such. You're about up at 5,500 gold, maybe even nearly 6. EDG, they don't really have an opportunity to get back into this one. Yes, you have incredible scaling where the Zoe will one-shot, the Gangplank will get there, the Aphelios, of course, 200 years. We've talked about it a million times, but I don't think you've got 20 minutes left in this game. I don't even think, we're not even in 20 minutes of this game, and I still don't think you've got that much long left. It's just going to become harder and harder as long as these big item spikes are coming out. Like, you've got the Leandri's Anguish, you've got yourself up to a nearly second item onto the Senna. I just don't know how you kind of approach this.
That was my question all along. Sheen, that was my question coming out of the draft. And I think it kind of takes a misplay from the side of Top Esports. You need someone to be out of position to go for picks. This is when it starts feeling desperate, but you start to look for those picks like here, potentially in the side lane. The Zoe has the potential to blow someone up quickly. Gangplank barrels as well. Connecting a big burst of damage on someone can be the solution. If you're in a position like this, but you have those options, you just nuke someone. If someone missteps, that can be the option. It's not like a good option because you're kind of relying on Top Esports making a mistake, and they kind of just did by letting the reset go through there. But it's still one of those things where that's the opportunity you have to look for. It is harder. It obviously is not a good position for the game to be in with a 5k deficit, 3 dragons to 0. But EDG, that is the only real hope left.
Yeah, Top Esports saying, do you remember the 23rd night of September with a bit of Earth, Wind, and Fire? As you can see, Wayward and Flandre trying to go head-to-head right now. This is going to be a straight-up 1v1 for the moment. You've got JJ coming in, but Wayward's winning this. Wayward is coming out of this very comfortable as he's got a red buff. One more smackdown. He flashes away. Now JJ is here as he tries to make this a little bit more awkward here for the Aatrox. He still has nicely done there with the steadfast presence, but he just hasn't got damage. You're a Poppy. How are you supposed to take down a near 2-item Aatrox? It's just not possible.
Yep, you don't. And as well, the fact he's able to go Ninja Tabi and the cloth armor, it is a physical, as much as Poppy doesn't do much, a lot of her base abilities are physical damage, and now Poppy might be in trouble. TP coming in, they're looking for more.
Oh, they're going to try and pop the ultimate, but he misses there after the flick back, and now Knight's just kind of cruising for a bruising. While that was happening, Jackie Love gets a kill onto Mako, but we're going to stick onto the bot side, because Flandre just walks away from the rest of EDG, and JJ gets himself away. They won't get a kill in this bot side, but there's a full fight happening here. They get the ultimate onto Scout, and Scout gets burnt down onto the Dawning Shadow. They killed Mako without using any of their ultimates and kept them for the carries.
This was the problem, is that the TP was coming through, and Mako, I assume, made the decision to try and stop the teleport with his life. The only way Tom's going to be able to do it quickly is by using his Abyssal Voyage in, and very quickly Top Esports will just picked him up after that. We're going to replay. Yeah, I fully imagine this is what happened. Mako just saying, takes one for the team. And obviously this does stop the TP from Mark coming in, maybe prevents his teammates from dying, but then Scout ends up overstaying a bit, gets caught out as well. As you said, those ults were still available, and now, you know, that lead has grown. 6,500 in favor of Top Esports, Dragon in 2.5 minutes, and it's an Infernal Soul, as if it couldn't get worse. EDG are still looking for their desperate way back in the game.
If we can just see how powerful, again, that this composition is for Top Esports. And gotta give massive props over to TN. 100% kill participation, 3, 1, and 4. He has made this Trundle look like the most broken thing on this patch, and he's only basically not even 22 minutes into the game. So the one thing I will say, though, it's going to hurt Top Esports if they cannot get the Soul, which I don't think is going to be that big of an issue for them. But if they cannot, they do not have a great Baron take. It would take a while for them to be able to burn it down, but I don't think they're looking or worrying about Baron for now. You don't have a Gale Force for Viper. He's have to be devoured, and that's already a massive tool used.
Yeah, I think the fact that they can lead in a scaling means it's not really a concern. But also, there's two things to think about with Baron, because Baron DPS is definitely a factor, but also, like, how easily you can tank the Baron. Like, Top Esports have a healthy Baron because Tian is very tanky, and they have sustain from their team. So if they do start it, it'll take a while, but they're not, like, going to end up, like, 10% HP as a result. But to be honest, I don't think it'll necessarily need to come to that, as at the moment, they're continuing to apply this pressure. And right now, look how trapped EDG are on their base. There's, like, a ward in their bot side jungle, and then there's like control ward near the bot tier 1 of Top Esports. That's all they really have, all they're working with outside their base.
Here we go.
And they're now looking.
They're going to try and get something, but JJ is the only engage you have, and no one else could walk forward. Scout got charmed by the Encore right at the back end of that. The pillar is good. The Moonlight Vigil does a decent amount of damage, but it's already a double kill for Jackie Love. They flick back Viper, and Scout give him the triple, and that's going to be all she wrote for this game. You got to feel Top Esports just way too far ahead and drafted EDG into the ground.
100%. I mean, you just don't see how you can approach that. JJ tries, and I mean, it's not a fantastic try, but that's how desperate it is. You just have to do what you can. Tries to dash in and just gets instantly obliterated. You're going into this comp without a flank, going in one direction. It's not going to work. And the real pain point is they don't just lose the Poppy. They lose the rest of the team because the follow-up is there. And Top Esports are leaving no survivors in this game.
Yeah, they're going to be able to break up in the base after this as well. But let's look at this again, because JJ, he is the only real engage. He's trying his very best to make this one work, but I just don't know. What else can you do?
Yeah, didn't try to catch him in a stun against the wall. I expect if that happened, you'd get the follow-up from, like, Mako. But unfortunately, it doesn't connect. But we don't get time to see more now. Baron has been secured by Top Esports. Dragon is alive, and it is Soul. Mako, that's not where you want to be.
It doesn't matter. He's going for it. He has to go for it. He's going to try hand deliver Tien, and he does. They're going to try and burst him out, and they get him. Dragon is live, and it hasn't been started, but there's going to be the ultimate from the Seraphine. You tried your best. You had to go for something, and sadly, that something leads you to more death and despair. Top Esports will take themselves 2 kills, 3 kills even, while Jackie Love secures themselves the Soul.
And yeah, I respect the play. I completely respect the play in that situation. You have to go for something. But unfortunately, you end up in a choke point against the combo of the Talia Seraphine, and you just get absolutely obliterated. Jackie Love will grab the Infernal Soul, just make his way over here, easy as he does, and yes, Tien is down, but the big carries are still up and alive.
I think the biggest tragedy is that Tien loses 100% kill participation now in this game, because he died and he wasn't there to help out the rest of his team to pick up those 3 kills. It's very sad. He got 2 of them. He didn't get the 3rd. And that means that we are going to see now another kind of move up towards this top side. It's going to be a methodical move for the side of Top Esports.
Like, JJ's a tank, and Jackie Love shredding him. Now, they might have looked for a barrel there, but still not finding anything. And they're just going to clear out these inhibitors. Top Esports can just harass them down, use the Baron minions to apply this pressure.
Yep, and they can just keep going. They've got a TP on Wayward. He's going to be able to come back. They've already used the TP on Mark. TP on Wayward going to be using the bot side to just get triple in-hit. Flandre gets taken out by 1/3 of his HP by one combination of this Talia from Knight. And this game is all but done. It's going to be the Baron minions barreling in to try and get this one. Unless you get a miracle fight here, EDG, you ain't going to be able to survive, let alone win this game.
Got to see what they can do, because the minions are building up. It's now or never to go for it.
You have to go for something. Here we go. Viper goes in. It's a great Moonlight Vigil. He even has a Devourer to keep himself alive afterwards, but you've already lost Nexus turret number 1. Nexus turret number 2 is taking a while to fall right now. Eventually will go down. There goes Mako. There goes the rest of EDG back into their fountain, but there's nothing left for them to take. They didn't take a single tower. They didn't get a single objective. A near perfect game from Top Esports over the reigning world champions.
this is what happens. You give top esports some momentum, especially the compositional difference. I feel like EDG really flubbed the draft there, and it just never became easier from that point onwards. You can see at the end, Viper even got a huge Moonlight Vigil, did a ton of damage, and then Seraphine pressed W. Yeah. That's literally the counterplay. That's the problem. So, yeah, I think it all started with that Tom Kench pickup. I didn't like it, and you can kind of see why. But it's now one apiece, right? Top esports show if you give them any momentum, they will take over the game. And I feel like EDG, looking into game 3, need to try and reestablish themselves. When they controlled the game, when it was slower paced and they went into the team fights, that is where EDG can flourish.
Yeah, absolutely. I think top esports just rolled them, to be perfectly honest. The composition was worked perfectly. They executed that composition perfectly. Because this is the thing, we always talk about this, especially for maybe slightly lower down in the standings teams, is that yes, the comp they build might be perfect in every sense of the word, but they have to execute on said comp. That's what comp diff does for you right there. Top esports are able to turn around and say, you don't get to fight here, you don't get to do this, you don't get to do anything whatsoever that could potentially bring you back into the game. And even if you do happen to find us on the kill or a catch like you did on TN, it doesn't matter because it's not exactly the priority carry, is it?
Yeah, it isn't. It's like you invested so much to kill the Trundle, and what? Right? It really was just so meaningless. And I want to say some praise. I was a little bit concerned about Mark. I think Mark has been the weakest performer on top esports. I was like, Mark on an Enchanter, on a Seraphine, where like, you know, the enemy team's looking to hunt you down. Like, bear in mind they didn't have the most engaged, but he had a really good game. Like, really proactive with his ults. Solid. Clearly, you know, enjoying some Sever Queen, just getting those big ultimates coming down and managing just to connect on people and burst them out. It was really solid performance from him. And you can see this is why it's such a threat. Like, not only the Senna doing the most damage, but Seraphine also doing a sizable chunk as well.
Yeah, you can see the mountain there of the gold graph. They're the mountains you were talking about previously when we were looking at the RA versus BLG series. But yeah, Flandre never got into the game. That one gank in topside just meant that Flandre never really got a foothold. TN was just around the map constantly. And honestly, TN is my MVP for this particular game, regardless of who actually gets it, because the man was just everywhere and just knew exactly what he needed to do. Again, the Trundle's always seen as one of those picks like, oh, you don't want to pick that, doesn't build great afterwards, or if you don't have a primary tank to kind of go for, it doesn't really work out for you. But he made it look exceptional, and just things like the Warmogs as well, just keeping him as healthy as possible because he knew he was just a stat check.
Dude, I love Trundle. I'm just gonna be real with you. This champion, so the pillar is such a great ability. The fact you can pin people against walls. I love the fact that we had this terrain from top esports to like corral the enemy team in. The fact that the Weaver's wall comes down, the pillar comes in, and then it was just literally like a firing range for Jackulov and Mark. Just aim skill shots here, please. Knight as well, with his stones being thrown at them. It really made it very hard when there's no realistic engage from the side of EDG.
Yeah, it really was. And well, we are going the full distance today in games. We have 6 so far, but the 6th one has yet to start. We're going to send it to a quick break, and when we return, we will start that 6th game.
As there's the Whirling Death, does a whole lot of work here as Ruler's gonna have to flash away. Sayers now taking a bunch of damage. Omen getting, oh my god, Faker! He just gets in the backline and smites it away. Chovy now trying to punish him, but I don't think it's going to be enough as T1 picking up the Baron is huge in this moment. Gumayushi now wanting to flash on over and look for Chovy, who once again goes golden.
T1 do get the Baron here with that fantastic steal. The flank from Faker was amazing. Get out the way, get out the way, get out the way. Hey, I drop on lock. Plays when I move top key, there ain't no defeat. There's ice in my veins and chasing my feet in the face.
Foi pro Barão com Calixa, o FNB tá lá embaixo, tá gastando TP agora. É o tudo ou nada pra tirar, entra agora pra cima dele, garante a eliminação. De um jogador apenas da equipe da Fúria, então FNB pro lateral. Vai tentar fechar, ele entrou, avançou, PCB esmaga! Ele pode não ter abaixo pra ele, agora sim já caiu o primeiro. Ainda vai garantir o segundo. Ele é imortal, caiu 1, caiu 2, vai cair 3, vai cair 4, tá lá! Ele é 4 kill pra ele, ele quer o quinto, menino não para. Vem pro Penta, vem pro Penta, vem pro Penta, vem! When it's OC, when I'm home, see me that gold ring with that way go on me.
我接下来的动态是巨肥，哦，这里抓到喽。
截死他吗？你
看到奶
直接截死吗？
哥选好冲击，然后搭配的是阵地之击，直接把人给抬回来。但奶哥要来反杀呀！这里直接开秀了，1打2，这就是 Gemini 的理性。然后后续哈斯基赶过来，奶哥还有机会可以来逃出升天吗？给了个夹子，还有球过，这里逃脱的路径，奶哥都已经想好了。
I'm making plays, so get out the way.
Hostile takeover at the ready as JJ Mako walk on in. B5 deny with a great steadfast presence. Cast is taking everything, but it's a Poppy. As the seismic shot goes into the wall, this is just beautiful. Takeover as well. Scout finally has the package, but Rich is going to rejoin the fight. B5 getting low, but EDG need to take down Rookie, and they need to take down the other man as well. Botic over the wall, gets himself a triple. Victory 5 continues styling on the world champions all over our screen with a quadra kill. And Dagda, gear it up! Botic against EDG! On fight for the pentakill, you better believe it!
Hey, get out the way. Get out the way. Hey, get out the way. Get out the way.
Owner has a really nice flank angle though, as they are going to get on top of Sword, who is Meganar, but not that tanky. Finally is going to get into that Meganar. The kick comes in as they're trying to get the steal, and that is a massive 3-man double ultimate to come in from T1. And there's even some fight back from Sword, but it's way too little, way too late.
Force right now, 3 members strong, 3 members dead.
Paprise perhaps wants to try and steal this with a kick. He's gonna get it. They actually get the Ocean Soul. That's just daylight robbery.
I'm making plays, so get out the way. Get out the way. Hey, get out the way. Get out the way. Hey, get out the way. Get out the way.
Emerald is caught out. He has to flash over the wall. Look at Flandre. Look at Viper. Dragon's Descent. You can't touch him. Aki's going for it. He doesn't find Flandre on the backline. Cream is getting handled here, but he's going right back in. And Shanji can't be touched. Shanji is a literal dragon, and you do not step to the dragon of OMG. Mako gets chased down, and it is inevitable. It's looking like Thanos.
EDG 的下路的话，就是对线比较厉害嘛，然后 Mako 和 Viper 两个也是搭档的效果比较好嘛，然后打他们下路的话，就多注意一下对线吧。如果赢下 EDG 的话，就是团队上面的配合吧，还有沟通吧。
Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are here as we are into a Game 3 of this best of 3. It is 1-1 apiece after Top Esports just manhandled EDG in that second game. Literally a near-perfect game. It was just going to be absolutely huge, but we got our MVP. It was always going to be TN. The man is goated right now on Top Esports, and again, still have to respect the guy getting us so consistently right.
I mean, I feel like his just reads on the map are so good, constantly where he needs to be. I love the fact that he's always creative with trying to deny the enemy jungle and making proactive plans to shut that down, but it just feels like, you know, if you give Tian an edge, he knows exactly how to push it to the maximum. He knows how to have a very clean game in terms of how the team plays. He's a big orchestrator, pushing the momentum, pushing the pace of the game forwards. And I love that he's just so punishing with his ganks, you know, making things happen. He knows if there's an opportunity, he will take it. And here, Flandre ends up baiting the flash, and that lane went completely out of control. Here, Scout, he bait the flash earlier and repeatedly found windows to come back in until he eventually took him down.
Yeah, again, it was just kind of over and over and over. He just kept putting down the pressure on the Scout, which meant that he wasn't really able to make anything work for himself on this Zoe pick. And again, we haven't seen Zoe in a while in the meta. It does feel like it's one of those picks right now that just doesn't really fit into what the style of everything else in the mid lane is kind of coming in with. So doesn't really get it, unfortunately doesn't get a win with that particular one there. But for Top Esports, I mean, there's nothing really to really kind of criticize from them there. From start to finish in that game 2, they just knew exactly what they needed to do, and they did it.
Yeah, I mean, this is textbook Top Esports. They can have games like this where, you know, if you don't find your way back in, they will just stranglehold you. And ultimately, I think EDG, we pointed out a lot of flaws with their draft. I think, you know, there was issues with Top Esports draft game 1, but I think they were way more apparent with EDG's in game 2. Hopefully, coming to game 3, both teams have taken lessons from that. Both teams have picked up on what went wrong, what went right. And often, you know, this is such a common thing for best of 3 series in, you know, leagues like the LPL is that, like, one game will be a stomp, second game, the other team will stomp, and then game 3, they'll come in with that information, and it ends up being, you know, a much closer affair. Can be quite a common thing. So I'm hoping we get that. Obviously, that'd be fantastic, but we'll see how it pans out, and we'll see how we approach the draft here.
Yeah, honestly, I'm very curious to see if the Talia gets through. Again, the Sylas has been banned on red side both times, but will the Sylas get through? Will the Talia fall into the ban pool? Will we start to see the Vladimir come back into priority as well? Like, these are small little things, and this is why I think the LPL is, and even the LCK as well, are just so well adapted to these best of 5s and best of 3s, or, you know, kind of like going towards internationals, because we do get the practice. We do get to kind of adapt on the fly. And again, you know, you take your rap on the knuckles and say, look, EDG got the draft completely wrong in that game too. No one's going to argue that, but now they have an opportunity. They've given themselves an opportunity to be able to vindicate that now. They get themselves back onto the blue, and they're going to be able to try and, you know, again, figure out what works for them.
Yeah, I feel like there's some things we can talk about. I think the Vlad ban, I feel like, you know, on blue side, you have that freedom. I don't think it's necessary. You know, it was a very late Vlad pick from Flandre. I think if you get to the second rotation and you suddenly notice EDG are banning a ton of top laners, maybe that's the point where you ban it out. But either way, we'll see what they do in that regard. You obviously have less space for bans on red side. We currently have 2 like perma bans in this series, which is the Zeri and the Sylas. So you have very little wiggle room. And if Top Esports end up going Zeri, Sylas, Vlad, that's not a fun position to be in. So I think they should drop the Vlad. And maintain the Zeri for sure. Sylas could, you know, the priority on Sylas is high in general. I do feel like, you know, the fact that Knight, like, I expect it to be permanently banned against Knight. I feel like there's a lot of respect from Top Esports. Clearly they feel like, it's one of those things, if you have a fantastic Knight Sylas player, and you're like, this champion's so broken, we don't want to give it to the enemies because we know what it can do. You've kind of experienced that firsthand. But yeah, it does put them in a difficult spot. I think maybe we'll see what EDG do with their Poppy priority. I think Poppy is such a strong pick in the right scenario.
Yes.
You know, you pick it, where they picked it in the last draft, where there was no dashes on the enemy team, and a lot of her kit just goes out the window. I also think you need some primary engage, because unless you're playing to kite back, like in that game 1, they were playing to disengage, but even then they had the Talia to set up picks. But like regardless, like they weren't playing like they had to push in, they had to play defensive. If you're in a game like EDG's Combat game, it just doesn't work. You need someone else to start the fights for you if you're going to pick Poppy there.
Yeah, and it does feel like, you know, for the side of EDG, they did lack that big engage, a primary setup to make sure they were able to kind of continue with the way they wanted to play the game. And for Top Esports, they just took advantage of it every single time. They didn't really let them have an opportunity to breathe. They just kept pushing them further and further back into their base. And you made a good point about it right before the, you know, kind of the end of the game when they were right up at their inhibitor turrets. Like they had one ward which was super far at like enemy Krugs right there while they were being pinned right back into their inhibitor. And it was just more a matter of time than if that they were going to lose their towers.
Yeah, it really felt optionless. So, you know, we'll see what happens. Obviously, unfortunately, having a little bit of a delay before we get into the draft. I'm sure it'll happen shortly. But yeah, I think there's a lot of things that have been interesting here. We haven't seen Calista yet this series. We saw obviously earlier today. I feel like Calista is something that, you know, I could see EDG picking up effectively. I feel like it's not really something Top Esports picking up. It's not really something I expect from EDG, but like we've had the permanent Renata bans. And the Aphelios priority, I think, is an interesting one because I feel like Aphelios, you know, a lot of teams are picking it on that first rotation on red side because it kind of means that Calista is hard to pick into it, you know, but I feel like teams are just comfortable matching. And I also didn't like it into the center. So we'll see if they still opt into that. I think there's a lot of like patterns that these teams are following in this series where you could definitely move away.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, you know, again, Aphelios has been seen twice now in 2 games, and twice it has lost. So 0% win rate for that particular champion there. So we see the Zeri and the Azir are going to be banned away here now. Do Top Esports keep that Silas carry? They actually have the Trundle banned away here for by EDG. Do you keep the Silas ban? Do you throw in the VAD? Do you throw in the, you know, the Talia? What is the adaptation here for Top Esports?
I'm gonna go for the Poppy. So wow. I mean, I think that's fair. Like, as much as Poppy wasn't a concern last game, Poppy can be a problem, right? And EDG on blue side last time did first pick it. It does now leave the Silas open to EDG. They instantly snap it up. So firm confirmation that they were just going to secure it on first pick. Top Esports now, they have an opportunity to respond. You know, they can pick up a jungler for themselves, a priority on that. They can pick up a mid laner as an answer to Silas if they have one available now. I think Wukong makes a lot of sense, despite the nerfs still really strong. And we'll see what they opt to take here. You know, if they were going like they've kind of done so far, has kind of been the theme of the series, they would just pick Aphelios here. But I'd kind of like to see them hold that. And if you do have a mid lane response to Silas, although in fairness, one thing to mention is we have seen Silas flexed up the top lane. If anyone didn't catch the series earlier today, we saw it flexed up specifically into Gnar. I'm not sure that's necessarily going to happen here, but Flandre has obviously shown he can play AP tops.
Yeah, well, the Aphelios does end up keeping the trend, so puts a little bit of pressure on you to kind of say, look, you need to be able to pick your AD carry at minimum here. So let's see what EDG want to go for. I wouldn't even mind to see again the handshake. Just get the Jinx in there, just give it back to Viper, maybe give him something safe in that bot side. The Braum did exceptional for Mako in game 1, and right now you're kind of in a situation, maybe you don't pick the Braum straight away, but if you see the support from Top Esports, you've got plenty of good options here to support Viper.
Yeah, so I think ultimately if they probably pick a jungle here would be the most standard. They could go for a top lane if there's something standout that they think they can secure. But, you know, who knows? Nara is definitely something that people tend to prioritize here. That would put pressure on Top Esports to respond to it. We'll see what they end up doing. But I feel like jungler will just be standard if you want to answer with like a Viego match into the Wukong. Obviously with the Poppy available, that seems unavailable. That seems like the most likely. And then Top Esports, so you have multiple options. If you think your mid lane picks are going to get banned away, which if it's Talia, then certainly it would be, then picking it now makes the most sense. You shut down the dashes of the Silas and make it a little bit more difficult for him to navigate. And also, Talia's ult, as much as it can be useful, isn't like an immediate combat powerful one. You know, it's not like you're giving away something as like the Gnar ult is super powerful. So that could make sense as a mid lane response. And then you get priority on your support pick after the bans. And you also get top lane counter pick. For bans, I think Top Esports, you know, if you're going to pick Nautilus on 4, banning away like Tom, Kench, and Braum would make sense. But to be honest, I think if you do that, then EDG just ban Nautilus.
Yeah, I think that's the way you kind of look at it right now. So Top Esports got to figure out where they want to try and take these bans. I will say, fun little thing just in my head, the current 3 top laners that I think about in my head are Gnar, Gangplank, Gwen, all beginning with the letter G. Interesting one there to kind of come about. But we're going to see the Rakan banned away by Top Esports as they are starting to ban away some of those supports. And like you said, I feel like if you just ban the Nautilus here by the side of EDG, you're giving yourself just more options, and you can even decide to ban the Gwen afterwards or ban the Gwen now.
No, I like that they banned the Gwen first, because then if, for example, if Top Esports ban like Braum or Tom here, then you can ban away the Nautilus. Like, you make Top Esports commit the ban, and then you counteract the pick that they clearly want to get. Actually banning Lulu.
Wow.
Which I find really... I mean, it's hard to scope out what they're going to do from this position. But, like, I feel like EDG, though, if Top Esports pick Nautilus, then you can just go Braum. But maybe they just ban it because, you know, it is a different composition to what they had before. You got to bear in mind that, like, the composition they had in Game 1, the full plan was to kite backwards with the Poppy, with the Talia. That's not quite the case anymore. So maybe we see them thinking that the Nautilus is an issue. But I'd expect, particularly for Mark, that would be the 4th pick. But they actually banned the Tahm Kench, interestingly enough. So does reduce one of those tools. There is still that Braum available. And then Top Esports go for the Braum, which explains the bans of the Rakan Lulu. And we're going to see what EDG will do in response if they want to go for an enchanter to take advantage of this lane.
Yeah, they could obviously abuse it. The Braum is very, very powerful at stopping any of those hard engages, but does, as you say, struggle against things like enchanters, but it's still Mako. So we might still get the Nautilus coming out here because he is big into his hard engages, something that he loves to play, has played them historically all his entire career, and that is locked and loaded. And now you got to blind your top laner. Technically speaking, we are still waiting to see where that Sylas goes. Like you said, we did see it in top lane earlier today for RA versus BLG, but without knowing what you're taking into it, you got to feel like it's going to be Sylas mid and maybe even just something safe like a Gnar top.
Yeah, I think the Gnar pick's fantastic here because obviously it's a strong top lane, a strong blind, but you also deny... actually, no, because it's going to be on the same side of the Sylas, so, you know, denying it's actually one of the downsides, but it's still such a strong pick here in terms of blind. And now, if the response from Top Esports might end up being that Aurelia coming out, and obviously with a Braum on side, if you land the passive on someone, Aurelia great at stacking it alongside the Wukong. We'll see if they offer this. This is a volatile matchup. Obviously, Aurelia can be favored. You can drop on them, but you could also just play it a bit safer and go for the Gangplank.
Yep, go for the Gangplank there. We'll say it does give Scout an option for a very powerful ultimate. If you don't know, the Cannon Barrage scales off of AP, so it is a pretty powerful punch once you get into the later stages of the game if he does steal that ultimate. But like you said, just safer for the laning phase, can still become a monster, and didn't have the greatest of games for Flandre last time. Wayward about to show Flandre how it's done.
Yeah, for sure. And I think this matchup's a pretty comfortable one for the GP. Should just be able to trade, use his parlay stacks, use grasp. Ultimately, I feel like the way the draft has kind of panned out is a bit of an interesting one. You know, I was thinking that I would expect Top Esports to go for more of the aggressive picks, but clearly they want to play for that front to back. They know they have Engage from that Wukong. And then EDG going for the Jinx Nautilus into the Felios Braum feels like a difficult lane to really find any momentum in. So... you know, I feel ultimately Top Esports, I'd probably lean towards their draft. I think they're quite happy with what they got. I don't think it's as egregious as like Game 2 draft by any means. But, you know, the main thing is what can Scout do on the Sylas? This pick that's been banned away so heavily, prioritized so heavily. I will say he doesn't exactly have a fantastic choice of ultimates. I don't think anyone's like, you know, there's no Gnar on the other team. There's no Alistair. Nothing's like really stand out.
Yeah, nothing absolutely stand out at the moment. But, again, it's not about just how are you able to use his ultimate. Yes, of course, the ultimate stolen can be incredibly impactful, but it is more just to do with the fact that Sylas himself is incredible sustain, really good brawler into the mid-game, great item spikes as well, so should be able to make stuff work. And like you said, it's been highly prized throughout this series so far. Banned both in Game 1 and 2, finally let through and was first picked in Game 3. The Talia will make a 100% appearance alongside the Aphelios, and we start to see now what both these teams can do. Remember, one apiece, and again, it's such a huge moment for both these sides.
Absolutely is such a massive one. We talked earlier about the stakes. Top Esports wanted to get 9 wins and keep pace with JDG in V5. For EDG, there's a big gap, right? Top Esports are on 8 wins. The next place team is RNG on 6, which EDG are tied in wins with. So you want to be closing the gap and catching up with those front runners, keeping the hopes of a top 4 spot alive going into playoffs.
You want to try and end out your week. Remember, we are at the end, coming up to the end. Tomorrow will be the final day of week week 6, excuse me. If you missed it, of course, FBX versus OMG was postponed from today until tomorrow, so that will be happening before our matches tomorrow. So thankfully, it won't be too much of a disturbance to our actual regular schedule, just to be able to move your Super Saturday to a Super Sunday, as we wait to see now and here. But again, we're going to be starting week 7. This is when we start to get to, the last 3-4 weeks of the split. And that's when the games start to become more and more impactful. Yes, all games count, but some more so than others, depending on how the matches have already gone.
That's the thing, is it's so different in the LPL compared to the regions because we have a single round robin. So, you could be looking at your final schedule and be like, hey, this ain't too bad. Or you could be going, oh, Lord, what is that? A big example is Top Esports will face V5 on week 10. And that will be a challenging matchup for them to take. So, they want to get as many points as possible to go into that if they want to try and challenge for the #1 spot against them, which are a real hard-pressed regardless, but want to keep their hopes alive. Now, game sort of kicks off. Tian has been fantastic at finding these angles to approach the early game, managing to make things happen. So we'll keep an eye on him and see what he can do. Currently just clearing down towards his bot side, and we'll have junglers ending up on opposite sides of the map. Now, bot lane, as you'd expect, Jinx going to be the one finding early prio, but I feel like once this lane stabilizes for Mark and Jackie Love, it should be a lot easier for them to play.
Yeah, feels like once you're able to stabilize, as you said, you should be able to make a lot more use out of this particular setup. But Viper just going to get the push in again. We see this a million times over. We can talk about it a million times. We're actually going to see Knight now. Ooh, if that lands, he's going to be abducted, and he probably loses his flash. So very good for him that he does not end up getting caught out by that, but a little bit of risky business.
And actually being zoned away from the wave, annoyingly enough. Doesn't really achieve too much. Knight doing a good job of dodging away from both of the stuns there. And able just to defend himself, but JJ fishing for some opportunities. And now, pretty standard ward we see here coming from teams on blue side, just to be wary of any angles. Now, Chen obviously can W over the wall and dodge it, but will likely just be spotted on the scuttle. And using your W to get over the wall means you don't have it for the gank, for the gap close.
We'll wait to see now. And again, both these teams desperate to try and find a win. It's not just about, we talk about it a million times and we'll keep talking about it, it's not just about getting the win. Of course, it means the head-to-head. But the higher up in the standings you get, the less best of fives you have to play. And yes, we have seen some fantastic gauntlet runs. You think of WE and LNG back in 2021 summer, who went from the first round all the way up into the finals, even the winners finals, I should say, for WE, and of course the gauntlet for them as well. Sometimes you just want to try and maybe set yourself up for a little bit of an easier time to get up towards those top 2 places. Guarantees you a double elimination. It means you're guaranteed at least one loss that you could maybe mess up with and come back twice as strong. So both sides really want to make this one work. And honestly, I think that Mako doing right now, which I absolutely love, is that he's just basically securing the fact that Tien is not in his bot side jungle. He leaves the Jinx there, knowing there's no real kill threat with the Aphelios and Braum, and kind of says, look, I'm just going to do a little bit of quickly scouting around to make sure we're not getting wrapped around.
Yeah, I think as well as the wave state, the fact they got the early shove, the bounce back comes in, and your AD carry just won't be denied at all. Doesn't really miss out too much CS and should just be able to catch the big wave once you're back there. Yeah, see a lot of trading going in the mid lane. Scout opting for the first strike here, so a lot of burst added to the combo, but not too much opportunity to proc it in lane. Do you feel like this rune is more of a mid-game one, though? That's the point where you do enough damage to really get value out of it. And then obviously late game, the extra burst is nice, but the gold probably less valuable.
Yeah, probably a little less valuable in that regard. I do remember and sort of miss the old days of Scuttle being absolutely, like, if you did not get a 1 Scuttle in the game, if someone 2 Scuttle you, the jungler was so far behind it was absolutely absurd.
I feel like they nerfed it, and obviously junglers will still die for a Scuttle, but at least it's just less impactful now. Now, Top Esports starting this Dragon 80, and they've been spotted out. This is really risky. We've seen so many of these backfire, these 5-minute dragons, because the jungler gets chunked. And as soon as Top Esports are called out on it, yep, just disengage. Although they might look for something here. Tien, you're still tanking that.
4v4. This is going to be Tien still tanking. It is still an Infernal Drake, so he's quite slow to put the damage down. Will reset. And Top Esports, they haven't really got the push in mid, so they're actually losing out on this one, but it'll be re-aggroed, and they go back in. On top of this, it's a push and pull. No, that neither team really wants to fully commit to this. Eventually, Top Esports say, look, we got to back away. We can't actually take this, but it's been gifted over to JJ. Now you're level 6, though, for Scout, and you can't contest a Top Esports. They just give over a free Drake.
Yeah, very, very messy from Top Esports. Not only do they spend so much time in it, but like they don't drop it. It's so clear that you should just drop it and move on, and yet they stay. They keep staying, they keep trying to make it work, and it just costs more HP and costs more time. Oh, nice little dash there from Scout to buffer the knockback.
Yeah, very nicely done there. Does steal away the Weaver's Wall, so has the option to make something work. Just more of a point to say tonight, I have something. So like this, if I go off into Fog of War, you need to be very respectful because Wayward might be in a lot of trouble. And Silas, Scout is still going up. He's got the Weaver's Wall. He could cut off any retreat.
Yeah, definitely could here. Might be tricky though. Wayward does have the oranges, does have the ult to clear the wave, so maybe don't want to go for a dive here. But you can see Wayward actually having a pretty rough time in the lane matchup here. Now, looks like he might cough.
Oh, I love this. Oh, I love this. They're going to try and cut him off immediately. Knight has to flash away. Tien just a little bit too late to the party to try and help out his mid laner. And this is EDG again, looking calm and controlled, a lot more comfortable on the picks this time around compared to game 2.
Yeah, I will say though, it's a flash to flash, so not too much of an issue in terms of overall summoners, especially as Knight has that spell book, so he is going to be able to cycle some different ones into that slot later in the game. But it does mean there's an opportunity to repunish, right? If they find another avenue to approach it, find another angle to try and gank Knight, he is now summonerless. It will be trickier for him to evade that without the flash.
Yeah, flash for flash it was for JJ as well, so you do lose it off a jungler. But again, far more impactful to lose it off of something like Talia than it is off of a now level 6 Viego. Tien gonna see that he's sitting on top of a ward while he's taking his rip, so knows that he's in full vision of the enemy team, and that could open up some avenues. So the rest of the top esports, you'll notice now, will start to get a little bit more obvious with their movements, kind of say, look, we know our jungler's top, we know you know our jungler's top, so we're gonna have to play safe bot, or maybe play safe mid.
And the game's been pretty slow so far, other than that scuffle around the dragon. But with Herald spawning soon, you can see that Jackie Love and Mark, have managed to get the push in bot lane and have started to walk up towards the top side. So looks like they're making that early play towards the Herald. We do have a pause, obviously, on screen, so hopefully we get that sorted out soon enough. But it looks like the Herald is going to be a point of contention for top esports. And ultimately, I think what I saw as well was Mako was already in the vicinity to moving up. But Viper has to catch that wave. So top esports do have the edge going into that neutral.
Yeah, they really, really do. And of course, we do have a pause right now. Nothing's really happening on the Rift, so it's not really that detrimental for anybody here. The last time around, it was Mako who reported an audio issue. They have investigated that last one. They obviously restarted it very, very quickly. And again, for EDG, we talked about this. This is kind of part and parcel. They've been doing this for so damn long. It seems like almost every single series they have seemed to have some kind of technical issue. Sadly, is the way when it comes to remote play. You kind of have to roll with the punches just a little bit on this side.
Hey, at least it's not like the issues we had with RA, where unfortunately today we had full team disconnections for RA.
It was sad, but you know,
yeah, mid-fight as well, so not ideal, but obviously hopefully this is something that's sorted out, and as you said, perfect time for it. If you're gonna pause, it's a moment like this when nothing is going on.
Yeah, it's just literally like nothing's going on, no dragons available. I don't even think Rift Herald has technically spawned yet either, so you've got opportunities to kind of just reset yourself. I don't think anyone was even close to each other, to be perfectly honest. I think bot lane for EDG were on a reset, top lane was being pushed in, so yeah, shouldn't be fine, should hopefully be resolved very, very soon. And we can kind of look at a couple of these players right now, because I think the big thing for everyone right now is like looking at a team like EDG, there's an expectation that the reigning world champions will always make it back to kind of defend their title. But we have gone through a little bit of a shift in terms of that expectation, because again, like you think of T1, the Samsung Galaxies, of course, now known as Gen G, they were constantly making it back to Worlds over and over again, looking to try and double it up, you know, back to back, or even just kind of defend themselves. But in the LPL era of World Championships, even just international titles, it has been a different winner every single time. IG 2018, FBX 2019, and of course, even soon in getting to the final in 2020, it just feels like the LPL just not quite able to keep up with the ever-changing landscape of League, because it is such a different game every single split.
I think there's just, you know, a lot of the LPL teams have very different styles, I feel, and we often see such change. Like if the meta shifts, then we see teams who are dominant shift quite heavily. And also, you know, the rosters can change quite a lot. Like IG's roster now is completely different to their Worlds winning roster, just in terms of the caliber of players. FBX as well, losing a lot of their important pieces, like Tan, for example, who's now obviously on top esports. But I feel ultimately like a lot of the time, like you look over at Korea and it's like T1 are on top, and you know, even if they don't aren't always currently right at the very top, they're often close. You know, Damwon has obviously been a big threat in recent years. It feels like you see like consistent faces. There'll be exceptions for sure, but yeah. As to this year, I feel like, you know, the fact V5 are currently front running, kind of crazy. You know, it seems if things go as they are going now, the expectation is V5 will make it to Worlds. And obviously that's, you know, completely different from like previous history where we've seen them, you know, being a team who got 0 wins in a split.
0-16, baby. That's how you want to be sitting. Yeah, it does feel like that. And I think just to keep you all updated, by the way, Mako has reported another audio issue in this game. So there is going to be a pause while they investigate. Hopefully it will be resolved very, very shortly. So we'll keep you updated once we have any more information. But yeah, like V5 are we going to call them, you know, undefeated in series, undefeated in games? It's hard to say. But again, only dropping 2 regardless of everything like that. It is absurd. I think the only 2 teams they've literally dropped games to, if I can have a quick look here,
RNG and AL.
RNG and AL. AL as well, another team that's kind of up in 5th, joined 5th, 6 and 3 right now. This is actually, they're tied with EDG right now. So they're a team that no one's going to know about because they're brand new to the league in terms of their rebranding. So it does feel like every single year that the LPLs are so competitive. They don't just let teams, you know, dominate the top for so long. You have to earn it and continually stay at the top.
Dude, all you need to know about AL is the legends, right? They love team fighting. They love team fighting. They love swaying, and they have a cool panda as a logo. That's there you go. You brushed up on AL, and I really enjoy the fact that AL are doing well. I think they're such a fun team to watch. You know, there's definitely teams, you know, that like. It has been the existence of teams who might be doing well, but the way they play League of Legends isn't necessarily the most enjoyable. Like, people don't tend to like slow paced. Hey, all this team is just leaning into team fights. And even if they're like 10k goal behind, they will look for a team fight. They will look for an opportunity. They never just like bow out and accept the game is over. And I think it just makes for some really exciting matches. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing them hopefully maintaining their spot and getting into playoffs.
Yeah, well, we're in a very good spot for it right now. Of course, we can come back into kind of this particular game and kind of talk about why. I suppose EDG just haven't really been feeling it themselves right now. I think the top esports in EDG would be considered, are still, but also considered 2 of our top teams. And I think for top esports, it finally feels like the meta is settling into a really nice spot for them for now. I don't want to talk about 12.4 just yet, or 12.14 just yet. But, you know, when we get to that, we'll get to it. But right now, it does feel like top esports have found their footing, have found their mojo, as you know, Munchables likes to say. And this does feel like, you know, again, similar to every other year, it feels like we're getting baited back into top esports, kind of saying like, this team is insane. Knights on God mode. This guy's, you know, Wayward's come in now as an incredible top lane prospect. I just don't want to get too excited for this team because I've been here before, Ox. You know, I've had this conversation.
I feel like that's applicable to any of the top teams. You know, I feel like, you know, JDG, they've dropped a lot of games. They lost to FPX. There's question marks there. V5, everyone who's a fan of V5, they're so hesitant. They're like, yes, they're doing well, but remember Spring, they were supposed to be the MSI winners, and obviously that didn't happen.
They came 3rd.
Yeah, they didn't make it to finals. Top esports, I mean, you never know with top esports, let's be real, but I think it's a good meta for Knight ultimately. The fact Salas is back in is fantastic. I just wish you got to play it more. That's the sad thing. It's like it's meta, but it's too meta, right? You want to like a gentle position where it's playable but not bannable. RNG, I think look decent. Ultimately, I think they look pretty good, but I have some personal concerns about like if the meta shifts away from like Xiaohu being on things like Lysandra, being on these like picks with agency. If you go more towards control mages like the Corki isn't too certain, it could be problematic. And looks like we are back into game, so audio issues hopefully fixed. And we were talking about before we went away, sorry for that break, the Herald being set up for top esports, right? Top esports had priority in the lane, instantly move over, but EDG are responding and should be here in time.
We do have the Cannon Barrage though, and Meganar has just been wasted by Flandre, so I think that EDG, as much as they would like to contest this, it might not be for the Rift Herald, it might be for the fight afterwards. Here we go. We're going to see them all trying to corral themselves in. Maybe they try to go back up the back of the pit. There's the Moonlight Vigil and the Cannon Barrage. They drop down the traps, and it does latch onto 3 people, but you can't really go forward onto that. You did have to use quite a few ultimates there on the side of top esports, but they're not quite able to get anything else out of it. Top esports get the Rift Herald, and they will be able to reset themselves back onto the map.
And that is best case scenario is when the enemy team comes and contests you on Herald, don't get the Herald, don't get any kills, but they didn't do anything else with the time. So if you actually look towards bot lane, I believe the wave bounce, that's a pretty big stacking wave that Jackie Love's going to be able to collect in. And obviously put himself in a really nice position, so he'll get that wave. And normally, you know, we've seen those plays where one team goes Herald, the other team takes like 3 plates, particularly with AD carries like Jinx or Aphelios, and it ends up being a net negative trade as a result.
Yeah, absolutely. This time around, though, as you said, Viper and Mako did roam themselves up, so they weren't really in a position to try and capitalize fully as the side of EDG, and just going to try and continue to put down the pressure in this top side. The Gnar with those steel-plated toe caps, going to be able to keep himself nice and safe, keep putting the pressure down onto Wayward, and those plates are starting to tick away, so he's almost kind of picked up 2 plates on his own volition. Already got about a 20 CS lead as well, so this is starting to become significant in that top side. I think Wayward's starting to feel the punishment that Flandre felt in game 2.
Yeah, not having the best time, and, you know, this is why Now's been such a high prior pick, and people have been blinding it so free. Oh, man, I'm so tired of Jinx is doing that. I feel like I should break it. So Jinx will hit you when you're full HP, it does 0 damage because it's like, and they're still going. He just wants to reset. Let a man leave.
I don't think he's allowed to reset because they're going to look for the full fight now. JackeyLove in a lot of trouble here. He's got some good guns though. Green and white. They're going to have the Glacial Fissure forcing a flash out of Mako. He wants to leave, but EDG did not let him, and now they're going to have the full reset here. I don't know if Aphelios is going to be able to get this one here because with the wave state right now, EDG will gain so much. He's going to have to get back on behind his tower.
Yeah, but he gets the flash from Mako. That was kind of one of those situations where you're like, oh, you don't want me to leave, eh? And then he just turns. I mean, that's the thing. You have to respect. Braum Aphelios was one of the old school combos back in the era of 200 years where it was such a strong pairing because he can so quickly stack up the passive. Braum can create space for him and he can turn it around. And Mako already picking up the Merc treads, probably has him flinching in the runes as well. Has to be so cautious. You know, you step too far forwards. You are very squishy as the Nautilus. Like, compared to things like Leona, compared to Braum, you will just get bursted out.
I will say, though, I think that Mako in his own head is like, I got the heal out of JackeyLove. He hasn't been able to reset before this dragon has started, so he's actually sitting on his still starting item. He hasn't been able to get back and kind of reset this one, and we're back at the dragon pit. But again, EDG are in position. They will have a Weaver's Wall here to stop JJ from really getting on top of this one here. They might look to try and get Heartbreaker over the wall. There's the ultimate coming up from the Jinx. It completely whiffs as he wanted to try and catch that one out. But EDG, despite all their efforts, I know what they were trying to do for that dragon. They just didn't really kind of stick anything from it.
Yeah, the saving grace is they got that first dragon, so it's nice that that's been able to come out and obviously deny Top Esports from having 2 here. But I just love the use of the Weaver's Wall by Talia's this series. Just completely cutting off the team and making it incredibly hard to contest the objective. Really giving value to that pick. Now, something to note is that Mark is the one with the Rift held in inventory. So they're kind of locked into using it wherever he is. You can see he actually reset and he's gone mid. So it looks like they're going to throw it down mid and grab a couple of plates there.
While that was all happening, though, they were actually end up seeing the top lane being pushed in here by Flandre. So he should be getting himself his 3rd plate of the game. This is going to be 3 plates, you would imagine, over tonight. Nope, just going to be the 2. As Scout finally gets himself back into the lane. So they use it immediately because, like you said, it was on top of the Braum. So not really the best of places to be able to kind of capitalize on a bad rotation as such as Viper. Ooh, if that Q lands, he's in a lot of trouble because he had nobody around him for support.
Yeah, might end up being a summoner off the back of that, but manages to dodge away, and it's good move from Mark. Like, that's one of the main concerns. The reason you always want Herald on your jungler is because they kind of have the freedom to be anywhere on the map, and obviously Mark made his way mid, dropped it, headed back bot where he needs to be to support JackeyLove, and found a good window, good opportunity to do it. The one downside as well is that the gold ends up getting split between him and Knight instead of Tien and Knight, but, you know, you'll take it. You got the Herald, that's all the relevant thing. But bot top has been a major sore point so far, and eventually he'll get to the point where Wayward can just one-shot the waves and it's less of a concern, but for now he's just feeling a lot of pain. Plates being picked up consistently by Flandre.
Yeah, Triforce versus Triforce. We also have the TP being used here by Wayward to get himself back up onto the map to try and maybe create some space. We do actually have Crown of the Shattered Queen here for Knight, is not going with the Ludens or with the Everfrost, as the Everfrost has been picked up by Scout, so didn't actually get the touch on it, but first strike for Scout. He's looking to try and just, you know, kind of burst out and get that extra damage and gold onto himself, should he be able to find an opportunity. And I quite like this one here. I always like the idea of kind of, you know, rewarding the aggressive play. Yes, you would argue it's not the easiest to proc, but if he does land a Scond Abduct and gets right on top of it, he gets a hell of a lot of value off of it and has quick skirmishes. So we'll see the junglers. No way do they miss each other. They didn't actually see each other. They both missed out where they were as Wayward just jump away from Flandre. Sorry, Flandre jumps into him, and they're going to try and dive him underneath this turret. It should be enough for them to be able to take him out, but here we go. He hasn't popped down the cannon barrage just yet. There's the flash coming in after the orange, and flash in, though, to try and burn him down. The Heartbreaker is good, and there's finally first blood. 14 minutes, Ox, and we finally get our first kill of the game.
Yeah, and Wayward does everything he can, but unfortunately with EDG having both flashes with the Mega Gnar, not much more they can do. But here is going to be the counterpoint. JackeyLove with red-white, this tower is gone.
Yeah, once you have the white gun, you are just going to be able to absolutely burn through it, as you can see just there. They will trade it back, so it is still a 1-for-1 trade. You get a little bit more local gold for the side of Top Esports, as they were the ones to take the first tower, but This is great for the side of EDG. Flandre doing exceptionally well, and it does feel like it's kind of back to that style for the side of EDG, where if Flandre is able to get himself ahead, they will look consistently good.
Yeah, and honestly, I feel like Flandre has been one of the big underperformers of spring for this lineup. So he has been having a good series. The Vlad game completely unchecked. This game here, playing the Gnar and really challenging Wayward. In fairness, game 2 was a rough matchup, and he did get ganked. But now, JJ is going to be able to pick up that second Herald. Gonna look to see where they opt to use it. It's a minute 20 till Dragon, so I expect they might throw it down mid to try and get pressure over there. I expect it's being a Mountain Soul. This third Dragon coming up will likely see these teams going head-to-head over that one. And really it's going to come down to the fact that Flandre super strong in that top lane matchup, but JackeyLove has the edge in terms of AD carries. There's a whole BF sword over Viper that could really pay dividends when we get to that fight.
Yeah, we're starting to see stopwatches being picked up as well. You can see there one in the inventory of Knight as with Scout. Just clearing out the jungle on the top side, kind of saying, look, I need to be as strong as I possibly can in 50 seconds time. Probably looking for a stopwatch of his own. As TN's looking for something here. Not quite able to find a decoy on a fairly decently low cooldown at this point in the game. Should be back up at about 10 seconds or so. So still plenty of time and opportunity. But it looks like the top lane's going to be answered here by Scout, because he's the one with TP. So he's going to be able to steal away the cannon barrage and basically be a better version of Wayward, because Wayward doesn't have TP himself.
Yeah, so Wayward's going to have to start making his way down. Obviously, the AP ratio on the cannon barrage is pretty nice, too. Tiana Mark went for some aggressive vision. You can see EDG is still concerning. Like, if you step up and get caught by a Braum Q, it's so easy for top esports to follow up. And the advantage Wukong has, the big reason he's so strong is that safety net. The fact you can just dash away, drop the clone, very hard to pin you down. Now, Scout has done his homework. He's got that wave pushing in top, so something that top esports are going to either miss out on if they don't answer. But now the TP's coming in, and it's top esports who have control over the area. I think they might just get this before there's even a response.
Yeah, there's not really a response here, but they're going to drop the Rift Herald in mid. So Scout TP's in with the cannon barrage in tow. He has got a stopwatch available as well. Dragon does go over to the side of top esports. As you can see now, the mid lane turret trying to be put in. Mako in a lot of trouble. He's forced to flash. There's the Glacial Fissure. It does land on the JJ, but it doesn't really get anything else out of it. Now TN, there's going to be the cannon barrage coming out to try and slow their retreat, but it's very hard to get anything else. A lot of ultimates used here by top esports defensively, as they just get themselves away. They get the dragons, so they're already onto 2, but you can see the pressure that EDG are able to put on top of them.
Yeah, that was actually Scout's cannon barrage that came down. Wayward held his, so...
yes.
Yeah, it only ends up being JackeyLove's traded out defensively, but in the end, top esports get the dragon. They get what they want. They even defend the mid-tier 1. Yes, it's chunked out, but the Herald was going to do that regardless, so I think they're happy with that passage of play, how it turned out.
You got to be very happy you didn't lose anything. You gained something. It is about 1,000 gold lead now for EDG as they start to come up crest up into the mid stage. As we can see now, Scout going to find Wayward and TN up in this top side, so doesn't want anything else to do with it. Once he takes the ward, he backs himself away. But this is where the game, this is feeling eerily similar to game 1, where the game started to just not really do anything. It feels like the side of top esports are just it's very difficult for them to make proactive plays outside of around those objectives, and that was kind of their big problem coming into game 1. It just really didn't feel like they had any options to kind of like, not just 5v5 fight and EDG, which is how team fought them.
But I will say that the composition matchup in game 1 was a lot more difficult. They really had struggles if they didn't find momentum. There's the Talia Poppy denying the dash in. It was into Jinx Braum that were really good at playing defensively in that manner. I feel like in this situation, top esports have a lot of ability to kite back against things like the Gnar, like the Viego, like the Silas. And really, it's EDG who want to be able to find backline access, slam someone into a wall with a Gnar, and then get Viper getting reset. So I think, I'm not as concerned with the game going slow, because game 1, that really did favor EDG. And as much as EDG love to lean in the team fights, top esports are no slouches.
No, absolutely not. Zeal finished up here for Viper as well. Does mean that he's still relatively in tow in terms of with JackeyLove. JackeyLove, however, is still waiting to go back and probably spend some of that gold right now, as they're both sitting on their Berserker Greaves, and of course their first mythic item, or their only mythic item. But now JJ moving up towards this top side. We will see Wayward in a lot of trouble here. The Everfrost has been hit. That means the orange has to be used straight away. And now JJ, he's going to find himself right on top of the Pirate. They're going to put down the Heartbreaker. They don't quite get the Jinx ult, but it does not matter. Really nice play there from the mid jungle of EDG.
Yeah, really solid play, and they're just playing the game to punish Wayward, make this top laner feel pain, and top esports, there's not really much they can do in response. They have that bot wave pushed in. They're trying to pressure this mid lane tier 1, but you're up against the Jinx. The wave clear is there. I don't think they'll be able to find much here.
Yeah, we'll see what they're able to kind of work from here as Jackie Love's just trying to build those chakrams. Again, running out of red and white, so he's not going to have that available to him for the next little while. Should we get it back in about 2 minutes time once the dragon spawns, but we are looking at about a 2,000 gold lead now for EDG, and you can see with Aranjuan's Omen finished up here for Flandre. Flandre is huge. Flandre is becoming a big menace because, yes, he has absolutely no magic resistance, but he doesn't really care about the Talia because the Talia shouldn't be focusing him anyway.
Yeah, I mean, that is one thing to be said. Like, if the Talia does connect a combo onto you, it can really chunk out. But, you know, having the Randuins, really powerful, getting that slow in if you get in close range. Now, that even flies over just to defend the mid lane tier 1. They are so set on making sure this doesn't fall and trying to keep it healthy for as long as they can.
Yeah, but they lose the bot tier 1 then, surely, because that's going to basically free up the Flandre Gnar, but he's going to back away as the rest of top esports. They're kind of being pulled around the map a little bit right now. EDG are just kind of pulling them from top to bot.
Yeah, definitely. But to be honest, like, even if they lose the bot lane tier 1, it's nowhere near as much of a concern as mid tier 1. Mid tier 1 is such a great focal point to have when you're trying to set up for dragons. You know, if you have it up and available, very hard for the enemy team to push in too deeply. Really limits, like, your ability to get deeper vision as well. So both teams have really tried to hunker down and defend those. Now, Mark getting some vision around the area. It's 45 seconds till that dragon. It would be third for top esports. So by all means, they would love to be able to pick this one up and lean into that. The thing is, there is just shy of a 2,000 gold lead for EDG. And, you know, I feel like one thing is that Jackie Love, like, isn't quite at the point where he's really, like, a super relevant threat yet. You even see that Viper's finished his second item before he's got his.
Yeah, Rapid Fire Cannon has been finished up. You haven't quite got the Bloodthirster here for Jackie Love, so you are at a little bit of a item discrepancy here for top esports, and already losing the Crown of the Shattered Queen. Not exactly ideal. Should be back in a couple of seconds, though, just before the dragon does spawn. But it's EDG trying to just control the mid lane as well as the river as well around the dragon pit. Scout did steal the cannon barrage as Wayward does TP back in. They haven't used the TP from Scout just yet. Never mind, it's coming in. It's on a big flank on the bottom half of your map. So Scout is there, and JJ already down below half, but here we go. They're going to try and go for the game, but Jackie Love forced the flash away immediately. There's a great cannon barrage, and he lands the abscond abduct. Yes, they've lost the Aphelios as well, and that's going to be a trade back of 2 for 1 in favor of top. But look at those health bars. With Scout and Viper so healthy, I don't know if you can continue to fight this.
Yeah, this makes it so scary. It looks like resets are going to come in. Bear in mind, Knight has TP to come back, but he's not the one of the lowest health. Top esports just need to try and buy time for the Braum to rejoin. The dragon's not going to do tons of damage, but Tian still has the smite, still has flash. This is very hard for EDG. They want to buy time for their jungle to come back.
Yeah, they're trying to go for it, but they're going to try and burst it out here now. Maybe try and bait Tien in, who has to get backed away. He's not quite in the position to go for it. The smite isn't there. He couldn't get it because of the traps, and now the resets can come in. Viper can be very aggressive here as the Gnar into the wall does catch out the gangplank as Wayward goes down. EDG get themselves a second dragon, and not only that, they get themselves 3 kills.
EDG got what they wanted. The dragon denied the stacking stamina from top esports, and ultimately they just shut down Jackie Love. Didn't quite have the Bloodthirster available. Managed to just drop him down. I think Scout found the initial play onto him, and then it was JJ who followed up. So initially, it's just a very scattered fight from top esports. They're kind of getting corralled in here, and they start with some good momentum, some burst onto Mako, but Scout beelines instantly for Jackie Love here. Gets the E onto him, which bursts him down, and then the reset from JJ. And yeah, JJ instantly dies afterwards, but you killed the major threat on top esports. And I feel like top esports, if you're going to allow yourself to get flanked like that, it's just not going to go well.
No, it really, really isn't. And you can see here, look, they dropped down the traps, and that means the traps, he's just out of range to try and make that smite work. You can see he's probably just spamming his D key so damn hard, trying to get on top of it, and that means Flandre is able to kind of just be happy as Larry on the backside of that fight. That's going to open up the tier 1 as well in mid lane because they got the better resets, and now EDG are starting to take over this game a little bit. Again, it's similar to game 1 in terms of how the game pace is going. Top esports trying to find some opportunities, but EDG is playing better around their composition.
Absolutely, and I am back in my
yeah, you joked. I was like, I'm gonna keep talking for a little bit and hope he's all right.
Yeah. I've had a deep drink. I'm feeling better. It's been a long day. Right, 6 games and a lot of pauses, a lot of stalling. But now Weaver's Wall gonna be used to try and get this mid tier 1. But everyone's just scared to approach because of the Jinx rockets.
Yeah, they will get it, but at what cost? Because now
look
we're
at
going to see a
flanks coming
flash.
in.
The double flank, they're pincering in. They're going to see now with Flandre there. Scout trying to get himself a Glacial Fissure. He steals it away, but he gets taken out. You've got the Cannon Barrage just stopping everyone from EDG from walking forward. This is the power of the Talia. Flandre finally gets into Mega, but he's not quite in a position to capitalize. There are low health bars on top esports, but they gain 2.
The power of the Braum there and the Ophelia are so quickly able to stun Scout out, and the main thing was they kited backwards in one direction. They picked an angle, it was the angle where Scout was, they moved into him, they took him down, and then the rest of EDG couldn't approach. So difficult to just follow up when there's things like that Braum, like that Talia, like the GP as well, creating disruption. I'm gonna replay, but you see, you know, puts them in a compromising position because they overcommit for that mid-tier 1. Scout is on this angle, but is spotted, and Jackie Love, Gale forces over to him. They just go for heavy lockdown onto the Silas, who doesn't have a stopwatch anymore. And because of that ult from the Braum, because of the Unraveled Earth, the rest of EDG can't follow up. So they just managed to take those kills, take the mid-tier 1, and walk out of it, and keep this game close.
Yeah, keep it close. Still about 2,000 gold in favor of EDG, but giving over a lot of gold there. You can see now. Chainpunk, what is it? Kenpunk chain swords for everybody on the side of top esports. They are, and actually on the side of EDG as well. We got a third one coming out here for Flandre. So you've got pretty much those items across the board here for all of the top side of the map. You've actually got a Rabadon's Death Cap here for Scout as he builds up towards what I imagine is going to be his Zonya's Hourglass as his third item.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's going to be interesting to see the next fight.
Silas has fantastic AP ratios. Like his Q, if you hit both parts, 135%. W is 90, E's 100. Like, this is a nice build for doing damage, but not having a Zonya's means without a stopwatch he is quite vulnerable. And as you said, Kenpunk Chainsword built by a lot of people. This item is just a stat stick now. It gives, it's like 125% gold efficient. It gives 55 AD and 25 ability haste. Bear in mind, Death Stance, which is way more expensive. Death Stance is 700 gold more, gives the same AD. So a really nice cheap spike that all of these AD bruisers are just opting to abuse.
Can we see where how ends up going with in terms of the fights right now? You are nearly at an infinity edge here for Viper. He's about probably 500 gold, so probably only about 3 or 4 waves away. We can see a stopwatch being picked up for JJ as he starts to work towards that next potential fight, which is where this game starts to get a little bit more tentative for both teams, because don't forget, we're coming up past the 27-minute mark. Death timers are significant. One catch out could mean 30 to 40 seconds without you being on the map. So this is where the game starts to get a little bit more scary for these teams, because you cannot just let them have it in 23 seconds. You just picked up Sorelda's Grudge there for Wayward, but you don't really have vision here as a side of EDG. You can't really walk into this Dragon Pit without knowing where top esports are.
And it's so important that top esports have control and are in the river, because EDG are the ones who want to try flanks, want to try and approach. If top esports have vision, it makes it so much harder. They can retreat, and as EDG run through where their wards are, they can keep their eyes on all the threats. Flandre ready with a Mega Gnar, but currently no one's really on a flank angle. You can see Scout walking round. If you approach, oh, actually not, he's changed his mind now.
Oh, the Weaver's Wall, though, is going to separate everybody out, and they can burst out this dragon. The Cannon Barrage to stop everyone from going for the fight afterwards, and top esports could just walk away. That was perfectly used with their ultimates to say, you can't walk into us.
Yeah, so good there from Knight. The Weaver's Wall and the Unraveled Earth, it's like, I made a wall, and if you jump over it, you're gonna get stunned. So EDG have to just walk away. They try and lead suppression to that bot lane tier 2, but they can't commit too many members because of the Baron on the other side of the map. And you can see top esports will just move over and start to secure vision there. Once more, no fight for this dragon. Obviously did foresee for the last one, but top esports, if they can use that Weaver's Wall effectively, can just sweep up these neutrals. And now one dragon away from the Mountain Soul.
You can see just how much restraint that the side of EDG have to put into that as well, because they could have overcommitted. They could have just said, no, we have to fight now, but they decided not to. They finally go back, pick up the Infinity Edge there for Viper. Would have loved it for that last fight to really force it, but he's now significantly further ahead than his counterpart. He's actually got himself up. That wouldn't kill, and despite the 4 assists, it's just keeping Jackie Love just a little bit behind the power curve. You've got the Zonyas now finished up here for Scout. On the other side of it, you're waiting for a Zonyas here for Knight, and now the Baron's being started. They're going to try and force a fight.
Yeah, they're going to try and make something happen. Mega Gnar is available, but Tiana's over the wall. It can easily get in the pit.
Gangplank's not
going
here.
Down so low.
Yeah, Wayward's not here. There's a 5v4 right now. They're going to try and jump onto Flandre, but look at him tank absolutely. Stolen right at the back of it. TN gets the perfect steal, but now the fight can really begin. The concussive blows comes down onto Mark, and there's going to be the cannon barrage right on top of Viper. You've lost 3, and out of nowhere, EDG, you flip the Baron, and you're going back to McDonald's.
Such a misplay from EDG, you have to say, but Top Esports 10 is clutch, and when it matters... Oh, no, he's going to fight Viper too! Or is he? Yeah.
Yes, he is. They're going to be able to get it.
Right. Fantastic play from Top Esports to punish. It might be. They might just push it and end. It's only Scout up and available, and it's Baron minions. It might be over just as soon as that. One play, one mistake from the side of EDG might have cost him everything. See, Cannon Barrage available for Scout. He's going to try and buy time.
He's trying to buy time, but you got 2 cannon minions right now. He's going to try and kill off Tien. Now that Mako is back, but the Nexus has been exposed. He doesn't land the Abscond of Ducks. Top Esports find one moment to try and make this one work. They need to kill off Wayward. They need to try and stop the Aphelios, but they cannot. Top Esports 2-1 and get themselves up to 9 wins.
And such a celebration coming out from Top Esports, a heavily fought series, and it felt like they were starting to establish the advantage. We saw them there playing the Taliyah so well, trying to cut off EDG when it came to the Dragons, and EDG just got desperate. They just felt like, look, we can't deal with this Aphelios late game. Let's try and start the Baron, but against a Wukong, someone who can so easily get into the pit. And Tien fantastically managing to secure the steal. I mean, to be honest, even without the steal, they probably would have taken that fight, but the icing on the cake and gave them the extra power to push in and end there and then.
Yeah, honestly, what a way to end it as well for Top Esports. Again, we saw the power of this Taliyah. I can't really get over it because I really do think this pick right now is just so unbelievably broken in the right hands. Just being able to cut off everyone from any kind of engage. Like, you want a 5v5 team fight? No, you don't get one. You cannot get one, and that's the big power that you have with this pick. So for me, this is just going to end up being a must ban, must pick going forward, because at the moment, any team that's worth their weight in salt is going to pick it.
Yeah, and do you want to know something crazy? Is that Taliyah is actually buffed on 12-13, so, you know, wasn't really seeing that much success otherwise. The damage has gone up there, so it's actually going to be pretty nutty. But yeah, the control available, so strong, so powerful. Knight, obviously fantastic off it. We've seen Ricky have fantastic performances on it. Really impactful pick, but I feel like one big aspect was, you know, when we're playing this front-to-back style, when we're playing the Braum, the Taliyah, the Aphelios, the fact that Top Esports felt like so often they were there at the objective first. If you're playing these style of compositions, you need to set your base up on the river. Have the vision around. Don't let them approach from a flank angle, because when EDG couldn't flank, the Weaver's Wall was extra effective. They also couldn't find access to Jackie Love. And man, what just a turnaround in that game. It felt like, you know, EDG grabbing control, and then one moment, one big mistake, and it instantly turns around.
You can see just the focus as well. Viper not really able to get him, despite being a 3-item Jinx. Just couldn't plant his feet. Just could not get the damage down when he needed it most. And Jackie Love kind of eclipsing him in terms of damage. Scout tried his best. I did like the combination of Scout and JJ, and even Flandre working up towards that top side to keep Wayward, you know, kind of down. But again, the Gangplank just gives you so much more flexibility with where you play in the map. And just the double globals just gives you so much to work with here as Top Esports. Like we mentioned a million times, the Weaver's Wall, but even the cannon barrages, because it was like you mentioned, oh, if you jump over the Weaver's Wall, you're going to be stunned. But if you stay on the other side close to the Weaver's Wall, you're just going to take about half your health bar in the cannon barrage. So you have to just either walk away or fully commit. And without having that full commitment on either side, you're just never going to come out with a win.
Yeah, it just felt really rough. It felt like there was just no clear angle for them to approach it. And to be fair, this was a close game. As much as that final moment just gave Top Esports momentum, EDG were ahead. Flandre was really strong in the laning phase, right? We saw JJ have some fantastic play. Scout as well, when he found the angles and the silos, was making it work. But Top Esports find the critical moment. The team fighting was there. Up against the Teamfight Titans VDG, they find the edge, and both Knight and Jackie Love doing so much when it came to those team fights. Mark as well on the Braum. It felt like whenever any threat approached them in that fight that we saw when they were sort of disengaged from the mid-tier 1, they would just pick a target, stun lock them, shut them down, delete them from the rift.
Yeah, it really did feel like they had a full grasp on how to kind of set up their team, how they wanted to kind of go for it right there. And for me, Top Esports continue to impress. They continue to find form right now, and things like Silas, the Taliyah being in meta. We can see just how prolific Knight is on these again, high agency champions, things that can make their own advantages, things that can just pick and choose their own moments to become monsters of their own volition. And this is something that Knight has been waiting for so long. And gone are the days of the victors, the Corkis, the Zaires. He is now on these big picks that can make the plays and become the champions.
Absolutely. You know, I just feel like this is a battle where EDG, I think, are getting better and better as the split goes on. I think Top Esports are under expectations, one of the top teams. But EDG, I feel more and more faith with this as the season goes on. Yes, they've had issues. Yes, they lost this series, but I'm convinced that they're going to be making it into playoffs comfortably, and they're going to be challenging and trying to get one of those world spots to defend their title. I feel like the meta, you know, the fact we're seeing more enchanters will be really good for Mako. The fact there's things like Azirs for Scout, really fantastic. And we're starting to see more of that come together. Yes, they lost today to Top Esports, but Top Esports are, you know, top of the league for a reason.
Yeah. Top Esports, again, like, yes, they lost to Top Esports today. They previously lost to V5, and they've lost to JDG. So, again, not ideal to be losing against people always above you, but it's been getting steadily better. I think that's the best thing we can say about this one. Slowly but surely, they've been building themselves back up to that prowess. And like you said, I think if you talk to anyone who, like, you know, watches the LPL pretty prolifically, EDG are a best of 5 team. EDG are a team that will go into playoffs and will just perform because that's just the level of caliber they have. Again, we can underestimate them as much as we want, but they have proven us time and time again that they can just step up when needed most. Fair enough, spring, it didn't happen, but I believe in summer they should be able to kind of go for it again. We're talking about spring where they came off of a world championship winning season and obviously had a little bit of a less break than everybody else. But for Top Esports, I mean, I can't really fault the guys. Again, you make one mistake against these guys and they put it, and like, even now, looking towards the next few games for Top Esports, RA, Ultra Prime, TT, LGD, they are going to be swimming through this. They are literally going to go probably up to about 13-1 with a 13 series win streak.
Yeah, and then week 10, baby, they managed to face one of our stronger teams in the league, V5, and then last match off the split for Top Esports, the final bosses himself, Anyone's Legend, and what a battle that will be. I'm looking forward to that one. But
that's like, could be the battle for first. It could legitimately be battle for first, which is absurd.
You reckon AL will be in the battle for first?
Yeah, absolutely, man. Let's go, AL. I'm all on the copium. I'm all on the copium.
I'm glad you're welcome to the club machine. If you have faith in AL, you're all right in my books.
I'm not going to lie and say that I wasn't listening and I was clearly looking up the results of the games for EDG. Shut up. Don't talk about it. But anyway, it is going to be coming up now. We're going to see another MVP coming in. It was TN on this pick. Again, I can't fault the guy. I think no matter who you are, no matter what you can do, like, you know, he lives in your heart or lives in your head. You can be a hater or not. He is so damn good every time.
Look at goal difference. -1.
-1 right at the end.
Imagine if... Man, we could have had flat goal difference. We could have had 0. That would have been so good.
God damn it, TN. Why'd you not? Well, I don't know if a second would have given it because it's different inflation. But even here, you can see it. Like, just TN just kind of constantly keeping Viper away. And this is kind of a big thing that we talked about, that Viper just never really got to plant his feet. Even here, even though he's untouched, he doesn't really do any damage.
Yeah, and, you know, we'll see these replays like here, jumping on a scout, doing a fantastic job of interrupting. But all of these take second place to the true moment where Tian just stomped his place on this game. That is this moment. Stealing away the Baron. Oh, EDG.
The Baron
right
even tried to help EDG. The Baron tried to smack him out of the way. You saw the actual tentacle come up on the backside, and he still got away with it.
Yep, just refuse to let them take... You want to take a Baron right in front of Tian, no chance. And then here, this is actually a close moment, you know. As much as it is a Wukong, and Wukong is very good in these scenarios, with the traps, Viper looked like maybe he'd got enough space, but no. Tian, really strong series from overall. Really strong split. Really strong year for him overall. And looking good.
2 years.
Yeah, honestly. So, high in my estimation. So I'm hoping that we continue to see this form from Top Esports, because, man... They're such a fun team to watch.
Yeah, they really, really are. But we are going to see what happened today. If you just joined us, you missed 2 absolute bangers as we went to the full 6-game distance. It was a bit of a slugfest, a long slugfest between the sides of BLG and RA. That went to 2-1. And then, of course, you just finished off seeing Top Esports take down EDG. Now 9-1, EDG 6-4. It does look a bit bad, but look, we're pretty damn confident they're going to be making it to playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like, you know, I still have faith. I feel like the thing with the first series, you didn't catch that one. was a real fight, was a long series. RA unfortunately have some internet issues as well, but I think BLG, they're still in recovery mode, don't get me wrong, but they're making their way. I'm feeling somewhat optimistic. I'm feeling a bit more hopeful for them, especially the new additions to the roster starting to fit in and starting to gel. We kind of get like a look at the standings once more. The thing is, as much as like BLG on 11th, LNG on a 3-loss streak, they could easily drop back down. They could gain some ground on OMG. And you see Top Esports now tied in wins with V5, but still haven't played a series more. And obviously the game difference quite sizably behind them, just because V5 had dropped two games only.
Yeah, it's a bit ridiculous there. You can see the top 3 very much solidified there. RG have played less games, of course. They are 2 series off of the likes of JDG and Top Esports, so they could bring themselves up to 8, but we'll have to wait and see if that happens, and we'll see what's happening tomorrow, because we did not have OMG versus FBX today. We are having OMG versus FBX tomorrow. That is a massively clutch match that has to be given your full attention. Then it's LGD versus Ultra Prime. Not quite sure how that one's going to go. Ultra Prime very much need to get their season going for them if they want to try and salvage it. And then we come back in with V5 versus Weibo. Honestly, the Shy versus Rookie, that could be anyone's game.
Yeah, and actually something to note. So only 2 teams took series off V5 in spring. And one of them was Weibo. The first team to take down V5 was Weibo. The Shy taking the advantage in that matchup. So when these two were separated, he had the edge. Man, that should be such a banger. But I feel like the whole day, like OMG FPX, they are both just in 9th and 10th on the cusp of playoffs. Very important match for them. You have LGD Ultra Prime, who, yes, they're low in the standings, but they're both low in the standings, which you know what that means? An absolute dogfight over this precious win that they want to get their hands on. And then, I mean, I could talk all day about V5 and Weibo, and that's fantastic. But yeah, Sunday's a good day, looking good.
Super Sunday. We moved it from Saturday to Sunday just to get it on, but that is all the time we have for today. Thank you, Ox, for bringing me through the massively weird and wonderful world that is the LPL. Thank you guys for watching. Go watch LEC. Go spam the chat with, I don't know, TN. I don't know why. Just go spam the chat with TN and LEC, and we'll talk to you guys tomorrow at the slightly earlier time, but on the same channel.